What about another round of applause for our great dancers? Thank you. So I realized we started the day, I was with the dancers this morning. I'm Tony Bloom, for those that don't know me, the Executive Director of the M Education Alliance. And I realized it probably wasn't the best idea for me to be dancing with my jacket at the beginning of the day and get all sweaty. So I hope you'll enjoy dancing with them as well. All right, so we're having a little test this morning before we start the program. Ready? So when we first were thinking of the term STEMtastic, we went through a few other variations. So we wanted to do pair something with STEM. So for example, it could have been STEM plus marvelous, right? And then it would have been called stimulus. So that isn't very good if you did the STEM plus marvelous. So then we said STEM plus marvelous doesn't work. So we'll try STEM plus another word, because I realized people sometimes had a little hard time yesterday pronouncing. So what was the other word that we paired with STEM to make STEMtastic? Anyone? Okay, excellent. Yes. So how many of people did not realize that the second part of STEMtastic actually meant fantastic? Really, by show of hands, was there anybody who didn't? Yes? Okay. So we just wanted to make sure that we were on the same playing field, that we understand. And so, thank you. In particular, Joshua, adept student in the front row. All right, so I'm going to invite our panelists to come up, and we'll have a discussion this morning, basically on a STEM ecosystem strengthening. So if I could kindly ask our panelists this morning to come up to the stage. Yes? Oh, sorry. I was reminded that we need to start with a word of prayer. My apologies. Effie, are we ready to go with that? Okay. So we're going to start with a word of prayer.
STEMtastic, good morning. I will ask us to arise for a quick word of prayer before we begin. Let us pray. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, we'd like to thank you for a wonderful day and for all of us who are gathered here. As we begin our day, we'd like to commit it unto your hands. How we pray that you may keep us safe, you may protect us today, you may grant us the grace to go through the day and the energy, but most of all, how I pray that you may make our gathering be one that is full of wonderful connections, wonderful learning, and most of all, may we stay energized throughout the day. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, we pray and believe. Amen.
All right, so if I can invite our panelists to please come up. We're really excited that we have Faith Maricho, the Technical Operations Manager from Amazon Web Services. What about a round of applause? Just get our juices flowing. Thank you, Faith. Adib, I'm going to do a terrible job with this. Nganga, Head of Community and Ecosystems for CC Hub. So how far off was that? What's a better pronunciation?
Ida Nganga.
Ida Nanga. Okay, that's perfect. Thank you. Raim Salim Habib, Channel Manager for Smart Technologies. Thank you, Raim. Rebecca Ming Wabo, Education Advisor for Blended Learning for VBOB in Kenya. Thank you. And then Dr. Roslyn Marundu Korethi, Country Director for the Kenya and Stakeholder Mobilization Lead, Eastern Africa, AGGP, Wa Uvizizi. Sorry, you all laugh, that's fine. Okay, and then what we're really excited to have these panelists to talk about ecosystem strengthening this morning. We also, again, want to give acknowledgement to the sponsors that were able to help underwrite this event, the early sponsors, several months ago that made a commitment that we could move forward, and one of which being Amazon Web Services. Thank you, Faith. And I think we have a short video that we're going to show about some of the work that you are supporting.
Quality education has the power to transform lives. Yet millions of underserved learners worldwide face barriers in accessing digital learning opportunities, widening the global education divide. Organizations aiming to bridge this gap may lack the resources to leverage advanced cloud technologies and AI, making it challenging to innovate and scale impactful learning solutions to reach those who need transformative education tools. Addressing this resource gap is crucial to unlocking impactful solutions in the education technology sector. Amazon is making a commitment to expand access to digital education for underserved learners worldwide. We're powering the future of learning by committing up to $100 million in cloud computing credits to transform educational innovation from idea to global impact. Organizations can take advantage of expert AWS technical guidance to migrate, build, and optimize the use of cloud technologies. By leveraging AI services like Amazon Bedrock and Amazon Q, organizations can transform educators' time. For example, Code.org automates assessments, freeing educators to focus on personalized teaching. Rocket Learning delivers data-driven insights to enhance education delivery in rural communities of India. Amazon is committed to closing the education gap, creating equitable opportunities for learners worldwide. Together, we can unlock the potential of technology to build a brighter, more inclusive future. Apply now to the AWS Education Equity Initiative.
Okay, thank you, Faith. And so, Faith, I know when this was talked about our global symposium in Washington, there was people immediately that evening who wrote applications for the opportunity they had through AWS, and we're really appreciative of the early support. All right, so we're going to start with a conversation about ecosystem building. This session is dedicated to celebrating and amplifying the voices of key ecosystem builders who are championing STEM education across Africa and beyond. The session will highlight practical strategies from thought leaders working at the intersection of education technology, youth empowerment, and innovation. All right, so we're going to start with an opening question. Can you share, we're just going to go down the row, if that's okay. Can you share just a brief overview of your current work and how it supports STEM education in Africa? And we'll be really strategic as to see if your mic works. And so, we're going to start with this one. And we're just going to go down the road.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I know it's a bit cold, but it's always nice when you're on stage and you see people smiling. Gives you a little bit of confidence. My name is Ida, as mentioned. I'm head of community and ecosystems for CC Hub, the largest creative and innovation Pan-African enabler. Basically, what we do is support innovators in amplifying innovation across the continent. We have 3 tracks, we have 3 focus areas, and the biggest one being education. And we've been able to support education innovators across the continent for the past, I'd say, from 2016. That makes it about 8 years. However, we've been in existence since 2010, actually. So that makes it 15 years of experience. Recently, the past 3 years, we've been able to support 72 startups to accelerate their work in innovation, basically in different tracks. So whether it is K-12, STEM, and so many others. And we've been able to reach about 470,000 learners in Kenya and about 700,000 in Nigeria. And again, this is not just from us, it's because we keep supporting the startups to amplify their work around education. I know a lot of you know it is the most highly regulated space in the continent, but because of how we support them through funding, with the Mastercard Foundation Edtech Fellowship Program, we're giving them about $100,000 to be able to amplify their work. And this is both in Kenya and Nigeria. Each startup gets $100,000. But then also, we've been able to support 7 other startups with the Gates Foundation. And this is around foundational literacy and numeracy, right? The foundation of learning. I shouldn't be able to teach you that because I believe everybody knows that. But we support this through looking at how are they amplifying education, how are they using innovation, how are they using tech within their spaces, and how are we able to support them in distribution, talent, and product. So we're very, very intentional. We have about maybe 10 or so teams supporting these startups to improve and support learning outcomes across the continent. So yes.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Faith Muricho. I work at AWS. I think maybe I can just introduce AWS for those in the room. It's Amazon Web Services. What we do is we basically build cloud infrastructure. So if you want to move your data center from on-premise to cloud, we are the people you talk to. But basically what we are trying also to do is to make sure that we democratize the knowledge around cloud and around AI. And we all know the conversation around AI right now is so big, but the big question that keeps coming up is, where is the African child in all this? And so one of the things we are doing is, just as you've seen from the video, we giving out 100 million USD in AWS credits, and basically that's just for those who've used AWS cloud infrastructure. You know how hard it is to first get in, to just put in the initial amount for the infrastructure. And so we are saying we are now able to do that. So we are inviting those who are in education sector. You're doing something to support education to build the learning environment. We're welcoming you to apply for the grant and go ahead and build on our ecosystem. The other thing I know we've done very well, and there's very many success stories around that, is we provided a scholarship for AI and ML, and this is across the globe. But we have a success story for Kenya. We have one student who went through the program, and she successfully gone back to her community and built a product for the farmers, so that the farmers now are able to use technology to just figure out, is there any problem with probably the crops, and how can we solve that? And this is just using a smartphone. So we want to build the skills and then put them back in the community so that we're able to solve Africa problems.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rahim Habib. I'm from Smart Technologies. It's actually great to be in Nairobi because the weather is cool. I live in Barcelona, Spain, and it's been incredible. For those of you that know Europe, it's extremely hot there, so it's wonderful to be here. So as I mentioned, Smart Technologies, we are a company that actually pioneered education technology. We've been around for 40 years. We're a Canadian company, and many of you may know us as the Smartboard company. So we basically invented the category of interactive displays for the classroom. And as such, with our solutions, what we focus on is really transforming teaching and learning in terms of how do we help educators or ministries of education really focus on improving learning outcomes in the classroom through the use of technology such as the Smartboard. We also build an ecosystem of software around that enables educators to create and deliver interactive, collaborative lessons that really, again, focus on improving outcomes, and really also focused on enabling educators to bring in STEM lessons and STEM skills, again, focused on driving those learning capabilities. Now, some of the work that we've done on the continent is around focusing and working with ministries of education on their education technology plans and implementations. Given our experience globally, we've done implementations with ministries of education that range from 100,000 classrooms in a province in Spain to about 600,000 classrooms in the Gauteng province in South Africa. And so we can share and provide our insights and experiences on how we can help the ministries of education build implementation plans. And certainly part of that focus is around training and professional development. That's a critical component to enable educators to integrate technology with the pedagogy to focus on outcomes. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rebecca Kinyimigwambo with VVOB in Kenya. And thank you for your question on what VVOB is doing to improve the ecosystem. So VVOB, Education for Development, works with governments to strengthen equality and quality education through continuous professional development for teachers. So our contribution comes in through working with already existing structures to ensure that we capacity build educators, stakeholders, government actors to enable teachers to be able to promote and also offer quality educations in the classroom through continuous professional development. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Rosalie Marandu Karithi, Country Director, Kenya of the Alan and Jill Gray Philanthropies. Now, in Eastern Africa, we have two programs, and we are very well known for our programs. One is Wavumbuzi, and the other one is Jasiri. Really excited to be on this panel. STEM education has been described as encouraging students to develop problem-solving skills, critical thinking, and creativity through hands-on projects. And we at Wavumbuzi do exactly that. We partner with the government from the get-go, as in Kenya and in Rwanda. And by the end of last year, we had reached 100, we had registered 157,000 learners. This year alone, as I stand, our mark has gone beyond the 300,000 mark. And we are encouraging young people to be able to develop their entrepreneurial competencies and aspirations. We do it in a fun way, in a gamified online challenge. And I say no more about that for now, because you'll hear a lot about it this week, and say that we've been in partnership with STEA in doing that. So in that way, you can see we are enhancing STEM education, but really bringing in commercialization, entrepreneurship into the conversation. Our sister entity to Wavumbuzi is known as Jasiri. Jasiri is a high-impact entrepreneurship program. I believe we may have 1 or 2 Jasiri ventures in the room. We are in the business of supporting those who can come up with high-growth ventures. There's a lot of buying and selling that's going on, but how about high growth ventures? How about Africa coming up with more lions and more unicorns? Our sister entity in South Africa are the ones who supported the first unicorn in South Africa, and we believe we can do that as well in Kenya through our Jasiri program. So far, we have assisted, by the end of last year, the creation of 93 new ventures into the ecosystem. 74 of them are still flourishing, and about 69% of them are women-led or co-women-led. I say no more. We believe in STEM. We believe in entrepreneurship. All right, happy to take it as Roslyn. All right, so Thomas, in entrepreneurship, ecosystem building is referred to the intentional process of creating and nurturing a vibrant and interconnected network of individuals, of organizations, and resources. And what do? They collaborate to drive innovation, growth, and sustainability. And this includes supporting startups, supporting social initiatives. Now, the underlying words that we want everyone to remember is that ecosystem building is connecting diverse stakeholders, facilitating collaboration, and creating an environment where innovation and entrepreneurship can thrive. Now, there are 3 ways in which this can be done. There are many ways, but let me highlight 3 ways of building the ecosystem. One is connecting stakeholders. Now, we must bring stakeholders together, and that's why we are very excited as the Alan and Jill Gray Philanthropies, Wavumbuzi and Jasiri, to be here at STEMtastic. This is a way of connecting different diverse players and sharing knowledge, sharing resources, sharing expertise. I'm sitting here, and as the lead of stakeholder mobilization in Eastern Africa, I'm going to contact each and every one of our panelists here and keep that drive going forward in terms of collaboration. What can we do more? I remember being in high school, and in Kenya High, we sang this song, "No man is an island, no man stands alone." And so together we can achieve much. And that is one element of ecosystem building. At Jasiri and Wavumbuzi, we believe in not only being here at STEMtastic, but we're always at the STEA Comsteda conferences. And that way we are always sharing knowledge. We have brought in the appreciation of commercialization beyond innovation, beyond STEM, then what next? The marketplace, the go-to-market is very, very important. The second point I want to highlight is that ecosystem building includes fostering collaboration to scale and sustainability. And you cannot do that alone, as we have said. Now, Wavumbuzi is an intervention that we offer for high school learners throughout the country, secondary and high school learners throughout the country. And we are addressing the very pressing problem of inadequate stimulation of a critical mass of young people to be future entrepreneurs. So what happens mainly in our countries is we wait until we're about to retire, like myself, or we wait until we can't get a job, or we wait until a young person is frustrated, and then they talk about business. But actually, a career path is entrepreneurship. So we are building this critical mass of young people, and we are ensuring early exposure to entrepreneurial thinking and action so that they in turn can be job creators and stimulate the economy. Another point that we want to mention under fostering collaboration is that we as Wavumbuzi from the get-go have been collaborating with the government, with different sectors of the Ministry of Education and Samasti and other partners in what we offer the young people to engage in. So every year we offer quests, and those quests are questions, challenges, and the more they engage in the challenges, the more they are stimulated. We don't create those challenges on our own. We always look for strategic partners to join us in developing those challenges. Some quests are around the creative industries, others are artificial intelligence, and so on and so forth. We have a session coming up pretty soon, and we'll tell you more about that. Another way in which we build the ecosystem is collaborating with government. Government has the mandate, really, to create a conducive environment. And they come to us and they say to us what the pain point is. We're currently working with Kenya to develop what we call the ESO maturity framework. And this will show enterprise support organizations how mature they are and how what more they need to do so that they can better support entrepreneurs. And then finally, the last point I want to mention is that in ecosystem building, we must support innovation. In Jasiri, we are asking young people to come up with market-creating innovations, come up with goods and services that a large number of people in society need, unlock non-consumption, unlock under-consumption. And that way, we're finding young people are able to think outside the box, use STEM and all other resources to come up with, indeed, goods and services that many in the society need. Finally, I want to say that our sister entity known as the Allen Gray Center for Africa Entrepreneurship has come up with what they call the 7 elements of entrepreneurship ecosystem building. And these elements include governance, culture, support, finance, infrastructure, market access, and human capital. And you can see in Wavumbuzi, we are enhancing the culture of entrepreneurship and building human capital for the future in entrepreneurship. I ask ourselves as Africans, and this is my last comment for now, finance is a big aspect that young people need. We normally let our young people come up with ventures and they start looking for finance from outside the shores of Africa. How about we as Africans think more about being angel investors, pulling our resources together so that indeed we can invest in these enterprises. And some of them will be future lions and future unicorns. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosalind. I feel like a round of applause would be. And for clearly describing a program that is looking at all aspects of the ecosystem, I'm going to pick up on that theme. Rebecca, could you tell me about some of the partnerships and cross-sectoral collaboration that VVOB is finding productive in terms of your work?
Thank you so much. Still on the aspect of building ecosystems, VVOB main areas of focus is on collaboration. We work with still the Ministries of Education and work within the existing systems to encourage quite a lot of sustainability in that aspect. For instance, in Kenya, we have partnered with STEMtastic currently to promote STEM CPD for teachers. And we are key in teacher development, for we believe the great aspect of driving STEM and change within the education ecosystem, the teacher is at the heart of this. Additionally, we've also worked with other government partners in Kenya to also promote school leadership, professional development, for we believe that a great school leadership management really supports their teachers effectively in helping to bring out great learning outcomes within institutions. And so institutional capacity building for us is key, for it looks just beyond an individual empowerment into cascading it through into the learners and for great effect out there. Thank you.
Equity, let's have a round of applause. Because we may not have time at the end to give applause to each of them individually, so thank you. Rahim, I want to ask you the same question in regards to effective partnerships and cross-sectoral collaboration, particularly as a global technology provider.
Sure, absolutely. So there's a number of ways SMART collaborates with different partners and stakeholders. I think one of the most important ones that I want to highlight is the collaboration work that we do with ministries of education, and particularly here on the continent. So at SMART, we have something called the Education Technology Assessment Tool. That's a tool that we have worked with closely with leading institutions, for example, UNESCO and the European Union, who are heavily focused in education. And they have identified key capabilities for education technology and what drives to ensure successful implementation and use of education technology in the classroom. And so what we've done is created an assessment tool that we have now partnered with various ministries of education to complete. And essentially what they do is identify stakeholders within the ministry in education, and those can be various types of stakeholders. And essentially when they complete that assessment tool, the ministries now have a view of the different components of feedback as it relates to the capabilities of education technology. And as such, that gives the ministries hard data in terms of what's important for them to implement education technology, how well things are working, some of the challenges, so they can ensure that as they go through that journey and path of implementing education technology, which obviously includes training and professional development, they can make more informed decisions to drive, if you will, improved outcomes or return on investment on that education technology implementation. So that's become a core part of the business that we work with ministries to ensure that as they go through that journey, they're making the right decisions and making the right changes to ensure successful implementation of EdTech. At another level, we work with different stakeholders from, again, software providers to hardware providers to providers that do training and professional development as the various institutions, ministries, and schools go through their journey. And so we help identify how we can enable an ecosystem based on the solutions that we provide, given that the solutions that we provide are very open, so that we can address the different needs of ministries of education, of school systems, of private groups, so that they can focus again on outcomes, improving learning outcomes, and transforming teaching and learning. Okay?
Thank you, Rahim.
Thank you.
Faith, this will be like a game show. I'm going to give you a choice of 2 questions, and you could pick which one that you'd like to do. You could either answer the one related to partnerships or as a major technology ecosystem builder, how your organization is working to bridge the digital divide and create more inclusive STEM education opportunities. Do you pick door number 1 or door number 2?
Door number 2.
Door number 2. All right, let's hear it for door number 2. Go.
All right. So big conversation has been around skills and just making sure that our youth and actually all of us understand what cloud is and what AI is. And Amazon has done a very good job of making sure that those skills are actually available to everyone and anyone. We do have Skill Builder available to everyone. Every so often we do make it free for students, especially to log in onto our website and go through a learning curriculum. But beyond that, what we are now realizing is skills alone are not enough. And so we are looking for partners, anyone who's building systems and environments that propagate learning, and especially EdTech. We are welcoming them so that we can give them the platform for them to build the services. Because I believe we learn better by building and solving solutions and solving problems, giving solutions. And we've seen the young people amongst us, what they go and do is pick a problem that they already have seen out there and go ahead and build a tech solution for it. So we are looking for those partners. We've done a bit of work, I think, from the video. There's code.org who are already building, I think they built an AI assistant, teaching assistant. We have Tangible Africa, those ones have seen, they've partnered with the Kenya National Library Services in Kenya, and they're building, they're teaching kids how to code. And we have a couple of organizations around that. The other thing that we've done is to just make sure that these skills, beyond just partnering with the organizations, and we welcome anyone who's building in that space to come and build with us. We are also making sure that the skills are actually put out there, and sometimes not at a cost. We try and do it for free, but of course it's not possible to do for everyone. So right now we are running a scholarship program specifically for AI and machine learning. We have, I think we're looking for students who can on board go through a gamified way of learning. Once they complete, those who qualify, a few of them will be selected to join now and this one we partnered with Udacity to go through a 4-month scholarship program. All for free. There is no expectation for the student to pay for anything. And for that, I think one of the stories that I would like to highlight, if you don't mind, we have a student called Olympia Otieno. You can see her, we feature a lot about her in our website. Olympia Otieno was a student at JKUAT. She applied for the program, she got the grant, she went ahead and looked for a solution that was affecting close to her heart. She went back to the farmers, looked for what exactly is the problem that is affecting them, and figured out most farmers are not able to tell when my crops are having a disease, are being infected by a disease. They're not able to tell, how do I fix that? So she went ahead, created an AI solution for that, and now she's working with farmers, making sure that now that knowledge is not just sitting with her and sitting with the kids in class. It's now back to the farmers and helping them to grow and just build in the environment that they are in. And these are the success stories we are looking for, because this is a typical African child. We go to school so that we can go back to our parents and build and bring them up and help them up and help our communities up. And so we're looking for more of such. If there's anyone there, the qualifications are basically you just need to be over 18 and have an interest in cloud and AI. You don't have to necessarily have qualifications in technology or computer science degree. All you need to do is just have an interest. And that's what we are looking for. For the other ones, I think the ones who want to join on the Education Equity Initiative, any government agency that is working on building tech platforms for education, CSR companies, social responsibility, any company building on EdTech, and individuals, you want to do something, start something, an NGO that is working in that space, you're welcome to turn to go ahead and build with us.
Thank you, Faith. And Ida, the last question for our panel is, what impact has your organization, CC Hub, made so far in innovating in the EdTech space, and what is the potential for scale?
Perfect. Thank you. I think for us, because we support the startups, we are not the ones who are directly impacting the ecosystem. I think it's every startup that we've been able to support so far. As I mentioned, we've been able to work with the Mastercard Foundation Edtech Fellowship Edtech Fellowship. And with that, we've been able to support 72 startups across the continent. 36 in Kenya. I believe some of them are either in the room or are exhibiting. But I believe 9 of them are exhibiting. And that being said, they've been able to reach, I said, close to 500, 1.2 million learners in Kenya and Nigeria. And that's not small feat, right? At the end of the day, we do want to improve learning outcomes, but how are we able to actually decide that have the learning outcomes actually improved, right? How do we do that, right? Through M&E, right? Because at the end of the day, we'll give you as much funding as much support, but you have to go to the grassroots to actually look at, you have changed this particular thing within your product. Has it actually improved the learning outcome for that particular student? And I believe that's something that we are continuously doing. The past 3 years have been quite amazing in the education space, and we've been able to partner with different players within the ecosystem. Notably, we've just developed a toolkit with KICD to support the startups to be able to take their solutions further for them to be approved, right? We are working with the county governments to ensure that we can reach as many schools as possible, and the startups are able to partner with the schools. So I think education and the edtech space has a lot of potential, has had a lot of potential in the space, but also we've been able to see a lot of startups innovating around education. I just want to notably mention one of the programs that we're running with the Gates Foundation. A lot of the startups within that particular program, able to embed AI. AI is literally the one thing everybody's talking about right now. And I don't think AI is going anywhere. I'm not sure if it's going to take our jobs, but it's not going anywhere. But seeing how innovative their solutions are and how they're embedding AI within their solutions to ensure that they actually improve learning outcomes has been quite amazing. So yes, I believe there's actually skill within the space.
Thank you so much, Ida. Round of applause. And Ida, I want to pick up on your last point of AI. And AI would have told us that we didn't have the right names on top, so there might have been some cognitive dissonance. Only Raheem was lined, so had we used AI, it would have done that correctly. What about another round of applause for our panelists as they leave the stage? Thank you. And just a few announcements.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Once again, STEMtastic, good morning. All right. As Ida was speaking, she said they have a number of programs at AWS. I have this QR code that will stay up, and we will keep sharing it in the course of the day. But just so we can move on, I have a couple of announcements to make. I would like to mention that the STEM Village exhibitions are still happening. So whenever you have the chance in the course of the day, please stop by, interact with our exhibitors, learn some more about the work they are doing, and then, of course, have some of your questions answered by them. All right. Besides that, right after this, we will be breaking out for the presentations happening in the breakout rooms. The breakout rooms are staying the same. So the block in the middle, I finally got a wonderful description for it. So the block in the middle has all the rooms where the presentations are happening. If you're a presenter, or a participant just sitting in the presentations, the rooms are clearly labeled. I have the agenda with me. So these are all the tracks that we will have presentations on today. If you would like a copy of the agenda, here you go. You can scan it while I make the rest of my announcements. Yes, so the presentations will be running from 10:30 a.m. and going all the way until 4 p.m. At 4 p.m., we have a very interesting plenary session by the Speaks Foundation about their Respect initiative. So please join us in the hall at 4 p.m. for that. And then we will proceed after that with a dinner that will be happening from 5 p.m. You do not want to miss that. All right, I will keep the agenda up and encourage you to have a STEMtastic day. All right, feel free. So there is a breakout session that is happening in this room, but all the others are happening in the rooms, the block in the middle. The rooms are clearly marked. So in the agenda, you will also see what room that session is happening and the thematic track associated with it. Yes. All right, let's go.
enablers when it comes to advancing any strategy, whether it's STEM, whether it's health, in whatever field it is. We want to look at the right policies as enablers, and then we also want to look at adequate funding. Now, I'm sure most of you have been following the news and how the funding world has changed, how the traditional funding models are changing. Yesterday, I was reading the news and I saw the release on the fact that the US had left UNESCO, and the fact that that's also going to change a certain level of funding dynamic. And so when we are looking at our educational systems, we want to look at what are the innovative approaches that we can use to ensure that we have sustainable outputs locally on the continent. And I think one of the ways to have these discussions is to have an understanding of those that have been able to use little to do more, those that have been able to use what is available to do great things on the continent. And that's what this amazing panel of experts here will be sharing with us. Now, just to open up the session, I would just love for you to do a quick introduction. Tell us what you do. Tell us one thing you love about Africa, and then tell us your favorite city in Africa.
Good morning, everyone. STEMtastic good morning to everyone. My name is Neema Kanywa. I am the head of programs at Imagine Worldwide. What were the questions? My favorite city and my favorite thing. What I love about. I'm from Nairobi, Kenya, so my favorite city has to be Nairobi, Kenya. I will say a close second is Dakar in Senegal. And what I love about Africa is our music and our love of dancing, that everywhere you go, you can guarantee that will be part of any major occasion.
STEMtastic morning. My name is Luidiko Edward Mhamilawa. I work with Project Inspire as a founding director. And there my role is to make sure the vision that we have had since 10 years ago get to be materialized, of building the Disneyland for science in Africa. And my favorite city is, without a doubt, Dar es Salaam. I love it so much. It's my hometown. And the other part of the question was, what I love about Africa is it is very, very young. Median age in our country is 19 years old. And, you know, that's the most beautiful, beautiful thing you can have as an opportunity in Africa. Thank you very much.
STEMtastic morning. My name is Alex Magu. I'm the Executive Director of STEM Impact Center Kenya. And I work to empower young people through skill building and make their dreams come true through STEM and technology. What I like about Africa, we're the crown jewel of the world. They can't do it without us. So we have to make that possible by investing in ourselves and living up to that dream.
Good morning. I'm Margaret Kabucho, and I'm the Impact Learning and Evaluation Director at STEM Impact Center Kenya. And the city I love in Africa, I actually love Cape Town in South Africa. Yeah, and what I love about Africa is us being black. It's unique. Anywhere you go out there, oh, you're black, you're from Africa. So I love that, it's unique.
Thank you very much. So we are going to start off with presentations. And I just want to throw a personal challenge to all of you. Usually when you come for conferences, you have your slide deck, you have a game plan of what you're going to say, and you have to deliver on it. But I want you to try a different approach today. I want you to think about you being the only problem solver in this room right now when you're making your presentation. And in doing so, tell the audience what solution you are bringing to address whatever challenge it is that you're identifying on the continent. Let someone leave here not with just knowing about your project and what you're doing, but what is the solution? What is it that you're trying to address on the continent that they can learn from and they can utilize? And so without
Mashadu, I'm gonna invite Nema to present on Imagine Worldwide and share with us what it is that you are doing to imagine the world.
All right. I already introduced myself, but just as a reminder, my name is Nema Kanywa, and I'm here on behalf of Imagine Worldwide. And I say on behalf of because a lot of what I'll share is very much the efforts of multiple people, not just at Imagine, but also our partners. So what I'm sharing is work that has been done by multiple stakeholders, all working together towards the goal of improving foundational literacy and numeracy across the continent. Oh, great, thank you. So let me start with what it is that we do, and then what are the lessons that we have learned that are relevant when it comes to policy and funding. So our goal is the literacy and numeracy crisis for millions of children on our continent. I think those of us who are in the education space are very familiar with the statistics about the levels of illiteracy. One, which is probably the most concerning one, for example, from the World Bank, is that 89% of children are unable to read and understand a simple text by the age of 10. And if you think about the fact that, as my co-presenter was saying, most of our continent is very young, and actually by 2030, almost half of the youth in the world will be in Africa. If that youth is not being educated to be literate and numerate, what does that mean about how we can contribute to the global economy, how we can benefit from it, or whether we will be left behind? We also know that the challenges we face within education are significant and they take a long time to solve. We have large class sizes because we don't necessarily have enough physical schools or enough teachers. Where we do have teachers, do we have sufficient resources for training? Are there enough instructional materials? Is there power and connectivity? And how do we support innovative solutions? All of these are challenges which many people are working to address, and they are important to solve, but they will take a long time. And what happens in the meantime? Do we leave millions of children who are underserved in the education, or is there something that we can do in the meantime? And I think for us, we really believe that technology plays a significant role in addressing these challenges in the short term, the near term, and also the long term. And the way this solution works is that essentially you have children learning foundational literacy and numeracy, so basic reading, writing, and math on tablets for just 30 minutes to 60 minutes a day. These tablets work without internet connectivity, which means you don't have to be in the big cities. You don't have to be in Nairobi or Dar es Salaam or Cape Town. You can be in a very rural area, and as long as you have the device, you can still learn. The software itself is adaptive, so children learn at their own pace, which means if I am a child in a classroom with 200 students and I'm slightly behind my colleagues, during my time with the tablets, I can catch up from where I am. I'm not required to continue at the pace that everyone else is at. Similarly, if I'm a bit further ahead, I can also advance. And this software is also culturally appropriate. The teacher on the tablet often takes the name of somebody in that country. It can be in multiple languages. In Malawi, it's in Chichewa. In Tanzania, it's in Kiswahili. In Sierra Leone, it's in English, whatever the medium of instruction is. And the examples are culturally appropriate. You don't have examples of what happens in the mall. You talk about what happens in the market, right? And this is not meant to replace teacher-led instruction. We still support the advancement of teacher training and having more teachers with more resources. This is to supplement that. So in the meantime, while we still have teacher shortages, then this allows, again, imagine a classroom with 200 children. Even the very best teacher may have children who they are not able to support to the level that they require. So this is to supplement, not to replace. And then finally, because the tablets record how the children are learning, it can be continuously improved. If you see that a certain approach to teaching double-digit addition is not effective in the data, you can update the approach that is being applied. And finally, this costs less than $7 per child comprehensively, and those costs are declining. I'd like to play a short video, if it will allow, and if not, we will still be able to proceed, but I do find it helpful to visualize what it is we're talking about. Maybe I can ask our fellow, has anyone played a YouTube video? Sorry, she's the... Oh, I think I got it to work. Yeah. Is there anyone in the room from Malawi? Yes. Okay, great. This video was actually taken in where the BFIT program is being implemented. This is building educational foundations through innovation and technology. And a few highlights from this video. Every child has their own tablet and headphones, so they're learning on their own. And if you look at what is on the devices, it's not the same for every child, because as I said, it's adaptive to their level. You can see these are not, again, schools in a city center or private schools that are already very well resourced. That's a public school. And for some of the younger children, they're learning on maths. It's comfortable for them. It's also the safest to not damage the devices from a high level. And they work offline, but we do provide solar so that they can be charged. So the school gets not just the devices, but they also get solar power provided, which then provides electrification to the schools. So that's just to give you an understanding of the program. Since the focus of today is particularly on policy on funding, I want to, sorry, excuse me. Let me move on to where we work and how we think about influencing policy and funding. So the program is in various stages of scale in multiple countries, and our strategy has evolved over time. So you can see on the map, there's several countries: there's Senegal, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Ghana, Malawi, and Tanzania. At the moment, however, I'd say that there are 3 of those that we would consider the priorities of the portfolio. And those are the places where we can focus on a country-wide rollout rather than one school at a time and then 10 and then 20. The biggest one is in Malawi, and this is being implemented through an MOU with the government of Malawi to reach all 6,500 public primary schools over the next 5 to 6 years. And currently the program is serving over 500,000 students in just under 1,000 schools. The second main priority country where, again, the approach is a country-wide rollout rather than one school at a time is in Sierra Leone. There we have an agreement to reach 750 schools in a pilot phase, and we are in 200 already, serving almost 50,000 students. And then Tanzania is the most recent one, where we are just now piloting to reach 500 schools by December of 2026. And what have we learned so far in planning for scale and beginning to implement in these countries? There are 6 lessons that I'd like to share today. In summary, they are about having evidence to begin with, having the right conditions for scale, building in sustainability from day one, having a dedicated coordinator, the role of philanthropy, and concluding with why this creates innovation readiness in general, which will benefit just our immediate goal of addressing foundational literacy and numeracy, but our future of innovation on the continent. So the first key lesson is to begin with rigorous evidence. When Imagine Worldwide started, there was no plan for scale. Actually, the only objective of the organization at the time was to conduct research to identify an effective Edtech solution that could improve foundational literacy and numeracy. When it became clear that the results from the research showed that this particular software with 1 billion was incredibly effective, then they asked the question, if we now know that there is an effective solution, are we not obligated to try and make this accessible to as many children as possible? And then they started thinking about scale and hiring people who could do that work. But initially, the goal was just to build evidence. And what we find is in conversations with government about implementing this program at scale, all of them these days start with what is the evidence that this program is effective? And if you are a budget owner in government and you're thinking about various programs that you could implement, all of which cost money and you have limited funds, then one way to make that decision is to look at which one has the best impact. And that conversation is much more effective if you have research that you can point to. In this case, we have 9 RCTs, all of which consistently showed strong learning gains in literacy and numeracy. On a personal note, as someone who studied public policy as for my master's degree, it just makes me very personally happy that these are the kinds of conversations we have even with ministers, is that they start with what evidence do you have? That is absolutely how we should be making any policy related decisions. Secondly is to identify the right conditions for scale. What we mean by that is, what are the priorities for that Ministry of Education in a given government? In all the countries I mentioned, in Malawi, in Tanzania, and in Sierra Leone, the governments themselves have foundational learning as a priority. So that means we are not going to try and convince a government to make this a priority and then look into what options they have available for them and then consider us. It has to be a priority already. That way you are aligned with what that government is trying to achieve. You look at program feasibility. So that is assessing, for example, if there isn't electricity across the country, which is typical in most of our countries, then you have to budget in the cost of solar, right? So just being aware of what is feasible and what will that do to the cost of the program, so you can be transparent. You're not approaching a government to say, this will only cost you $3 per child, and then later saying, wait, now that we understand how much solar is required, it will actually cost $10 per child. So take into account feasibility. The education system structures that exist, you should work with them for implementation. So what is the institute that does teacher training? That is the institute that should then do any training that you require teachers to have for your program. For example, do you have experience in the country? Even if that means starting with 10 to 20 schools before making a commitment to say, yes, we'll do an MOU with you to scale to multiple. And again, infrastructure and what funding is already available. I think in summary, what I would say is, as Imagine, we don't try to sell this to governments. We will have a conversation about whether it is an appropriate fit. Does this align with your priorities? Does it help you solve the problems you already want to solve? Is this the right time? Is there the right appetite? If yes, great. If not, it's not the right time. You don't want to try and force fit something. The third lesson so far with scaling is to build with the end in mind, with sustainability in mind. So in our case, the vision is very much for these programs to be nationwide in each of the countries, and the government has full ownership, which means we have to design with that in mind from the very beginning. And there are 2 parts to this. The first is we have lots of co-creation workshops and co-creation work streams. In those, we bring together stakeholders, from different parts of government that will be involved. That means you might have the Ministry of Education, you might have the Teachers Training Institutes, you may have the Ministry of Finance, because eventually they will have to think about the budgeting for this. You may have the Ministry of ICT, if that is a separate ministry in whatever government you're working in. But you want to make sure all the relevant stakeholders are involved from the beginning. You want to give an overview of the program, discuss what the sustainability model will be. I think this is the point perhaps that can feel more controversial, is if you start talking about how will the government pay for this from the very beginning, there is concern that maybe they will not be interested in having the conversation. But actually, being transparent and thinking about it from the beginning gives you more time to plan for it and work towards the solution together. And then finally is mainstreaming the program in government means thinking from the beginning what parts of government are going to take on the activities that you do, and how do you get them involved, again, from the beginning. The journey of funding here is that typically at the very beginning we have philanthropy and big aid to support the initial rollouts. But again, the vision is that at the end you have government that fully sustains it. What this helps with is that these initial phases tend to be the most expensive, your initial rollout and your capacity building. And that is where philanthropy plays a big role. Once this is institutionalized, you can see the cost here of recurring costs of replacing and maintaining solar and tablets actually drops to $3 per child per year. The figure I gave at the beginning of 7 includes all of the capacity building that you do upfront, which is not cheap. But if you have philanthropy to support that, then you're able to institutionalize the program, have government sustain it, and help them jump over the hurdle of the initial expensive rollout costs. The fourth lesson is that it's really important to have an ecosystem coordinator. That was the topic of this morning's panel. And I think, we very much agree with that. If you think about all of the stakeholders involved, you need government. Within government, you have several ministries already. You have the local implementation service providers who help with capacity building and rollout. We need the software, which Imagine doesn't make ourselves. It's made by an NGO called 1 Billion. You need to purchase tablets. You need to purchase solar. And then you need to organize funding. So a lot of what we do is playing the ecosystem coordinator to pull together all of these various resources and stakeholders and align them towards the same goal. I already spoke about philanthropy bridging the gap. So what I'll end with is innovation readiness. So if I take a step back, our immediate goal, which is at the center of this diagram, is literacy and numeracy. However, what we think about is the effect that this could have through policy and with the right funding on the community and on the country and on the continent and on the world as a whole. Because we also see that we can impact attendance and enrollment. Kids are excited to come to school. For a lot of them, the device is very exciting. The learning is gamified. We actually get reports of improved attendance once the program is in place. Boys and girls benefit equally when they're learning on this tablet. Schools now have solar power, and the teachers have technical trainings on how to manage the program. And not just the teachers, but once you get into scale and you have, once you get into scale and you need repairs, you provide training to people in communities to be able to do basic repairs of tablets or solar. That creates jobs that weren't there before. And then that creates an environment where we are now innovation ready. Everybody is talking about AI, what good it will do, what harm it will do. The reality is, if you don't have a population that is literate and numerate in both literacy, numeracy, and technology literate, then we cannot participate in an AI-based economy, in an AI-based world. So all of these contribute to creating an environment where we have a population that is ready for the next innovation, whether that's ready to bring it forward or ready to benefit from it and work in an economy that requires new innovations. So this final point is also an important one, because if you think about policy and finding, being able to connect the dots to What is the immediate problem you're solving? Who will benefit? And what are the additional benefits even beyond the immediate problem that you might see and experience and generate from your solution? Thank you.
No, we can take 2 questions. Okay. Thank you so much for a great presentation. I have so many questions, I think I'll end up taking the whole session. So I'm just going to ask one, and then we take 2 from the audience, and then we... Okay. So my question to you, as we are talking about policy and funding, I think today one of the major issues raised was the fact that whenever there is a change in government in Africa, the priorities change. And the new government comes and they want to work with a new body that also has its own Edtech and stuff like that. And so I think one of the winning strategies is that beyond looking at the national priorities, we have global priorities that don't change. We have the SDGs. We have continental priorities that don't change, like Agenda 2063. In your engagement, are you able to frame that when you engage with these countries on somewhat looking towards those targets and goals, such that even if there's a new body in power, the SDGs are still there and they need to meet those targets anyway as ministries? Do you frame in those kind of global and continental policy frameworks as well when you engage with the government?
Thank you for that question. Again, we go with the priorities of the country itself. So if they have also aligned themselves to SDGs, then certainly we will use that framing. If they haven't, then again, if we want them to be the owners and that they're ones who are in charge of this ultimately, we will not force fit an approach that is not already their own. One thing that does help is when you think about collaborating with government, is that you have to work with all levels of government. That means it can't just be the minister who is on board with your idea or the CS. You then need to make sure that all of the technocrats and all the bureaucrats within the ministry, and those people don't change. Those are the ones who are there for 10 years, 20 years. They don't cycle in and out every 5 years. And if you have buy-in from them, then you have longevity. And this has been true in all the countries I've mentioned. In Malawi, there was a change of minister midway through the process. Same with Sierra Leone. But again, if you're aligned with the national priorities and you work with all the stakeholders at all levels, you don't just stop at the minister and the CS levels, then that allows you to have continuity. Thank you for that question.
Thank you. Are they need, okay, I need a roving mic. Thank you. Okay, oh wow, so many, okay. We start, I think I saw his hand first, the gentleman at the far back, and then this gentleman. Yes.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. My name is Peter from Ghana. Okay, I saw Ghana captured on the slide, but there was no commentary on it. So if you could, tell us what you have done in Ghana. And then also, I also want to know what you have done so far. Do you require at a certain stage a certain level of budgetary commitment from the government? Because you said you have to be open right from the onset. And so what you have done so far, the way you approach it, has there been the case where you need some budgetary commitment from government as you roll out? And then also you spoke about the fact that the recurrent cost per tablet, I think after 2 years, is about $3 per child. Okay, and I found that very curious because one of my challenge with the supply of tablets in schools, we've done some in Ghana too, has been the sustainability, because they are not as robust as other computing devices, and so the need to replace, is very high. Students might use it within just maybe one cycle, they are gone and then it breaks down, you have to be replacing. So if the cost per child per year, it's around $3, then I'm interested in how if that is really the case, then I'm very much interested in how you are able to arrive at that, because that answers the sustainability question very, very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we please have the Kingdom of Eswatini?
Thank you so much, Nima, for the presentation. I have a couple of questions here, but I think they are not difficult. I think maybe it's just one-word answer. The first question is about the ownership of the tablets. Who owns them once they get to our different countries, ministries of education? Are they owned by your organization or by the ministry or by the schools? And number two is the issue of the MOU. I've seen that in your presentation you have signed the MOUs with a number of countries. What determines or what factors do you consider for the MOU to actually, be in place between yourselves and maybe the country that you signed the MOU with? And then I think it's very good that you start by piloting this initiative. I think that is how we do things in education. When there's something new that we want to introduce to the system, that is the way we go. We usually pilot. And I want to find out from your experience, how long is the pilot usually? Is it a year? Is it a 2? How long do you take to pilot this initiative? And then in terms of the tablets, now when they're in the schools, are the learners allowed to take them home, or they remain within the school? They use them maybe just during school hours or within the school premises, or are they allowed to take them home after school? And then the last one, I think you talked about having a dedicated coordinator for this initiative. Is the dedicated coordinator comes from the ministry or from your organization? Thank you.
Okay, so for the interest of time, you can take these, and if we have...
Okay, and I can see more hands. I will hang around, so I'm happy to answer any other questions later. We did do a pilot in Ghana, in northern Ghana, so around the Tamale region and even further north. I think we reached about 40 to 50 schools. However, when we had the conversations with the government, it didn't seem to be the right time for a national rollout. So there we don't have an MOU to expand, and at the moment our priority is countries where we can have a national rollout approach. So I don't want to say too much about those conversations, but it didn't seem to be the right time. Yes, there is a requirement for a budgetary commitment. So if you see here, I don't know if this is also a pointer, but in the first column at the bottom, government assumes control of program in schools on a rolling basis after 2 years of support by Imagine and partners. What that means is when we sign an MOU, even for a pilot, the agreement is that if you pilot 500 schools, they will receive support from Imagine and implementation service providers in terms of delivering the tablets and solar, capacity building for training teachers, monitoring assistance in addition to the school inspectors who visit the schools. The implementation service providers will also do school visits to keep answering questions from teachers and head teachers and help them refine implementation. That happens for 2 years, and at the end of that 2 years, there is a commitment from the government that they will take over the program in those schools, meaning they will continue to do the monitoring, they will continue to train new teachers who come into those schools who are not familiar with the program, and they'll take on the cost of replacing any devices. So yes, there is a budgetary commitment, and not just for the pilot, but when you agree to scale, then the commitment extends. All of the schools included in the program, after 2 years, get fully handed over to the government. It's not a switch at the 2-year mark, right? You start from the beginning of essentially doing everything together, and then the Imagine and partners reduce their level of engagement, and then at the 2-year mark, that the government should be continuing independently. In terms of ownership of tablets, once they are delivered, those tablets belong to the government and to the school that they are in. In terms of from the Kingdom of Eswatini, we had the question about the MOU. So yes, what the MOU states is essentially what are the responsibilities for each party. The responsibilities for Imagine will be to do the capacity building, to deliver the solar and the tablets, to do the procurement. The responsibility of the government will be to make people available for co-creation, for working together to determine what the sustainability plan is, for doing the school monitoring and implementation, and also then for taking on financial responsibility of maintenance and repairs of tablets and solar at the end of that period. Let me just answer the questions and then I'll finish. I'm being told my time is up. The piloting phase can be anywhere from 1 to 3 years. It really depends on how many schools the government wants to include in the pilot and for how long. Usually what we do is at the end, during that pilot period, we collect data on learning outcomes. So if there are already RCTs that show evidence that the program works, but typically governments will say, I want that data from my own country as well. So we'll collect data on learning outcomes, and at the end of the pilot period, if they're satisfied, they continue to see positive impact, then they will want to extend it. The tablets don't go home, they stay in school. And part of how the cost is low per tablet, back to the other question, is yes, a tablet costs $50. It doesn't cost $3. But that tablet is going to be used by 3 to 5 students on any given day. And that tablet will last 3 to 5 years. So if in the first year it serves 5 students and the next year it serves another 5 students, at the end of its lifespan, it will have served anywhere between 15 to 25 students. So that's how the cost per child per year is very low. It's not one device per child, it's not one laptop per child. In the classroom, every child has their own device, but those tablets will move from standard 1 at 9 a.m. to standard 2 at 10 a.m. to standard 3 at 11 a.m. and so on. So that's how the cost is low and effective. And finally, the coordinator role is the role played by Imagine as an organization during the rollout phase. So Imagine will sit at the center of these stakeholders. So they're the ones who coordinate with government to say this is the plan for scale. They'll then find and negotiate prices for purchasing the hardware of the tablets. They'll also find the vendors and negotiate for solar and delivery. They coordinate with 1 billion to ensure that the governments can continue to use the software for free and that the software is being improved based on learnings for implementation. And we also do the fundraising for the initial phase, which is funder-led. So Imagine as an organization acts as the coordinator to bring all these parties together. Once it's handed over to government, you don't need the implementation service providers. Of course, government is owning it, and essentially we hand over the relationships with the hardware provider and the solar providers, now having worked on that program for several years. So the means of, or the method of operating, the cost, etc., have already been negotiated. And so the government doesn't necessarily have to take extra time to find other vendors unless they want to, right? Like that work has already been done. So that's a role of the coordinator, is to pull together all of these stakeholders and to continue to do so throughout the rollout of the program. I hope that answers the questions that have been asked. Thank you so much for your engagement, and I'm around and happy to have any further discussions for those who are interested. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This has been an exciting presentation. Thank you. Moving on to Dr. Louis Diko from Project Inspire. I recall that we worked together when we launched the African Union Youth in AI and Robotics competition. You were one of the experts that came to speak on the value of educational technologies and what we should be looking at as African Union. So we look forward to hearing your insights on what you're doing and also providing solutions to our audience on what are some of the practical approaches.
Thank you, Dr. Barbara. I think following her advice to reshuffle the whole presentation, I will be using my notebook as well as a reference to add value. as the Edtech is being sorted, just out of curiosity, how many of you have been to Tanzania? E-Learning Africa, brilliant. I think, who else has been to E-Learning Africa recently? Good. So, I mean, we were privileged to host such an, humongous event, and it was really a testament into, as a country, how we are interested in championing changes in the education space, and not only just at the provider level, but also at the ministry and intergovernmental level. So Tanzania is really at the forefront of this, and being here, it's also a privilege. And yes, there's another 2 minutes to bring that. I'll start talking a little bit about Project Inspire. On the side, we are an organization founded 10 years ago, and we started as a small movement of young people interested to offer career guidance support for children in schools, and it evolved into something that is much bigger than what we had hoped it would be. And now we are operational in almost 5 different regions in Tanzania. And in our space, instead of building one solution, we're more towards creating a platform for other solutions to come in place and do delivery. Yes. So, and also we believe that for this African children to have meaningful STEM education, they need inspiring spaces to learn. And these inspiring spaces to learn could be hard and far apart. And our dream is to have, as I said, Disneyland for science. And this is our first, yeah, so this is our first attempt to that. So we call them STEM parks. These are spaces where they would have locally made exhibits for hands-on project-based learning for children, where also would include the entire spectrum of science, technology, and math. Like this one is for gravity. We have exhibits talking about states of matter, light and reflection, sound. This is conservation of angular momentum in nature. Some of these concepts are very difficult to memorize from, but having such places where a teacher can bring a class, demonstrate this phenomena, or students themselves can come to explore these spaces after class hours. We have access to some technologies that they wouldn't otherwise get to do in a school setting. One other advantage of a space like this is we have the liberty to break from the mold of the traditional learning in a classroom that has, this bound to curriculum and that thing. So that really helps us to bring in the impact that we have in our spaces. And we have... I think technology has decided that today is not our We can proceed just like that. So some of the approaches, just to give a background, we focus on these 4 major pillars. Constructivism, where learning happens from a child, and to discover knowledge. We have design thinking that is embedded in these spaces. And STEM pipeline theory, we call it STEM career ladder, where we engage with children from 3 years old to pre-university at different layers, including getting them engaged, excited to science, exposure, most of what some at semester is happening as well. And also we have equity-centered pedagogy. So this is a bit of a background of what we do and how we do it. Back to how we can do scale for this. So the areas in green are the places that we currently have actively functioning STEM parks. The areas in red are the ones that we are currently expanding towards. So west side of Tanzania. And areas in yellow are the next targets for expansion. The idea is the next 10 years, we want to have 100 centers like this across the country. The question is, how the hell can you do that? As you see, it's very, very infrastructure heavy, very expensive to build, extremely expensive to maintain. Imagine World has, we will be able to, has been able to tell us the cost per child up to $3, but with this one, you have to make sure that it's maintained every day. The kids play with the exhibits, they break them. Where do you get the money to repair these things? And if you don't do it, you don't have sustainability in mind and scale in mind from the beginning, you will just have elephant projects that will collapse in the next 2 days, right? So our big, hairy goal is to have that. And going mobile as well in places where we might not be able to reach physically. So to be able to do this, we've put them into 3 different models. One as a big center that is independent standing, like the ones you've seen. And another one will be a smaller model where they're embedded in a school or in a library or in another facility or community center. Or another model, the lowest one, would be outreach centers where we'd only train a few people within the approaches that we do, and we'll use mobile vehicles to go and reach these places. So with that framework in mind, this is what we have in mind from the beginning. So one, there's national integration, as my previous presenter has talked about it. Formal partnership with ministries. We currently have, 10 years later, we currently have Ministry of Education, the local government authority, and commissions of science, technology, and Tanzania Ministry of Education, part of this as a buy-in for this. So we have a formal MOU that is multi-party wise. And how does this help? Is in terms of having the national alignment with the goals that we have, but also looking at what are the priorities that they have. And we've recently changed our curriculum in the country that is really pro-PPP, public-private partnership. So there are frameworks that can be designed to channel funding from that space. Second part is local ownership. So our very first experience in Tanga, where we started the first STEMPact that I showed you, from the beginning, we worked with the local government. And they provided us an unused building before that was rotten and they couldn't be able to afford it and maintain it. And we came with a proposition like, look, we have this nice idea of having this beautiful space. We don't have the money to pay rent for it, but we have some funders who are interested to give us money in case we collaborate with you. So we did an entire survey, look at the places, we found a space that was old and rotten, and the funder was interested to give us the money on the conditions that we can manage this contract for at least 15 years without paying the rent and getting teachers to be capacity built to run these spaces. We also told the local government that you have to scaffold the structure in such a way that every 3 years you uptake 20% of the operation cost of this space. So it doesn't overwhelm them at the same time that they have to take the next year. So year 1, we do the whole thing with the funding support from the donors. And then year 2, we make sure we do the training of the local staff so that we don't have to staff the whole place. We build capacity for the local teachers. And then year 3, they have to put in 20% of the operations costs. Then year 4, they take another 20. So they have time to look at the local government sources of fund to buy in to do this. And it doesn't have too much of a cost because if they put in the teachers as part-time and our payroll gets lower, right? So strategically becomes a step-by-step approach. And for the first time, I think we were able to, right now this year, we're getting up to 50% of the first center we did in Tanga taken as operational costs from the local government. So having a start from the beginning to have this buy-in, we scale this same approach to other places that we're trying to build right now. And showing them evidence, as my previous presenter said, showing them evidence that it works and other people buy in. We're getting this support for other places that I mentioned we're building, and it's going, relatively well. Again, blueprint for growth from the beginning. So we are thinking 100 centers by 2034. They don't all have to be big and expensive, I've said, so how do we strategically scale them up? But also private sector, other private sector engagement, things like creating a franchisable model for this kind of operation. So if you'd like this, you say, we want a STEM park in our space, there's steps towards getting this space. So we need to first do analysis of how the land work and the people in the ground, the buy-in, the local government engagement, up until we're able to see where the money is going to come from for maintenance. And another thing that we're currently working on, which we haven't finalized, but toolkits and having platform architecture for regional implementation capacity. So regional in terms of how do we scale to other places now beyond Tanzania. So with the experiments that we have now with the 6 centers we have, really we do implementation research along the way. So collecting data, looking at what are the efficacious approaches would work, and then using this data to inform the government and the policymakers and the funders as well. So that, I think, is something that would be, I think we should share from our experience. So this is just a bit of a framework that how we engage with the children. And I show this also because instead of us being, as I said, to create only one solution for everybody, is to become a platform to engage other people. So if there are people with solutions that you think are useful to access children in at different various ages here, we're open to see how can we collaborate so that we don't reinvent the wheel all the time. Well, there are already existing efficacious solutions. So bringing in Imagine World at our spaces, you know, and other solutions is one of the ways that we could strike a deal around how do we engage at early engagement of children from 3 to 9 years old, which is play-based learning, you know, storytelling, community exhibits, engaging. And then when they get a little bit older, we have much more exploration and curiosity around hands-on workshops and things like that. And then as they grow older, we do, you know, deeper dive in terms of advanced labs, fabrication tools, and looking at national platforms for engagement. And one thing that I'd like to also mention is at the pinnacle of that, once these kids have gone through this STEM career ladder, as we call it, they get an opportunity to come work with us. In the audience, Kelvin, can you show your hand? We started working with Kelvin when he was a high school student back in 2016. Right now, he's managing the STEM Park in Dar. So we create our own. That also is in part in terms of when we communicate this at a policy and sharing with other people that we are really creating an impact that can do this leadership in our spaces. And two other things that I had to point out before finishing is when we communicate value in terms of this engagement to the strategic partners, like using an old existing building, is how can we become your ally in making your city better? So Tanga wanted to make to be a youthful city. So we are coming in with this vibrant STEM park, right? That is a different kind of space. So that becomes a really good value add for them. So this is not just for me. What's in it for you as well? How do I make your job easier as an educator, as a politician, as a someone in the position of authority? And also, I really loved what Nema said, working with the technocrats. We have endorsement from the minister level, but also we are working really with the chief economists at the level of the district, who are really the ones who are championing our work and the budgeting. And the last thing I wanted to say is that it takes time. It took us 7 years until we got our first MOU. So, I mean, as people who have initiatives that want to deliver these things, consistency around knowing that sometimes some government can be, a bit heavier to make decisions because of so many other priorities on their desk. And to you as someone with a solution, that is your top priority. So being, mindful that these things can take time and consistently engaging them, sending reports and things like that really helps to move the needle in that space. But also knowing it takes time in terms of they won't be able to buy in immediately. So our model of, giving them opportunity of 10% this year, 20% that year, and then engaging with the funders who are, at the philanthropy side, the role of philanthropists, who understand that it will take time, but they will support you, really, really, really helps to think of how to scale. So this is Project Inspire and what we do, and we hope to be able to create the Disneyland for science in Africa one day. Thank you very much.
For a great session. You also, from even the video snippets, how much great work is being done in Tanzania, and I hope it's inspired you. So we have room for 2 questions. Please keep the questions brief. You can meet up with him later if you have other questions. So I saw this hand first. Is there mic? And then, yeah, so 2 hands. So first question.
All right, thank you. My name is Divine. I'm from Ghana. That's a very insightful presentation and a very thoughtful project, of course. Given the fact that STEM is expensive, indeed having a cluster of centers where students can easily get access to will be a game changer. My first question is to ask the role of government in all this. I know, of course, finance will be a part, but what are they paying for, and in what terms? Is it that when the children come to use your centers, the government pays the some amount, or in what terms do actually governments actually have to pay for the usage of your centers? And then the next question is about how children that are mostly living in underserved areas also could have access to some of this. I know, of course, you mentioned the mobile-based one, of course, but do you have a prototype of a center, a city center, not the mobile type, also in some of these communities, and how patronage is also to that extent in those centers compared to peri-urban and then urban areas? Thank you.
Right. I answer. Okay.
Hello. All right. Thank you very much. My name is Kwejo, also from Ghana. Really cool. That was a great one. Particularly for where I work, where I'm with the TVET agency in Ghana. Now the TVET agency for the Ministry of Education. For us, anytime we hear STEM, now we slash it with TVET. And I'm very excited when with your ladder, you have particularly so from 15 to 25, because we are concentrating very much with that. Also, I heard you talk about PPP approaches, and for us, it's one thing that we would like to learn how you've been doing it, local level and all. For us, TVET now, every learner must have something called workplace experience learning, and you have to go to industry. And one of the things the government has decided to do is to build what we call innovation hubs, and what we may also add called maker spaces, so that not just learners, but what we have called the informal sector, which is the largest, giving us employment, how they can use these centers to improve on products and services. My question to you really will be, I saw you are planning in expanding in Tanzania, but how are you looking at, collaboratives if it was to be in other countries like Ghana? And my emphasis will be on TVET. Sorry, I'm pushing on this one. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I'll try to respond in reverse order from the TVET. So an example of a PPP approach with the context of TVET. You've seen the exhibits that kids are engaging with, right? Our team sits down and decides what kind of exhibits and do the pre-prototyping and thought process around it. But we're partnering with the local TVET within the regions of expansion to manufacture those. So that becomes a easier button for us. We don't need really to create an entire new workshop to design in every place that we would go to expand. So TVET becomes a role, takes a role in it. And some of the kids that we've been working throughout the STEM career ladder are really actually went into TVET, some of them, and working with them into designing and prototyping some of these exhibits. So they're really feeding into that space, and it is actually possible. And the question of how are we thinking about expansion beyond Tanzania, we are really that's really at the core of our thinking right now. And we're thinking after the next 3 years, once we've really optimized a scale model, because we now have like the 3 centers functional and the others that are coming up to be done by the end of this year. We're conducting an implementation research at the same time, which you can see what are the really core pillars that will help us in expanding, so that one of the problem would be quality control, for example. If we do expand to Ghana and we have STEM Park Ghana, we would want to know what is happening there and how can we really support you, how can we know that the outcome and the brand associated with the work that we do is really at quality. So we need to talk after a year, but let's keep in touch. And back to the questions regarding how much kind of funding comes from the government. We know from a private entity, receiving money from the government is a bit tricky most of the time. So how we do it is we ask the government to take off costs that are they're already incurring. So for example, they have a building that they own already, so we don't need to pay rent for that building. That is being featured as a cost. And then, for example, we have, once the building is complete, they're giving us subsidies, because electricity, for example, and water bill and all these things, and internet, they get to be provided from the government or through partners that are working with the government. If we have ICT solutions like with Airtel, for example, that the government is already working on zero rating, that really takes off the costs from our places. And even getting teachers to come in who we don't pay, they're paid by the government, that takes away from the payroll. So presenting it as a package like that, at first makes it attractive that the government is not giving you money directly, but it's doing support indirectly. And then next step will be, okay, now we need to maintain these things. Can we set a budget slowly in that space? So we get liquid cash from the government to us. And in terms of the last question asked, the rural setup, yes, we have, in our model, we are in one of the places in Southern Ireland, in Songwe, we're doing a center in a school. So we just have one classroom and a big garden, no, two classrooms and a big garden within a school. So that way, it is in a rural setup. So we can, and we work with teachers as well in this space. So we can get really at the rural spaces where we don't have to manage an entire, center. That way, we don't have to worry about any utility costs. Our only work is program delivery and making sure that we have strategic partnership in that space. Yeah? Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. I think one thing that you noted that I would want to emphasize when we are looking at government funding, we often say that African governments don't fund initiatives because maybe they didn't give you a check of $100,000 for your initiatives. But as you mentioned, sometimes you can engage them on domestic financing initiatives, like providing staffing that would help with the work that you're doing, providing office spaces, providing, policies and strategies that will enable the work that you're doing. So let's look at innovative ways of raising funding for some of those initiatives. Now we have the last speaker coming from STEM Impact Center Kenya. I don't know which of you is speaking or if it's both of you. Okay, so we have Alex and Margaret that are going to be sharing with us what STEM Impact Center Kenya is doing. And as you're coming, I'm reminding you to think about what solution you are bringing. So after you tell us what STEM Impact Center is, the question is, and so what? So what is it solving? What should we be learning from it? Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Alex Magu. I'm joined by my colleague Margaret. And part of our solution to bringing equitable access to STEM education has been building communities of practice. And these are localized communities to the level at the school level or supporting grassroots or organizations. So this will form part and parcel of our presentation. But I will want to introduce who we are and what we do. We are non-profit and we work to advance uptake of STEM education and technology by creating creative learning spaces and opportunities for learners to interact with technology and STEM activities. And our overall vision is to empower underrepresented communities. And that's why we talk about so much about equity. There are communities that hardly get that opportunity to interact with STEM education, meaningful STEM education activities, and technology. And in my presentation, our presentation, you'll be seeing pictures of stories of our children, our teachers, and other educators in action. So when we start to talk about equitable access, I know technology and STEM education becomes quite expensive, and it's always the bone of contention. But in our case, we are discussing how can we bring these resources from the elite. And we have almost four distinct tiers of education, from tier 1, 2, and 3. And looking at the bottom of the pyramid where you have so many learners, so many schools, and especially within the public sector. So we start talking about how do we bring in quality education. And that's often at the expense of, we want to take in big numbers, but we can be able to bring sustainable quality education to the schools that are at the majority of the pyramid. And what do we mean when we start talking about communities of practice? These are localized networks. And what we do is that we engage teachers and learners and other educators, meaning they don't have to be teachers, you just need to have a community space or an idea. And we run a mobile tinkering lab, and through this, they are able to lend devices from us, and we can ship to various schools. They run a boot camp, come back to us. We run capacity building for different segments. Alternatively, we can go to the different schools through our mobile lab. And by doing this, we are creating a community of practice, such that if we need to run an activity 400 kilometers from here, I don't need to travel, or my organization or the team does not need to incur the expense of going, because we've already built a community of network of teachers who we have trained, or local organizations who we can just dispatch 20, 50 laptops and they're able to run an activity. But it all begins with three key things if we were to kick off a community of practice. One, we must have common interest. The same way we come here for the STEMtastic convening. We have common interest that we want to advance STEM education and learning. STEM learning is our common interest. The same case happens with our teachers. The next bit that we look at, are we able to mobilize a community of either teachers, learners to come for the boot camps, to come for the trainings, or if it's even within a church, are we able to bring in the children to the church and use those facilities, and we bring it as a resource and use it as a resource that we are able now to advance this. The third thing that we look at is the practice by sharing. So are they able to adopt some of the tools we are using? Are they able to set up a makerspace? If not, do you have a community? Even cyber cafes have been some of the organizations that we have supported to enhance coding activities. So by sharing those practices, resources, tools, we're now able to bring more children, more learners, more educators on board. And by this, the question is, why is it important to build a community of practice? Why should you be interested? So at this point, we want to make STEM education local and relatable. If we are running an activity on electricity and next door you have a power generating company, hardly do the schools and the company interact. But now we're building the capacity of the teachers. How can you use that as a resource? They either come to you or you can go to them. So that's one way. There's another aspect of peer collaborations among the teachers, and I want to merge it with the confidence and innovation. So at this point, we found that teachers would hardly want to get into something that will be difficult for them. But when you bring them together, they are able to share their stories, they're able to share their problems, their struggles, and they're able to encourage one another. And most importantly, learn from one another through these communities of practice that engages us to accelerate equity in STEM education. And one of the critical things here is bringing formal and informal learning. And by this means learning does not need to happen just in the classroom alone. So we need to break that down, that you can learn from home, you can learn on your way to school, you can learn from a museum or any other community. And learning becomes a journey that does not end. So you keep on learning, reinforcing, and with that, we're able now to bridging the gap. You do not need to just learn in school. So there are other places that you can be able to get. And by this, we've been building a model, and through our model STEM Mobile Tinkering Lab, and especially our lending library, so whereby being the critical focus that teachers can get devices from us and run activities in school, or they can call us and we go to their schools. So we support them to establish either STEM clubs within their schools. We support them to run camps. We run competitions across the country. There are a lot of mentorship sessions that we've been doing. And as well as one of the most interesting programs that came up is a need from what we are doing in capacity building. So we run an incubation program, and most of the times the projects that students have, especially during the science and engineering fair, some of them are very unique and very viable ideas. So through our incubation program, so we've been able to support organizations. We had one that developed an innovative toilet, and recently they are in talks with Bill Gates for that. So, and that's a scalable solution. We are talking about hygiene. So we have others who have ideas in AI, in inclusive education. So, and those young people go through an incubation programs, and some of them end up getting funding and having viable projects. So I'll want to invite Margaret for the second part.
Okay, thank you, Alex. So, communities of practice. So, as we are all here, we are already a community of practice, isn't it? Yeah. Why? Because we are all interested in, this room was for policy and funding, right? So, we are all here because we are interested in that specific topic. And I would like to go step by step into how do we build our communities of practice here in Kenya. So for the educators, they are our main change agents here in Kenya, such that if we run a program with teachers, or rather if you are all educators here, right? So if we were to run a program with you, we are all coming from different countries. You got something. Once you go back, either in your countries, your communities, your schools, you're able to spread whatever you have learned, and that there is continuity in the programs that we run. Another thing is on the learners. So we don't, we refer to our learners as innovators. Because we have seen them innovate, invent a lot of good projects. So we do, or we organize competitions both locally and internationally. So whereby we have a competition and we have students or learners from all over the country. They're able to come since like the World Robot Olympiad competition is a competition that we organize every year. So we have students from all over the country, and we refer to that as a community of practice. Reason being, these students are passionate about robotics. They're able to come and show us their solutions, compete, and they're able to take that to the next level. Another thing is the tech centers or the COP hubs. So we run a tech center both in Nairobi and Eldoret, whereby a community of parents are able to bring students at our centers to participate in the various programs that we provide. And then the other thing is the digital tools and platforms. So we have partnered with various organizations like the VEX World, where they provide online courses such that teachers are able to go through the courses virtually and they get certification. So that is how we refer to the digital tools and platforms, and the partnerships as catalysts. So we have done this through partnerships. We have partnered with STEMtastic before, the Ministry of Education, such that, hey, they're like STEM Impact Center. We would like to run a program in this and this county. What do we need? So we come together, do mobilization, and we are able to run that program. Then
the next thing you're going to look at is what have we achieved from these communities of practice. So there has been increased teacher confidence and capacity. So once we do a program, hey, we have engaged a teacher before, maybe for the first time they have interacted with coding, and they're like, hey, this is the first time I've done this. And then after that, or over time, they're able to increase their confidence as they learn our programs. And then the next thing is we have been able to reach over 30,000 students and 2,000 educators all over the country through the various programs that we run. And then the alumni of STEM programs. So like Alex mentioned earlier, we had a learner who probably was part of our programs. They took part in the Kenya Science and Engineering Fair, and hey, after school they were like, I would like to continue doing this, and they have a viable solution, a viable innovation, and you are able to support them such that they can come up with prototypes that turn them into businesses, and then later on they're able to impact the rest. Are we together? And then the next thing is creation of teacher-led STEM clubs and learning hubs within their schools. So once we run programs with the teachers, so if you were to do a program probably in Samburu, Turkana, and all that, so maybe we have called teachers for a program. How are they able to continue now making our program sustainable? That every now and then we don't have to travel all that for longer distances so that we meet the learners. So once we impact the teachers can carry on whatever they have learned, whatever they have picked up, and they continue doing this in their schools. And then youths from COPs go into to lead STEM initiatives, like I just mentioned. You find some of the youths that we have supported in our accelerator program. They're able to, some of them have started their own initiatives, their own organizations, and they are doing well. And some of them have even gone, or rather they have gotten opportunities in STEM-led organizations, and they're able to continue doing this. So as we do this all along, of course there are challenges, and one of them has been limited access to infrastructure and technology. Why does this come up? Simply because you go to, maybe especially in the marginalized groups, or rather in the informal settlements, some of them are like, hey, we would like to run a program, but you find most of them probably don't have the resources. We don't have tech, a hub, probably a classroom. We don't have the computers to do this. And then we are like, you don't need all that for you to run our programs, simply because through our mobile tinkering labs, we are able to meet the learners at their doorstep, and we are able to implement our programs where they are. The other one is relying on donor funding or grants. So that has also been a major challenge, such that sometimes we are limited by funds. Of course, STEM education is very expensive. And now where we don't have someone to meet the cost, it becomes a challenge for us to carry out some of our programs. And then there are geographical barriers. So we might be intending to do probably a program here in Nairobi, and then we are like, we need teachers from all over the country to come. And some of them are like, oh, I'm not able to make it. So due to that geographical barriers, sometimes it's a problem. And then there's a digital divide. So you find that once we run these programs, especially the in-person programs, there's that division. You find that either some educators or learners are more acquainted, or rather, especially for those that we do our programs for the first time, some of them are like, oh, they're digital literate. Some of them, this is their first time doing it. So there's that division, especially when we are doing the programs. And then teachers are familiar with some coding and tech tools. So, hey, we are supposed to run probably a coding program for teachers, and some of them are well versed, some of them it's their first time. So we need to find a balance on how do we make these teachers who are probably tech illiterate to meet these teachers who have already done this before. And then we have some cultural and gender norms. Some communities still have the belief that girls do not or are not supposed to take part in STEM education. So sometimes we're like, we would like to do a program in for girls, probably in Turkana, Lodwa, and you find probably because of some cultural needs, not all girls in the school will turn up. Why? The parents are like, we don't believe a girl can do this. They believe that, oh, science and tech is for boys. And then there's we've also experienced some challenges in tracking the long-term impact of our programs. And then, so even with these challenges, there is always an opportunity to overcome them. So like for expanding our teacher coaching. So instead of us doing in-person programs every now and again, how are we able to expand that? So we do probably online coaching, we do WhatsApp groups where we're able to connect after the in-person. And then there's we leverage STEM school students, alumni. So those who have been part of our programs, how are they able to now come in and support us to help in sustainability of our programs? And then partnering with local community-based organizations. So there's an opportunity to go to the grassroots level to partner with organization and see how are we able to scale our programs. And then, of course, we need to invest in data systems so that we are able now to do the long-term tracking of our programs. Yeah, and we are done. Thank you.
Much for that great presentation, and I'm glad that you took my challenge and you responded, you brought in solutions to the challenges. I thought you were going to leave it only at challenges, so that's great. So do we have 2 questions in the house? Okay, I see Maria, and then, okay, so I'll be the second question asker. So my question first, since I am the moderator. I didn't see you mention anything on intellectual property. How are you teaching these kids? I think we've heard in the news, for instance, how OpenAI used talent in Kenya to train their models and they were paid peanuts. And how are these children being sensitized on intellectual property and how they can guard some of these things when they are going into STEM education so that they are not taken advantage of by external forces? And then, Maria, your question.
Thank you very much for the presentation. My name is Maria Stella Namialo, and I work with the African Union Development Agency. This question is not necessarily for you, but for all the 3 presentations. Okay, so as you were presenting, it's really good that you're also reaching out into the rural areas, in the rural schools, but just a comment, I don't think I should call it a question. I noticed that in all the presentations, there is no mention of, number 1, like the pastoral communities, the children that come from the pastoral communities, because we know that there are seasons where they move. I'll give an example of the Maasai when they cross into Tanzania. How do you track that? Or the Turkana when they cross into northern Uganda. And then the second community that I noticed that we've not really talked about are the refugee communities. There is also instability there. So how do you ensure that you capture the children so that they can understand STEM, the children who are in those 2 communities? Because I think they're always left out. Thank you.
There's one more.
Thank you. My name is David Kusongoide from the Ministry of Education and Sports Uganda. Throughout all the presentations, I've not had the aspect of cybersecurity. We are exposing learners to all these gadgets, but how do we protect them from accessing unauthorized content? Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I think my question is about school-based support systems. You know, communities of practice is a good way to support teachers, but what kind of capacity are you building at the school level in terms of school-based support system? Because that's where sustainability lies. And around the same, how are these programs embedded in the school policy? You know, we are encouraging schools to come up with STEM policy as a center. I work here, so that's why I'm asking that. What is a STEM school policy, and does it accommodate your programs? Otherwise, they remain with you and the teacher, and you walk away with them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. I think just a footnote to the issues of cybersecurity, child or children online protection, data protection aspects. The question which was asked with respect to accessing unauthorized content was with respect to the learners when they hop out. This also applies to us, the partners and those who are bringing interventions. Accessing children data, personal data, as minors is also unauthorized as far as we are concerned as governments. So that question also has not been addressed when we are doing this. How do we navigate to make sure that we align with the government, Malabo conventions, national data protection laws and related aspects? Thank you so much.
Certain questions that were also going to the other two speakers. So can I have the two speakers on stage, please? The first two speakers, so that you can respond after they respond.
Yeah, excellent. I'll tackle the question on IP and slightly on cybersecurity. On IP protection, we know it's very, very sensitive, and we have seen cases where students' ideas are commercialized. However, in our programs, and especially when we take them in students for our incubator program, we're now able to walk them through the full cycle of startup incubation, which means the first thing they need to do is to guard their idea. And guarding their idea means that they're able to get either copyrights or IP rights for what they're making. At the same time, we have an agency that does that, so we're able now to link them to the agency, and as well as get lawyers who can work with them in that. But it's something that we've been working on board, because sometimes students are somehow not legally required, because the law, you must have an identification card. So with that, those are systems now at a policy level that can be discussed at length. So how do we enhance IP protection for our learners, even when they're still within the primary schools and high schools? Cybersecurity. So the content that we share, we follow the guidelines that have been made by the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, and we don't go past that. So we ensure that whatever we are doing falls in or aligns with the national curriculum guidelines, to make sure that we ensure maximum children safety. And then the question on refugees, Margaret.
Okay, so for the refugees, so we have partnered previously with UNICEF, and okay, they may be beyond that, but on the grassroots level, we have worked with an organization like Windle before, where they basically handle the refugees students, and we approach them and we are like, we would like to do a program with your learners, and they're like, hey, why not? So, and they have also been part of some of the programs that we do, like the Kenya Science and Engineering Fair. Windle, I think last year, they were able to bring a number of teams to the competition because they mostly deal with refugees. So on the grassroots level, at least we are able to partner with those organizations, and they're able to help us reach the refugees. And then the question regarding school-based systems, like I had mentioned earlier, our agents in schools are mostly the teachers. So you find that a teacher in this school has been part of our programs. And then once they go to, especially with transfers and all that, they go to another school, this school is not doing that, and they're able to pick it up, and there's continuity of our programs. And then there was a question regarding how are our programs embedded in the school policies. Like the CBC, I think coding was introduced in grade 5 or 6, right? So we happened to do an outreach program in the interior, in Kajiado. And we were just interacting with one of the teachers. And we did a program in a basic introduction to coding and all that. And the teacher came with a textbook and he was like, you know, I've been seeing this in the textbook. And normally when I teach my students, I skip this topic. Reason being, he is not well conversant with Scratch coding. So at least part of what we do has been embedded in the curriculum, and now teachers are able to continue doing what we teach them. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Those are really great answers. So I just wanted our last two speakers to also speak to, because there was a question that went across, which is on refugee and displaced populations, as well as data protection for the students, and also some of the cybersecurity considerations.
Thank you. I'll speak to how we approach it. So with the refugee communities in Malawi, for example, we do have partnerships in the Dzaleka refugee camp to try and reach the students who are in that camp. We can only do that through existing institutions or programs. So in that case, there's a school that we partner with that will run the program for their students. And there's also a program, it's a dance program, so it's unrelated, you know, strictly speaking, to education, but they have the space and they have people who can facilitate tablet learning sessions for children in the community. I will say that working through government has the greatest opportunity for scale. It also means that we use the systems that exist. So however the government already reaches pastoral students, that's how we would reach pastoral students, right? At least in our case, because we are working directly through the institutions and the systems that already exist. And so we wouldn't want to create something outside of that, but rather use what already exists. That has the best chance, not just for scale, but also for sustainability. If we do something that is custom or one-off, in all likelihood, when we step aside, then it will no longer continue. When it comes to cybersecurity, in our case, the devices, the tablets that students use, the operating system of that tablet is the 1 billion system that has the learning software, which means it only has the learning software. You can't pick up that tablet and go on Google or try to browse or do other things. So actually it helps deter theft, because unless you're stealing it to go take it home to your child to use it also for learning literacy and numeracy, it's not really useful. When it comes to student data, at the moment the data collected is anonymized. So what I can see from a device is it was used from 9 a.m. to 10:30. These are the units that were completed. I can't see which student it was. I will say though that there is in the future going to be a debate or a conversation worth having, because collecting, knowing which student is having which issues could have benefits if that information can be given to the teacher to help them know this student is struggling in this particular area. At the moment, what we can say is for a school, for example, generally it looks like this unit many students are struggling, but we don't know which ones they are. But if you're a teacher, you can say, okay, I'll spend more time. I think in the future, especially with AI, as we get better at allowing children to log in and collecting that information, then it's for the government to decide, do you want that information to then be able to inform teachers of how they can better support individual students? Or is it sufficient to say, let's continue to anonymize it and we'll support children where generally we can say many children are struggling with this topic, but not at the level of saying, this individual student, Neema, needs help with this topic. Even on the tablet, we are seeing she's not able to make progress. So at the moment, there is no student level data. We can't identify any individual students, but I can foresee that as technology improves, as we're able to get better at providing options like student login and identification, it will be an interesting decision and conversation for governments to have and to decide. Lastly, we are generally governed by whatever data governance frameworks exist in the country. So for example, in Malawi, we recently signed a data governance agreement between Imagine, the government of Malawi, and 1 Billion that follows the data governance laws within that country. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. On our side, in terms of the refugees and pastoral communities, we're working with specific organizations in these places. So for example, in Manyara region in Arusha, there's an organization called So They Can, and these are really working toward that area for a long time. So we partner with them to deliver such kind of service and program. So we would write joint grant applications through the US Embassy or other places, so we're able to deliver programming in that space. So we do have access to those places, and we work with strategic partnership with that. In regard to refugees, we've just recently entered the Kigoma region. We have not started to actively working with the spaces because we're building a center there, but just by proxy of being there, we'll definitely have better access to deliver in Kasulu and other places where there are refugees camps in that space. So look out to that. When it comes to cybersecurity, yes, all the devices that we use and give children access to, we do have parental control settings on, so that we don't have these instances that are there. We block, and as a country as well, we have a lot of limitations around how to access different sites, so we do that. And when it comes to student level data, unfortunately we have a different problem because we're doing a STEM career ladder, so we need to know which student is escalating to what level and how can we support them to really reach the potential. So we try to definitely make sure that the data that we collect about these students are within the existing data framework within the country, but also consenting with the parents. So we're very serious on that. We ask for consent from parents whenever we get children coming into our spaces. All the photographs, for example, that we take at our spaces, every child that comes in, the parent has to sign like they're agreeing to all these things that were there. All the documentation that we do really is taken into account seriously. So yeah, so that's how I would respond to that issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see a hand up. I hope it's a very brief question because we are over time. So the Republic of Liberia.
Thanks for the presentations. They are all inspiring. And sometimes we try to go for it, and we all address the sustainability of those things. Well, I like one, because science cut across all professions. If a businessman has to make business, we have to make the provision for that. So other people, we're talking about Africa and other continents, they try to build up their own people. So like thinking outside the box, presenting all these platforms, we have students with brilliant minds. And some of them, they can even come with discovery that you, the teacher, have not actually, understood. So Barbara talked about protecting that mind, the product that comes from that mind. And then I will also suggest that we should be looking out to connecting those people to maybe to scholarship opportunities or institutions that will bring them, to that discovery that they can impact our continent. Because we're looking for scientists to take over our institutions and to do other things. So those discovery, we should actually be looking out for those smart brains that we can put them to places, work with them to achieve their goals and what they have in the inside of them. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very brilliant comment. And so to wrap that up, can I please ask for a round of applause for my elegant speakers? And maybe just in 1 minute, I also wanted to get your perspectives. So we are looking at having an award competition for ministries of education across the continent, where we are going to award the ministries that utilize tech the most. So just by show of hands, is this a good idea or a bad idea? So if it's a good idea, your hands will be up. There's no time for comments, but I just wondered, because we are just in the concept note stage, if there was an award scheme just to get our countries to be more receptive of Edtech solutions and the platforms, the various platforms that are available. And then we have maybe at the AU Heads of State Summit, we have an award scheme for the country that has the ministry that has adopted the most Edtech. Good.
There was no time, but definitely allow me, colleagues, I'll speak on behalf of the African Union as a chairperson until November 2026. Our digital education strategy 2023 for the African Union until 2028, but also our own very continental education strategy for Africa, STISA 2035, articulate in their specific objectives clearly that we need to promote and foster digital education, particularly driving through these frameworks of Edtech. The draft, paper that is on NEPAD page at the African Union Development Agency, our own UNDP clearly also articulates into this. And therefore, the proposition which has come for us as African Union, we are seeing it as a push factor, a driver to accelerate the vision that we have. And this is thanks to Ghana, His Excellency Kwame Nkrumah. We are late to realize the dream of the AU 2063 agenda. Thank you so much. I just wanted to comment, even though it was not provided for, but we seek to drive this agenda. Thank you.
Yes, so much. I welcome. Thank you so much, and I welcome bilateral comments for the interest of time on how we can shape that to get our MOEs to be more competitive. So thank you all for attending our sessions, and thank you speakers for honoring our invitation and coming through for us. Thank you.
Enthusiastic. I'm alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic. I'm alive, awake, alert. I'm alert, awake, alive. I'm alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic. Higher, the hard part, actions. Okay, are you ready? We have space, yeah? A little, yeah. So it starts, I'm alive, okay? And then to the knees a bit, awake, alert, enthusiastic. Okay? So, alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic. Okay? Great. So let's try putting it all together. 1, 2, 3. Alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic. Alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic. Alive, awake, alert. Alert, alive, awake. Alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic. Good job, good job. You can have your seats. All right. So that has gotten us warmed up, right? And we're about to get more enthusiastic at this STEMtastic. Listen, yeah? Enthusiastic at this STEMtastic, I got it, thanks, event, yeah? So I'd like to introduce our first presenter. So we are going to have Judy Muriuki join us from Africa Practice. She'll tell us a bit about herself and also about Africa Practice. So let's all give Judy a round of applause. Thank you.
Mic testing. There we go. Good morning. We are enthusiastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was actually really fun. For what I'm hoping is going to be a great conversation. My name is Judy Muriuki. I work with Africa Practice. I am a consultant. And I spend my days helping clients to think about change. I help them think about what's a system, who's in the system, what does it mean for them to be in the system, and what would it take to create change, while placing the humans in the system at the center of that change. Africa Practice is a strategic consulting firm. We advise investors and development partners doing different types of work across the continent. I'm here today to make this presentation on behalf of ourselves and on behalf of partners, namely SAND Technologies, Africa Leadership University, and Google. Good morning once again. To the next slide. There's a young lady at the corner of that slide. Her name is Aisha. She's 12 years old, and she's from northern Nigeria. Her journey to school is around 5 kilometers every day, only to arrive in a classroom where there are 70 other students being taught by one teacher. Some of us are well familiar with that experience. Aisha is bright. She's incredibly smart, but the traditional education system is buckling under the weight of different kinds of resource shortages and constraints. We're thinking not enough textbooks, an overwhelmed classroom, a single teacher, no internet, no computers. And then we have AI. So AI presents a really interesting question. What if it could bridge Africa's systemic weight? What if it could offer a bridge to Africa's education crisis, not the kind that relies only on downloads and fiber and broadband and ChatGPT, but one that is context aware, low cost, offline, and designed for people like Aisha in contexts exactly like hers. Now, how did we do this? To the next slide. We spoke with over 100 stakeholders in about 6 countries, more countries if you think about the ones we don't list here today, amongst which was Nigeria, South Africa, Ghana, Rwanda, Togo, and Kenya. We conducted desktop research, country workshops, semi-structured interviews, and focus group discussions where we spoke with teachers, students, and even parents because they are a big part of this educational journey. To the next slide, what did we find out? Beyond the immediate issues of infrastructure and teacher training, our research uncovered a deeper systemic barrier issue that historically has hampered progress in education on the continent. Firstly, teacher shortages and their resulting overload. We heard stories like Aisha's from actual teachers and actual stakeholders working in schools. A single teacher can be responsible for 70 students in a class or 100, depending on where you are. Again, some of us are familiar with that experience. This means that your teacher will be stretched thin. They don't have time to provide you personalized attention, to develop engaging content, to offer timely feedback. And this isn't just about workload, it does directly affect learning outcomes because the teacher is at the center of quality, right? Second issue is language barriers. Africa is home to over 2,000 languages. And in the room today, I see friends who are also from another part of the world where there are hundreds, if not thousands, of languages. Because of that, we know that often students are learning in a different language from what they're taught in at school. So in many of our examples for the Kenyans, at home you speak your mother tongue or Swahili. The tools that exist simply don't know or have the resources to navigate this linguistic diversity. Third issue is a critical missing piece, the lack of consistent, contextualized pedagogy and content. Because it's not just about the curriculum, it's also about how the curriculum is taught. Now, speaking to teachers who are experiencing this difficulty, pedagogy is a big word, and I'll avoid going into that today. But the idea is how to teach foundational math, for example, in lower primary, secondary school, and upwards, will differ, is likely to differ from Nairobi to Nigeria. It will also differ from Nairobi, say, to Kisumu, because it does depend greatly on the teachers and the systems that exist. And so without a centralized public resource on truly effective teaching methods, this barrier is being transferred into the AI systems that we're building. These are not minor hurdles, they are fundamental and they are systemic. And they do prevent meaningful learning. And they will cause and have already caused, according to our research, many tech solutions on the continent to struggle and some to even fail. They highlight a phenomenon that we understand and we're familiar with, that a dropping in approach, something that just comes and gets dropped in, isn't accounting for context. And without addressing these fundamental areas, it is a recipe for limited impact, if not failure. Next, our research consistently showed that there are many well-intentioned initiatives in the African education ecosystem, but many of them have also stumbled. The core issue boils down to a context problem. Africa is flooded, and we spoke to many who feel that Africa is flooded with well-meaning but imported edtech that, simply put, doesn't stick. Why? Because it assumes infrastructure that we don't have. Fast internet, one-on-one laptop access, digital tools that depend on high-speed internet beyond large urban areas. In fact, in rural areas, some of these tools expect high-speed internet access and proficiency. We all know, right? We all know. Now, what does the data tell us? 82% of students in sub-Saharan Africa lack internet access at home, and 89% will lack computers at home. A prime example took place here in Kenya, where a well-meaning, well-intentioned, even well-established initiative, the One Laptop Per Child initiative, fizzled out because a laptop is a laptop, right? There's so much context, there's so much systemic gap, and a laptop is simply a laptop, not a magic bullet. So that beyond infrastructure, there's another critical challenge of insufficient teacher training. Only 24% of secondary school teachers in Africa are trained to use digital skills, digital tools in schools. It leads to underutilization and resistance to change, and ultimately, failure. We know that the teachers are at the heart of education. And so when we don't get it right with the teachers, we don't get it right. And thankfully, the research has also shown this. Eventually, failure isn't about a lack of ambition. It is a lack of context-sensitive design. AI does offer a lifeline, but only if we design for realities and not for ideal conditions. And so the key is to learn from the past and build solutions that truly fit, which is already happening. To move to the next slide. AI does offer a powerful opportunity. The key, as we've said, being to leverage context-aware, low-cost solutions, and we're already seeing this with offline-first and mobile-first solutions. We've got the likes of Mshule in Kenya, which is delivering personalized lessons via SMS, or Rory in Ghana, an AI math chatbot, tutor if you will, but a chatbot that's working even on very basic mobile phones. These solutions are reaching underserved areas, and they're using existing mobile networks, existing infrastructure, even where there's no internet. We've also got the likes of Schoolinka, which match teachers to jobs, help identify skills for targeted professional development, and addressing the critical teacher shortage. Then we also have solutions that are teacher-centric, that are automating admin, like grading and lesson planning, freeing up their time from these overburdened teachers so that they can focus on instruction. They can focus on their interactions in class and offering personalized education, which we know goes to the heart of quality. A continent with 2K languages, 2K plus languages, AI's natural language processing abilities can bridge these linguistic barriers and can be used to provide culturally relevant and context-based education in local languages, like Fundamate in South Africa, which we found. These aren't moonshots. Oh, sorry. Next slide. Thank you. So sorry. So we've spoken about Mshule delivering personalized learning on SMS. We've spoken about Rory in Ghana. It's a math tutor in a chatbot, if you will. We've spoken about Schoolinka, which is helping connect teachers to their training and their professional development and offering a level of personalization. And we've spoken about Fundamate in South Africa, which is using NLP capabilities to offer quality AI-enabled access in South Africa. I'm very sorry about that. So as I was saying, these are not moonshots. These are real. They're existing, they are grounded in reality, they are scaling, and they are already making an impact. So we can see this isn't about replacing the humans. In fact, these examples show us that AI can be used to amplify the human in the education system, the teacher, the student, all of that. And these are designed to work within constraints. And it goes to their longevity and also to their scale. To the next slide. So, we understand the pitfalls and we see the potential. How do we move from isolated successes to widespread and impactful scale? Our research identifies a blueprint for success through these case studies, through the research that we've done, for success in constrained environments. And we identified 5 enablers. Firstly, foundational pedagogy and content, which is critical. Effective AI integration depends on getting the content right first. It's not just about AI aligning with any curriculum, but it's about ensuring that high quality and localized teaching, knowledge, resources, and methods are established first. Secondly, offline first infrastructure, which means building solutions that can function where internet access is scarce or even non-existent, and leveraging existing technology so that you can meet the learners where they are. Thirdly, language localization, which means creating AI that truly speaks Africa's diverse languages and making learning accessible in native languages, as opposed to relying on models that often are trained on languages other than ours, which introduces many things, amongst which is bias. Fourthly, enabling the teacher. Crucially, the tools must empower and not replace our educators. This means AI can help reduce admin burdens, provide data and insights for predictive purposes, and offer teachers an opportunity to focus on their instructions and personalize their attention to students in class. Especially in overwhelmed contexts, there's a lot that AI can do there. Lastly, learner support. Personalized assistance to learners that is adaptive to the individual learning needs is a game changer, and we're already hearing about this, and that opportunity exists, even where there aren't enough devices for everyone. These enablers are emerging from practice, from the field, and we recommend that they be considered as minimum standards, if you will, for building on the continent. There's no single actor that can do this on their own. We all in this room have a place in this discussion, from the companies, edtech companies, to the funders, to the teachers, and even to the policymakers. Policymakers, our role is to help establish regulatory frameworks that promote ethical, inclusive, and equitable uses of AI in education for our current realities, even as we think about our futures. To the next slide. Why it matters? It matters because this discussion goes far beyond any new apps and any new advanced technology. It is about a fundamental shift in the way that we approach education and edtech on the continent. If we collectively get this right and commit to these principles of context awareness, inclusivity, and teacher support, then AI won't just be another well-intentioned technology, but it will be homegrown for equity. To the next slide. What can you do as I close? Our audience today is mixed, and so I have things for us to all think about together. Firstly, we have an opportunity to reframe our assumptions. We all need to critically assess whether the AI and the tools that we're deploying are solving real classroom problems. But we also need to challenge the assumptions that we need ideal conditions in order to deploy AI on the continent. Secondly, we all need to recognize the transformative potential. There are some quarters where we are hesitant, cautious, with good reason. But I hope that these conversations are helping us think through, okay, the possibility exists. so we can understand especially that the low-cost AI interventions can address educational gaps, STEM education gaps to be specific, which have kind of been the focus of many projects. Providing personalized learning and teacher support, even with constraints, which are things that our education systems across the continent need seriously. Thirdly, we can all localize the lens to apply a more grounded and context-aware approach to designing and supporting AI in education, especially in our peri-urban, in our rural, multilingual, and often infrastructure-fragile environments. Any tools we deploy need to be resilient enough. This is the mark of resilience. Then, we need to collaborate across silos, and that point speaks for itself. And finally, let's all become champions for outcome-focused approaches. It calls for a fundamental shift in all of our thinking. While class sizes and teacher shortages really matter, we as the stakeholders need to shift our focus from merely measuring and solving for these inputs to rigorously address in order to focus on whether our kids can effectively do math, can effectively read, have substantive learning, have strong memory, have recall. Because that's the skill that they need to take forward as they go through school, and we all in this room are beneficiaries of that. To the next slide, there is a report that is publicly accessible. I encourage all of us to read. It's got a lot of interesting data. And finally, to the next slide, thank you very much for your time. This report was authored by Africa Practice with the support of our partners. I do invite you to read the report, and I am welcoming questions if I've got the time.
Yeah, let's appreciate Judy for that presentation. Okay, do you have any questions from the audience? Questions, comments?
Thank you so much. A really great presentation, and I love the focus on equity, grounded in reality, right? Particularly as we look at the diverse context that we're trying to serve, and especially looking at language. I think this is such a phenomenal opportunity with AI. One of the questions I had was there, I know the research was very much focused on classroom delivery. Did you have any insights that came out around service delivery? So more of AI from the kind of like, how do we best allocate resources, teachers, how do we make better decisions with data, etc. I'm wondering if there's anything from that perspective you might be able to share with us.
Not in an explicit sense, or perhaps I could take. Okay. I would like to answer one at a time, please. Thank you. Thank you. The research, you are right, did focus on gaps, but there is bits in the report around what we're calling a value chain perspective on education, which is an interesting visual. It's in the report, which I don't have before me, but it's a value chain breakdown of what it looks like for an education system to attract, to receive a student all the way to like the full learning curve. And there are some matrices included in the report that speak to where the opportunities might be and include some case study points on where those opportunities are being leveraged. So it might not be in the full response, but I think we've got something to start with. And I do agree that's a big issue.
Thank you for a wonderful presentation. Mine is just around your slide on building for constraint. I was actually excited that the lowest part of that pyramid was pedagogy and content. And this is what this institution is for. STEMtastic is a pedagogy institution. And so my question will be around that. We, in the recent past, have aspired as an institution to train teachers, because that's our mainstay on integration of AI. And looking at the challenges, we would love to hear if there are any forms of localized resources that you can share with us. I know you have given us a very good report, as we start the journey of training teachers on integrating AI for this country and for Africa, because we exist for the continent, it would be great, really, for us to develop this journey together with you. We could even welcome you for partnership, but at the same time, we'll be happy to hear if there are any other pilot projects that have been done in this direction. We will be happy to work with them, especially in just ensuring that teachers are given the right skills to apply that. Because the other day I was training teachers and I just asked a very simple question: what is resilience? And the next thing I saw in the WhatsApp chat was they just Googled AI and they copied and pasted on the WhatsApp chat. Just the way it is. And so I was very disappointed because I was telling them, no, I wanted your thoughts, but they can't think. Immediately here AI is in the house, they stop thinking. And so really this is good. We would love to hear more about this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And I love that you shared that example of you ask a question and someone goes directly to the chatbot and brings you a copy paste. The short answer is the report did not cover any existing pilot projects, but the report does talk greatly about other initiatives in other parts of the world that are looking to systemize or input AI as part of the transformation. So there are case studies in the report. I forget how many they are. I am happy to speak with you after so that I can get you appropriate response. Yeah, but thank you so much.
Hello, hi. Thank you so much for the presentation. So we've actually been building an offline AI platform. We've actually trained it with Kenya curriculum and lesson plans and all. But the challenge, which I think you raised is a really good one, is on the languages and the Kenyan context, or let's say even African context. So again, to reiterate the point, I think the key is to collaborate in terms of building the training data set. That's what we struggle with. We don't have enough to train these models on. So where we have stuff, so right now we're focused on just education. So one of the challenges is like not biting off too much. Because if you want to get an offline model, it's got to be pretty narrow, right? Because of the compute power needed. So we're just focusing on education, and that's great. It's a simple, singular use case, and it works great. But I just want to reiterate, really need some collaboration here amongst all the stakeholders on the training data to build this African context.
And I couldn't agree more, because so in many countries, education data is in legacy form, to put it briefly, right? And so the process, if you think about it as a value chain, going from, we've got folders in a storeroom in a ministry facility, to something that can be taken in, absorbed, you know, and ingested for purposes of running any form of AI use. That's pretty challenging, and we are far ways off. And this did come across, it came up enough across the continent for us to know that it is an issue, because now the solutions that we're seeing people resorting to are people are building their own data sets, which is expensive. And it's a long, long journey to create your own data set. So I empathize deeply. The issue on collaboration, some of what came up just in the interviews with stakeholders was how can we, I almost want to say, build trust with government stakeholders and the custodians of this data. And building trust is a long process, right? And change is a long process. But it does include openness to even start hearing about what we can do if we transform the data. And so I'm happy that both of these stakeholders are in the room, because I think that's an important conversation to have, because collaboration is precisely about that. It's you need to make a case, right? And similar stakeholders to yourselves need to make a case for legacy data transformation so that we can ingest, so that we can produce. And dealing with stakeholders such as Amastea and dealing with the government of Kenya is going to be an important step in the direction of, okay, what do we need? What can we do? How can we do it, right? Yeah, I empathize completely, completely, thank you.
So apologies, I will take one more question and ask that. So sorry, I see a lot of disappointed hands. I'm so sorry, because she was, sorry, a comment. Okay, I will take one question and one comment. For the rest, please, Judy is here. feel free to talk to her. Feel free to take down emails, collaborate. Like we like saying at Edtech East Africa, it's always better to move forward together. Because moving forward together, we move further forward together. Yes? Okay. One, please, we're in agreement. One question. One question. Okay. Can I go to that side for a question? Yes? Okay. So sorry. Oh, okay. Thank you for the comments.
Okay, mine is question on AI and accessibility. Now, you know, I am within a disability space, and one of the considerations that we have is how can we enhance AI and accessibility in our Edtech products to make it more inclusive and accessible to learners with disabilities? That is my question. Thank you.
Wow. I will do my best, and I'll begin by saying that I think there are people building in the room who may be great to speak to, because I'm currently not building any products, right? What I can say, though, is that there are interesting case studies on use cases for focused, usually hearing impaired and visually impaired use cases for AI, right? Because eventually, depending on the type of disability we're speaking on, access means different things to different people. And so, one, I will direct you to our great EdTech builders in the room. Yeah, I think that's a fair way. It's a fair way for me to respond honestly. Yes, but it does depend on who it is and what they need, because eventually the capabilities that we're speaking to on AI have a lot to do with fit. So if something is a good fit for people who can see, but a bad fit for people who are visually impaired, then it's a bad fit. And that's a question on partly hardware, when it comes to the hardware of the tools, but it's also about the learning styles, effective teaching methods that cater specifically to the group that you're thinking about. So we cannot afford to assume that the way you teach kids who, for example, are hearing impaired is the same way you teach kids who don't have that challenge. And so I just want to underscore that. But I think there are people here who can advise on that.
Okay, thank you. She's whispering to me 1 minute. I was tempted to even comment on that one, to say that AI presents us with the greatest opportunity when it comes to developing Edtech and adapting it for special education. I think this is very, very timely now that we need to challenge our developers. Let me come to my substantive comment now. It's a generic one. AI presents a greatest opportunity for Africa to level up and match up and leapfrog. If we miss this train, I don't know if there's another train that we're going to catch and be able to leapfrog and be at the same level with everyone else. And educationists and those of us who are gathered here and developers, we have that responsibility with the help of government. So I wanted to plead with the AU, and I'm looking at Deborah there so that she should both listen and look at me. Organizations, regional organizations, and this now is continental AU, and then the regional ones like SADC, you have a very, very big responsibility to play. And if you're not going to do this now, Africa will be doomed for a long, long, long time, a long haul. With AI, the AI opportunity that we have now, we need these regional hubs to open up and facilitate member states to be able to open up and allow developers, the plea that's coming from there, to coordinate and collaborate and be able to access the data that is needed for us to train the AI engines that are being developed. On their own, it will be very hard, because remember, there's still mistrust and distrust. We look at developers mostly with the thinking that they are coming to make money. But we need to harness this opportunity and say, look here, we know you are there to survive, but we are here to thrive and thrive together with you. So through this framework that we are doing, that's the last part of my comment, through the framework that we have now, the Edtech framework, we should find ways and means of ensuring that there are initiatives that are very deliberate about creating opportunities for member states to contribute proactively towards infrastructure development, but also data, information, and localization of whatever tools that are there. And I really, really want, and I'm volunteering. I'm actually the Director of Open Distance and E-Learning in the Ministry of Higher Education in Malawi, but I'm also the chairperson of the Distance Education Association for Southern Africa. We have 11 member states in there. We are willing as DIASA to collaborate and make our countries come together and provide the data and the platform. But we need facilitation, so we are speaking to SADC. We want AU as well to help us and facilitate the different regional bodies that are there. I'm not sure if I'll find another time, so I thought I would make good use of this time. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. This is a hot topic. So I have a favor to ask us. For the next presenters, I will take maybe 1 or 2 questions, and then for the other questions, we will take them at the end of the session. Before we go to our next presenter, thank you, Judy. I'm so sorry. Yes, let's give Judy another hand. Yeah, so before we go to our next presenter, I'd just like to check is, do we have Janm Research Center in the, okay, great, and MTN Ghana? Great, okay, so up next, I'd like to invite Paul Wayaki from Africa VR Campus and Center. Right, so as he sets up, I won't ask you to stand again. You're looking at me, what? Yeah. So I want you to turn to your neighbor. It's become church. Turn to your neighbor and tell them one thing that stood out for you from the Africa Practice presentation. Just one thing. One thing, you've said 5 things. So let me ask somebody, one person who can tell me one thing that stood out, one thing that stood out. You can shout it from where you are. Oh, yes.
No, I think for me what stood out is this particular report, I think, finally speaks to the fundamental problem that, for the reason we are here, it addresses the actual problem we have, because we all have different solutions, and just seeing that someone has finally picked all that and figured out this is where your problem is, this is what you need, and this is the collaboration that is needed. I think that's what really stood out for me. This speaks to the African child.
Great. Thank you for that. Paul,
Hi.
you ready? Yeah.
1, 2, mic testing. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa VR is in the house, and VR just stepped in this discussion. Can you hear me? And I want to ask the gentleman, one of the gentlemen, let me choose one. Yeah, let me choose you back there with a colored shirt. What do you think this device is for? You don't know? You don't know what you use it for? All right, I'm going to tell you. So what do you think you use it for? Learning? Well, somebody going to say gaming. I knew you're going to say gaming. I'm going to teach you a different thing that we use this this device for. And I'm not going to give a lot of presentation. I don't want to do graphs and stats. I want to do, can we do a storyline instead? Can we tell a story instead now, right now, isn't it? So I'm going to do a lot of pictures and videos. I don't want to use a lot of graphs and charts. and AI generated images. Let's do this real. Yeah. So my name is Paul Simon Wayaki. I'm the founder of Africa VR Campus and Center.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Diana Njeri. I am the co-founder of Africa VR Campus and Center, and also the director of XR Girls Africa, those girls that you can see over there. And the XR Girls Africa is a program by Africa VR Campus and Center, which is a digitalized economy and social program for young women in Africa. So thank you.
Did you know the XR industry amounts to $142.4 billion as of 2023 research by GradView Research? How many of you are earning from that? I'm putting a little bit of that in my pocket right now. Okay? And if you look at the global map, and this is the last chart that I'm going to use. I'd rather tell a story instead. Who is there? The Americas are using it. We are not. And if there was a speck of purple on Africa, it will be so tiny. Africa VR Campus and Center is representing that. I was the first African in the metaverse. Did you know the first African in the metaverse was a Kenyan? Yeah? I got in there experimenting then with that device. It was the Samsung Gear VR. It's not as complicated as this device. And by the way, if I say XR, know that it also comes with AI. I don't want to just keep saying XR and AI. And if I say XR, it means all the technology of virtual reality, mixed reality, augmented reality, and extended realities. Okay, I don't keep saying that, okay? And if I say the word metaverse, it means where I go when I wear this. So right now I'm in the metaverse, but you're not. So when I say XR, just know, it means virtual reality, extended reality, mixed reality, augmented reality, and AI comes together with that. So that's me experimenting with VR, and I started doing something no other African had done before, hosting African events in the metaverse. And guys who are coming in there from all over the world and were asking, is this an African? Are you in Africa? They had to video call me so that I can prove that I'm in Africa. Because when in the metaverse, all they see is what we call an avatar, a cartoon version of yourself. But then we realized, what else can we do with XR? So the reason why we have that this thing on half, because we realized we need to play a few videos for you. And this is 2022, and I was hosting a metaverse event called Kenya at the Ballot. I was live streaming what was happening then in the Kenyan election in the metaverse.
Have raised the bar in this election.
You remember this day, right? You remember the choirs at Bomas? I was live streaming them. When you guys were watching the elections, I was earning from it.
About the issues
because every German, every Canadian who came in, I was like, hey, send me a few dollars. I'm in Africa. You know what?
That have always informed.
That is in the metaverse. It's being live streamed in the metaverse. But what else can we use VR for? Of course, that's why we are here. Edtech, next gen tech in African education. And that is what we did.
Yeah, and Africa VR Campus and Center is determined to bring immersive learning in education to local schools. And this is what we are doing here. And one of the things that we have come to conclusion at is that VR is a tool that brings abstract concepts to life. I love what most of people are acknowledging here, that local schools in Africa are so crowded. You can get into a classroom and find that one teacher is teaching almost 150 students. And that is good not to shy away from that problem, because we'll come to find a solution to solve that. And so what can we do with virtual reality in education? Most of the students who are doing science subjects learn about animal and plant cells, but they've never seen it because they are tied into that old way of learning, textbooks and drawing diagrams on the blackboards. But in virtual reality, a student is able to immerse themselves in a plant cell, in an animal cell, and then in turn be able to draw that cell and name it as it should be. For example, or imagine a student who wants to experience solar system or to explore it, but they don't know how, or they don't have the tools. When they take virtual reality, they are immersed in the solar system and they are able to see it and answer any questions that comes with that subject.
And can you forget that when you're immersed in a plant and animal cell? And I hope Semester is going to give us a booth. We are going to pay for it. If you want to see it, just come. Find us. We are going to find our own booth out there. And who saw us doing this? The United Nations. And one of their sustainable goals is, of course, quality education. And that is what they thought Africa VR Campus and Center was doing. And in 2021, they came up with this project called Metaverse for SDGs. I didn't know then that what I do for passion, I can be resourced to do it. So they sent me a few devices my way, and they paid my ticket, and there we are on Diana and our little son there. We went all over, getting paid to go around teaching what you love doing. That was the best time of my life, 2021, wow. And what did we teach? We taught community leaders who actually are having community projects, their SDGs projects in their community neighborhoods, their sustainable development goals. And our idea was, who are you going to present it to? If you have an idea in your community, and I know all of you are community leaders, who are you going to present it to? If you post it on Facebook, only your Facebook friend will see it. But if I bring you into the metaverse, people are in Canada, they are in New York, and they are able to come and see what you're doing without leaving their living rooms. And that means straight funding to you without any form of transportation whatsoever. And so we onboarded professionals, and also, this one hit me deep, that we are at par. In fact, I'm ahead of many American institutions. And so the picture there on the right, those are students in a RISE program in London. I was paid $500 an hour to onboard them in XR, but I was in Kikuyu, in my bed actually. I didn't leave bed, because wearing this, I don't need to leave my bed. 120 students. 4 of those students were Kenyans. Can you imagine their surprise when they came in and I'm reading their name, Moses Kenothi, and I'm asking, and the guy was shocked because he was onboarded in XR by a Kenyan who is in Kenya and is in London. He went all the way to look for education. Education was just next door. And of course, teachers. The picture on the left is Makini Schools, somewhere in Nairobi. And this is our honorary mention at the HQ, New York. I'm hoping this is going to run, and then let's see whether it's going to play. Just to give you an idea. Internet is down. All right, no problem. We're going to go along. But we didn't just leave people when we go and onboard an XR. Every part we went to, we left a foothold. And so you see Cameroon there, Zambia, Nigeria, and Zimbabwe are represented. And then back home, Diana, take it up.
Yeah, and this picture just shows a typical classroom of a local, school. And you may wonder, what do you do next after you take an outreach to a local school? Do you just pack up your devices and leave? No. In those outreaches, we pick students who show genuine interest in immersive learning, and we dedicate them to an XR, VR syllabus. Of course, we don't only teach about XR, we also incorporate these studies with digital literacy classes. When we pick these students, we bring them to our campus, and we divide them into groups. So now we have launched XR Girls program, XR Kids program, and XR Teams program. They all learn about XR and VR education. What are the accomplishments that this initiative initiatives have accomplished. One, they have gone to different summits here in Nairobi. They have talked to different people of what they do. Here they are wearing their headsets. They have managed to create their own events in the metaverse. So Paul started by saying that he was the first African in the metaverse and he hosts metaverse events. So what do? We also teach them how to host these events and feature people from different parts of the world and talk about issues that they face in their communities and how they can come up with solutions to solve it. So here is one of the memorable events that I will never forget. They hosted this man right here from Cambodia to come in their metaverse event and showcase an art exhibition to commemorate his mother who died during the Khmer Rouge regime, right? We are all conversant with that war in Cambodia. And so what virtual reality did there, it brought history back to life. So it's not just about showcasing art. You can bring history back to life, and that is what I love when we are using virtual reality with education.
And they didn't just host, by the way, that's a new, it's also an art exhibition in the metaverse. Every cartoon you see there, do you see men in cartoon form? Those are people wearing VRs from across the world. Do you see how well attended that event was? And they're hosting a man from Cambodia tell a story about how his mother died in 1975. Some of their mothers were not even born in 1975. What would it have costed us for that guy to bring all his art gallery to Nairobi to host that event? We did it each in their own living rooms. And then there was a problem of internet, of course. These devices use a lot of data. And we told Elon Musk, hey guy, we don't have internet here. And SpaceX donated for us a Starlink. Please give a hand to SpaceX. This was the Starlink was happening in Nairobi. I'm not the one who connects.
Hello, my name is Diana Jerry. I am the Associate Director of Africa VR Campus and Center. And today...
Yeah, we're not going to watch the whole thing. But look at the students connecting the Starlink. And look, it's on a tin hat. It's on a tin hat. A tin hat with a Starlink on the roof. Wonderful. And all of us, don't forget, we are doing it why? We are receiving it why? Because we are in the metaverse. And you may ask also, how do we use XR and AI? Very quickly, we integrated clones of ourselves in the metaverse. And this is me in the metaverse, communicating with clone of myself and Diana. This is a clone of myself. He is an AI. And next to it is Diana. Let's hear what the AI will say.
The Gen Z protests in Kenya,
You asking about the
also known as the Kwahaki movement, are a call for justice and equality in the country. I think it's heartening to see young...
Do you think the AI Diana is more beautiful than the original one? Let me tell you guys, let's pause there for a minute. We had to ask ourselves, are we teaching these girls something good? In 2021, the Girls STEM Institute in Oregon, USA, came up with a business competition in the metaverse. And they reached out to me and they said, hey, you've been teaching your girls, but can they match up with their peers across the world?
Yeah, and they were the first girls in Africa to step in the metaverse and compete in such a prestigious competition. They were not the only ones there, by the way. They were competing with girls from UK, Finland, Canada, US, and surprisingly, they grasped an award for Best Real Impact. They were pitching their dream project of making reusable sanitary pads, which we hope that they will make that dream come true.
Give them a hand. They won in the metaverse. They won peers from the United States who are born with mouse and tablets in their hands. And here they are receiving the award in the metaverse. I recorded this in the metaverse. I can imagine how proud I was as a teacher.
Thank you so much just for the opportunity to give us a new aspect of collaboration. I really appreciate being able
Congratulations, Team 1. You did an awesome job. And we
Don't
hope to
forget,
hear
this is
more from you in the
recorded in the
future about
metaverse.
how you're going to implement this project.
And
Thank
each
you.
avatar you see there is a person. It was 3 a.m. for them. So you are in the teen hat.
Awesome. Moving on to the next award, then the Social
And maybe
Impact
I should
Award.
add something here that
This again,
these
such
girls
hard
came from
decisions,
schools
but we
where
gave this
we are all
award
talking
to
about there
the
were no
African Power
computers,
Girls.
no electricity, but they
Congratulations
dedicated themselves
on
to learning
winning the
about
Social Impact
XR
Award.
technology. And you can see now
African
they are
had
able
a-
to
Power
move
Girls,
freely.
please come on stage.
How
Yeah,
to
on
use the
stage.
controllers. Do you have the controllers?
Yes, they are there.
How
So they
to
are the
use-
girls
yeah.
going to the stage.
How to use these headsets.
They are
and-
walking in the metaverse. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Going to receive their award in. Who is that? Is that Zainab? Walking up the stairs? All right. Give them a hand for winning the best social impact. And those are their certificates.
Yeah, and they did not only win that, competition for metaverse in business, but they have also gone to higher learning institutions to teach graduates. This is KCA universities where they meet students and they talk to them about virtual reality. Here we can see them in iHub also talking about virtual reality.
But we also had to ask ourselves a question. What about sustainability? Can we earn in the metaverse? Because yes, you're teaching the girls something good. It's STEMtastic. But can they earn from it? And we learned a trick. What Zainab is doing there with her phone is photogrammetry. And she's basically scanning an artist item in 3D. And then the picture on the right, we upload it in the metaverse. Have you ever gone to a fundraiser in Kenya? I don't know about the rest of the African countries, but they sell you a handkerchief for $50 when you're doing a fundraiser. So we do the same. A basket in Nairobi costs probably $20, right? But we sell it for $200 in the metaverse because it's a fundraising, you come to the metaverse as a fundraising concept. And these are their clients. They are not selling to the Mama Boga next door. They are selling to Karen Alexander in California and Julie Smithson. And some of those guys have said, we've had enough of meeting you in the metaverse. They are coming to the ground to meet us in the village, as happened the other day. You can see them. They are coming out to see the projects we are doing on the ground. And some of our students have also flown. We have got 2 students in UK and a scholarship program. And so what happens when we sell these items in the metaverse?
Yeah, so we have to open bank accounts for them so that they can learn how to be responsible with their money. So for example,
from the Africa.
Yeah, we have incorporated people who are familiar with financial literacy classes, and they've come to the metaverse and they've given them master classes, and you've seen the certificates that they received. Here they are being taught by Family Bank. They helped us a lot in teaching them about banking and all that. Here is one of our students using the ATM machine, and now they are able to go in the bank, withdraw, and the amount of money they want to cater for their own needs. And that's sustainability.
Sustainability at its best. Getting a little bit of dollars in your pocket out of STEM. But yes, like I said earlier, we have guests who are also arriving at the campus to see what exactly these students are doing. And this is the global outreach of Africa VR Campus and Center. And you can see the number is increasing. The problem we have is not the spaces. The problem we have is oversubscription, because our youth are desperate and they want another alternative. We are also collaborating with a lot of people. I don't know why the Ministry of Education Kenya is not on that list. I have lectured Harvard University twice. Can you imagine? Harvard guys don't know how to use XR, so they have to call a guy in Africa and ask him, hey, how are you using XR? There is York University there in Canada. There is University of Georgia, who, by the way, gave me a scholarship called the Africa Civic Engagement Academy. We have got Space Kite there, which is affiliated with Virgin Galactic, because the next item is also connecting XR and space or astronomical sciences. We have done a lot of keynotes. This is the first Meta Summit at KCA, and many international roundtables that we are doing. moderating them and bringing the whole world into the question of how can we use XR for social good and for social change. Diana have also done her share.
Yeah, so this was one of the guided virtual adventure by Immersive Learning Research Network that I did last year. We have also been invited in prestigious, summits. This is South by Southwest that was hosted in Austin, Texas. And we have worked with groups of women in the metaverse. One of them is called XR Women. We have hosted events there. We have shared our expertise and our experiences. And also there's another one called Immersive X. We have gone there and shared our story and our experiences.
And you're also bringing astronomy in Africa for the first time, because you don't have a lot of space agencies in Africa, isn't it? How do we grow astronauts in Africa? And so we are collaborating with many space companies to open that platform for our students. And so we've had global recognition there. Diana herself won Real World Impact Award last month in Long Beach, California.
Big time, yeah.
And if you had time, by the way, you can meet us in the metaverse. Your phone, your PC, or if you have a VR headset, every Thursday at 10 p.m. Nairobi, we open our world to the public. So see me later and see how you can install that. We would have talked more, but time is up.
Yeah. Right. Let's appreciate Paul, Diana, and the XR girls. So in the interest of time, I will take one question. One.
Diana and Paul, thank you for your presentation. Probably my question will be, is there a particular age entry to join the campus? Also, do you do your learning in different stages or categories?
Yeah, we have no age limit, although the creators of this device suggested that the minimum age is 9 years. But I'm telling you, my son started using this device at 2 years. 2 years old. And we're still using it. So, and in regards to where we are, whether we are in a primary school or a secondary school or a university, we know what category of study that we can affiliate the VR to. So for example, when you go to talk with medics in the hospitals, you show them content that, of course, talk about medicine or anything affiliated to medicine. When you go to civil engineers, you play content that is connected with civil engineers. So different content for different professionals, for different demographics.
All right, thank you. For the other question and any other questions, we'll save it for the end of this session. So thank you again, Paul and Diana. We can appreciate them as they come off the stage, and yeah, we can appreciate them, all of us. Thanks. So I'd like to invite Jim Wanda from Janm Research Center. Oh, okay, sorry. Change of plan. So I'd like to invite Emmanuel Kwaki. Did I say that right? Emmanuel Kwaki from MTN Ghana. Hey, sorry, Emmanuel Kwachi.
Yes, thank you. The name is Emmanuel Kwachi, and I'm from Ghana. I don't know if my slides are ready. Okay. Okay, so yes, I'm from MTN Ghana, and just to state, the presentation is not affiliated to MTN Ghana. I work with MTN Ghana. I'm also a partner with the STEM Directorate of GES. So I work with them for some of their events. Also, I also get invited to programs with the AUDA NEPAD, where I do presentations as well. I'm so glad to see Barbara here. It's so much relaxing to see her here, listening to me once again. Before I continue, I want to say a very big thank you to Semestia, Education Alliance, and also AUDA once again for this opportunity. Me mission here is very simple. I'm going to talk to you about machine learning, AI in data analyst. I work with MTN. MTN is a telecoms company in Ghana, and I work in the organizational development section where I utilize data a lot. And in as much as the things I do, I use machine learning, I use AI to simplify my data analysis. Yes, so this is more like a wake-up call. Thank you so much. This is more like a wake-up call for us. Even as we are listening, I'm not here to just share what I do. I'm not here to just talk about what supervised or unsupervised learning is. I'm just here also to encourage you as you walk out of here. You understand the concept of what machine learning is and how you can incorporate it in your everyday life. Right? Great. So before I start, anyone here can tell me what machine learning is in their own way? Anyone at all? Come on, guys. I see some tech guys around. This is actually a conversation. I'm not here to just bore you with my words. Great. I see you. Can someone give her a mic for me? I know you are, I've actually forgotten your name.
So my name is Lucy, and basically,
Lucy.
Machine learning is when models or AI learn from data. That's it.
Great, great. Let's give it up for her. Any other perspective? Right, great. We will see more of that as we go into the slides. So in this presentation, we're just going to look at understanding what AI in data analysis is, supervised and unsupervised learning, AI's role in African development. That is where my focus is. Challenges and opportunities and policy recommendation as well. Yes. So understanding AI in data analysis. AI in data analysis uses machine learning. It helps to extract insight, promote processes, and make data-driven decisions. Okay, so what data analysis typically is generating insights from raw data. When we say raw data, we basically mean it could be structured or unstructured data. When you say structured data, it could be the Excels that we know that has the columns and the rows. When we say unstructured data, we can say an image, we can say a word format data. That is what we talk about unstructured data. Data that you don't really have labels with it. That is what we call unstructured data. So we use this data from wherever they come from, and we extract insights from this data just to make an informed decision. That is basically what data analysis is. That is what we data analysts, that is what we do. So in line of, for example, in line of what I do is, as part of what I do, I create surveys for the people that we work with, employees, and as part of the surveys, we have open-ended comments, that is free text, right? So we analyze this data, to generate sentiment from what everyone is saying. We want to understand what these things are saying. And then the challenge here is sometimes these comments are so many that we can't actually do a manual work by reading through. Yeah, great. So one of the things that we do to help us analyze this data in a very fast way is using, you see, when we come to Microsoft, we have this Copilot, and Copilot is on Microsoft 365. Yeah, so my company has Microsoft 365 that we use to analyze bigger and unstructured data. So we just dump this unstructured data here, and we just give them some queries. We give them some queries and some promptings to analyze this data to suit what we want. For example, it can, at the end of the day, it's going to structure it into comments around salaries, comments around bonuses, comment around technology, just by a simple prompt into Copilot. Years back, we used to do this thing in a very difficult way where you had to actually use find on Excel, you had to look through, and all these things were taking much time. Now with the introduction of infrastructures like AI, we don't spend so much time on data analysis. This has helped with speed and efficiency, accuracy and precision, and scalability. Scalability, AI systems can handle large data sets. They adapt to increasing data volumes. Right, so a bit of machine learning, and again, I'm not going to bore you with the technicalities with supervised and unsupervised learning. Supervised learning basically means that it's working with data that has labeled data. When I say labeled data, for example, when you go to the hospital, we have data on patients, right? You can see their age, you can see their age, where they come from, various forms of illnesses that they come from. That is an example of structured data. And with this, one example that we look at is, with this data, we train the model. When we say training model, it's basically having the available data to train it in order for it to be a prediction model, for it to predict future illnesses, for example, with the hospital data that I gave. So we have data available for you to train it, for you to be able to have a more, I would say, proactive way of prediction than what we have now. Wait, so this is a case study. This actually is something that we are working on. I actually sent out a proposal to the Ministry of Agriculture in Ghana for us to help the farmers in order to help them with their crop yield. So basically, again, it is using supervised learning. We collect data around crop health, soil condition, and pattern. This data will be used to train a model that can help farmers increase their crop yield. We train, and a bit of technicalities around the training is we have something called X train and Y train, and X test and Y test. So we have, let's say, if it's 100% of data, we train 20% of the data, and then we test for accuracy with the other 80% for you to know the accuracy level before we use them in our prediction. In the same way with unsupervised learning data. Now that we've been able to explain supervised learning, we know what unsupervised learning is, right? Do we know? The room is so quiet for me. Do we know? All right, great. My timer is just looking at me with a smiley face, so I have to try and finish as fast as I could. So unsupervised learning is more like data learning, or a machine learning from a data that is not structured. And these are some of the technicalities that they use in their training. That's the KME class training, the PCA, auto-encoded. These are technical stuff. But some of the advantages or how we use unstructured learning, unsupervised learning, is in customer segmentation, anomaly detection, fraud prevention. I'm quickly running through our slides so that we can have questions and answers. In one of the institutions that use more of unsupervised learning is the marketing divisions in our companies, where they are able to segment their customers based on the things that they do on a normal day, the kind of data packages that they buy, the type of things that they use. So Amazon uses, MTN Ghana uses, all these big companies are using what we call unsupervised learning to create their models to predict. The issue here is to be able to predict what their customers will want and be proactive about it. That is all that supervised and unsupervised learning is about. To be able to predict what can be done before someone comes to mention it. In other words, not being reactive, but being proactive. Right. Right. So AI's role in African development, and here I'm not going to dwell more on it because listening to most of us, we've dwelled a lot on healthcare, education, and agriculture, and that is some aspect of of Africa's focus when it comes to AI. Now, listening to our conversations here, realize that our issue here is talking about machine learning. Well, some of our issues here is data, availability of data. Machine learning is all about training the computer or training the machine with data. Now, in Africa, what are some of our issues? Is some of them we can say is availability of data, structuring of data, documentation. Without these things, it is very difficult to train a model. Without these things, it is very difficult to be proactive. These are some of the issues that we face when it comes to Africa. Challenges and opportunities. Some of the challenges, like I said, infrastructure limitations. We don't have the data available for us to train our models on. We have skill gap in AI and data science, which we've mentioned all over and over from yesterday and today. We need to be able to bridge that gap of training and training and training. Even in our basic level, let's incorporate AI in our education. Data privacy concern and regulations, it was mentioned earlier today. Some of these things need to be dealt with. People are not complying to machine learning or providing their data because of privacy issues. We need to find a way to curb these issues and opportunities. Leapfrogging technologies. We have technologies available with us. Like I mentioned, my company, we are using Copilot with 365. That is what I use. We have so many infrastructure that you can build on. We have cloud services that you can build and create. We have Google platform that you can use to build your models as well. Great. So fostering and local innovation. Yes, I was listening to our friend here who was talking about something concerning getting the locals, some of the locals to collaborate with us. Some of the things that we are looking at, getting our locals to give us the information that we need to be able to structure the data we need to help them back. Because if we are not able to collaborate, we cannot help foster the kind of aid that we want. Exactly. And creating AI-driven solutions. And then we've seen so many solutions here. People are coming in with so many solutions here that we can work with. These are the opportunities that AI is bringing to us. Policy recommendations. All right. So some of the policy recommendations that we need is to ensure that we need to ensure that our schools are being introduced into AI even at the basic level. At the basic level, when I say basic level, really at the basic level. I always say AI is not something that we are coming to compete with. AI is just a partner. Any institution that you find yourself, AI is there, that we don't see it. You have to be able to embrace AI in everything that you do. AI now is more like an operating system. Without AI, you are just lacking a lot. You every aspect that you find yourself, you have to ensure that AI is being incorporated. We tend to leave the conversations of AI with just the tech gurus, and they come and they just make the big noise. They just mention the technicalities just to make it so big. AI is simple. AI is just like our our tools that we use in our daily work. Engineers use their tools. AI is important as everything that we do. We have to ensure that the data that we use is authentic. The data that we are using is authentic. That can help us train models. That can help us ensure that whatever thing that we are doing, we are speaking to the solution that we need. We don't have to derive or drive on the West. When I say the West, on infrastructure that have already been built, but let's try to train our models. Let's use the data available that we have in our institutions. We have so much data that we don't see that they are relevant in our development. Let's collaborate, let's understand what data that we have. How can we understand the data that we have? How best can we interpret this data to be able to inform the decisions, to be able to solve simple problems that we find? So these are some of the things that I'm leaving us with. Let's leave here having the agency to go out there, look into the work that we do, the data that we are taking out, the data that we are using. How best can we use to predict the future of our works in future? This is basically why I am here. This is basically what we are talking about when we say machine learning for Africa, when we say AI for development of Africa. Thank you very much. I think my time is up.
All right, let's give it up for Emmanuel. Thank you for going through your presentation. Time was limited, but I am sure, please, let's take advantage of having everybody who's presenting with us for the next few days. So please make sure you talk to them. I'd like to just go straight to the next presenter, then we can have 1 or 2 questions after. So I'd like to introduce Janm Mwanda. I said it right? Yes, from Janm Research Center. Let's appreciate Emmanuel also as he comes down.
Yeah, my talk will be about AI. I'll be continuing the conversation that the other presenters have laid it out, and mine will be focused on the children and why it's crucial for us to also engage them in their learning activities. I'm pretty sure here all of us in this room have interacted with AI. If you have a smartphone, that's for a fact. And the question begs is, why are we limiting it to our children? Why aren't they getting involved and seeing it as a tool? Okay. Our case in point was based in Kilifi, and why we chose Kilifi was because we consider it as the underprivileged, and would like at least to see if they could be the first people to get their hands on in terms of how to use AI as tools to enhance their learning in the STEM. So the first challenge in STEM education is the access and the quality of education. Here in Kenya, we are used to the normal where there is a teacher coming here and teaching each and every one of us, and pupils there digesting. Even with the new system, that seems to be the norm. But if we look at AI as a tool, and we can see how we can also train the teachers so that they may be able to pass down the information to the student and to how to interact and to be more knowledgeable, because the world of AI is just machines giving you access to information and facilitating learning. When you look at the barriers to STEM education in the pre-primary setting, we have come across that there is limitation in funds, and hence the first thing that the government should at least prioritize is enabling access to the computers and to electricity that they are key enablers to this access. So when we look at the first point into access in education, many primary informal settings face significant barriers to accessing quality STEM education due to insufficient resources and infrastructure. When we talk about resources, this is things like laptop and trained teachers who can be able to pass down the knowledge. And why we see it as important is because the exposure, the earlier they get exposed is the better. When you look like countries developed like China, they focus their kids mainly on to how they can be very fast adapting into this new world. Early exposure to STEM concept is often overlooked, which can adversely highlight children's long-term educational opportunities. When you look at all this, we find out that children will, if they are exposed to this earlier enough, will be able to come up with, because this world of computing and the computing power has access to very many opportunities, considering how Facebook came up. If we can harness such education and we program it like the way we normally have incubation hubs, now when we focus this to the children, we harness this knowledge to them as early as possible as the pre-primary education. We'll be able to at least help them achieve quality information. When you look at the resource constraint impact, the impact that it will have on learning, the limited availability of education materials and trained educators, it has various significant impact to the quality of STEM learning and the experience in the underserved community. The underserved community, we look at the community whereby they have limited access to electricity, trained teachers, and also quality of education. And role of the community support, we seek to have community involvement and support through essential provision of resources so that we may be able to enhance STEM learning in the low resources community. The digital infrastructure deficiency hinders STEM's learning in the low resource community. The digital infrastructure is access to internet and access to the devices that are key enablers. Not only are we looking at it as in the internet perspective, also in the offline learning spaces. AI doesn't necessarily mean that you must have access to internet activities. We have case in point and cases whereby we can use AI through offline learning. And through this offline learning solution, if we can have an adopted AI powered tool and learning application which can be able to focus on the STEM whereby the learners are learning, this education, even in the absence of the reliable internet access, if we can provide this to the early childhood to enable them better get involved in this STEM learning. And underestimation of early STEM exposure impacts underserved children opportunity. When you look at the long-term effect in the educational impact, we need to understand how this STEM education directly affects the education and the career opportunities which are available. Also, apart from STEM, we are looking at it in a cultural perspective, whereby we seek at least to have a developing cultural relevant to the STEM interventions, which also we need to engage the young learners effectively so that we may foster both learners to be involved in their both cultural and when you look at the STEM education. Our vision is to equip young learners specifically in the pre-primary education, be involved in advancing their skills in STEM through the use of AI. When we empower young minds with foundational STEM and critical thinking capacity, which will be enhanced through the AI, the foundational is to enhance their skills and to better them, especially from the children aged between 3 to 6, because this is where the brain is developing, and when we enhance it at that earlier stage, it will have an impact. We also seek to do the community involvement, and we encourage the caregiving participation so that we may be able to foster this. The pilot initiative, as you said earlier, is in Kilifi County, whereby we sought to focus on the underprivileged. And there were many learning points of which we were able to document. This is due to access. Many of them lacked. And when they were given, it was under guidance from the caregiver, since they need to be monitored and controlled. And onto my few slides, we see that when we train also educators effectively, also because they will be the one to pass this to the children, they also need to be trained on how to use the AI-based teaching materials and to have the interactive content. And also, this will be on the ministry. We also have monitoring and impact and learning outcomes from the program. And due to my time, which is limited, we also sought to do the pre and post-intervention learning outcomes from this initiative. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Jim, for also trying to sum everything up. Let's appreciate all our presenters, Jim, Paul, Diana, Judy. Thank you so much. Please, like I mentioned, mark their faces. Please interact with them. They all look like they're nice people. So if you wanted to learn more from their slides, ask them to share their slides. Yeah, okay, I'm getting nods. They are nice people. They are nice people. Great. So before we go for lunch, allow me to make one announcement. At the end of the day, that's 4 to 5, there'll be a plenary session here that's being led by Speaks Foundation. And after that, there's a dinner sponsored by them as well, by Speaks Foundation, that's going to be at the lunch area. I expected more excitement when I said dinner sponsored by. Yeah. Dinner sponsored by. Yeah. Thank you so much also for being patient. I know you're hungry. You look hungry. I am hungry. Yeah, so with that, please feel free to go for lunch. Grab somebody who has been on stage, ask them a few questions. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
AI, right? So it's not I, it's AI, right? So I want us to go through a quick round of facts and fact check. So I want you to tell me if it is AI, which is true, and if it's not AI, you say I, right? Are we together? So if it's true, what do we say? What, if it's not true, what do we say? And I know there's some people who went to some primary schools and junior schools and polling stations. So we need to now distinguish, right? So I will take us through a quick fact check, and I want us to just figure out if it's AI or II, right? So we'll start with a simple one. AI can now write code and debug software with minimal human input. Pardon? Okay. The term Edtech was first coined in 2015 during the Google Education Summit. You don't believe in Google? Okay, what are we saying? Is it AI or II? II, okay. ChatGPT once passed a US medical licensing exam practice test. AI? AI? Eh? How many believe it's AI? How many believe it's II? You don't believe it could sit an exam? Are you sure? You don't believe it's true? Guess what? It's fact. It actually, most of these exams are standardized, so it's possible actually for the data to be input to a point of passing a standardized exam. So another one. Kenya has developed a government-endorsed AI policy framework. AI or II? Is it AI or II? How many believe it's AI? How many believe it's II? You don't believe in your government. So the truth, it's actually AI. We actually have a framework that is still being developed, so it's actually a truth. And then another one, all Edtech startups must use AI to be considered innovative. II. You guys don't think we need AI in our tools, but that's true. And then at the end, I want to say, maybe all, let me just see. AI tools are banned in 90% of schools in Kenya. AI or II? I want to choose, how many believe it's AI? How many believe it's II? How many of you are allowed to have phones in secondary school? How many are allowed to have laptops in school? So is it AI or II? It's II, right? Because they're not allowed to access technology in most of the schools at free will, right? So anyway, thank you very much for engaging me. Can you clap yourselves? I will start. My name is Lillian Kibagendi. I don't know if this works. Good. I work at an organization by the name of iHub. iHub is a tech innovation organization, and we have been in existence since 2010. Ideally, we support regional technology acceleration, and we have been a role model for many tech hubs in Africa. And in 2019, we were acquired by CC Hub, that is around the COVID timing, and our work is at a Pan-African level. CC Hub, on the other hand, is Africa's largest innovation network, and it accelerates social capital and technology for economic prosperity. How we do that is that we solve Africa's problem using technology, and we are based in different countries, that is Kenya, Namibia, Nigeria, and Rwanda, which have operational offices, but we've worked in majority of the African African countries in different sectors. So these are some of our focus areas, and we do innovation support, that is supporting individuals and organizations to apply technology to solve commercial and social problems. We also do startup funding, and that is both seed funding or funding to working with different organizations to provide funding to technology companies, and that is to address critical challenges in Africa. We also do work in education, and in education we work on evidence-based research and solutions that can be able to address challenges within the gaps in education. Last but not least, we have a new practice on green and sustainable tech, which started last year, and ideally we are looking at green innovation and how that can be harnessed to solve Africa's problems. We have some of the focus areas which are also practices within our organization. We have the creative economy practice, and that heavily works with the creatives in the creative industries. We have the Fashionomics Accelerator. We have a program that supports film. We also have Design for Health, which basically we are running programs currently in Nigeria and supports programs in maternal health and how to use tech to solve problems within the health industry. We have Technology and Society, which works in exploring opportunities and threats in technology and research and policy as well. We also have Design Lab, which supports organizations to apply design principles within their products within Africa. Some of the practices that we have in our iHub and CC Hub organization is we have our startup support, which does heavily programmatic work in supporting startups in building their product and all the programs that we run. We have our higher education innovation, and it runs education programs within the higher education institutions. We have Syndicate, which is our investment arm for CC Hub. We also have Growth and Capital, which is part of Syndicate and does a lot in growth investment for the company. We have the Design Lab, as I mentioned, Green Technology, Tech Society, Creative Economy. We have Design for Health, Relan, which is the education arm, and Ilimu, which is our startup that has a tech solution. How does our innovation support look like? We have 4 tracks, and one of them is product. And under product within our education arm, we also closely tie it with learning science and alignment with learning science principle for our solutions. And then we have talent, we have distribution, and we have funding, which is a big part of the programs that we run. So how do we do this? We do accelerator programs. We have research and development support. We have due diligence and investment readiness. We do access to funding, prototyping, and product support. We have networking and collaboration opportunities. And then we have mentorship and guidance for different startups, as well as partnerships and insights on educational resources for the different programs that we run. So these are some of the programs that are currently running under our focus areas. And we have under innovation and support the Spark Accelerator program, which we've just closed out applications for that. And that is mostly around SME, finance and productivity tools and content, as well as digital this round. We are in the second cohort for that program. And then we have the Uni Innovators, and that one is partnering with student-led research innovations. And this is in the HEI for both Kenya, Nigeria, and Namibia. In education, we have the MasterCard Foundation Edtech Fellowship Program, which is in the 3rd cohort. So far, we have supported 36 startups. We are currently supporting the 3rd cohort. In Nigeria, total, we have 72 startups. The startups have been provided with 100K equity-free funding, which is to support the 4 tracks that we talked about, which is product, talent distribution, and also Sub-Saharan Edtech Fund as well. This is a project that we're in the first year running, and we're currently working in 4 counties. And the idea is to use technology solutions through evidence-based methods to address challenges in foundational literacy and numeracy. And as I mentioned earlier, we have our creative economy, where we are running a fashionomics accelerator program within Africa, and this is just for fashion and people who are in the creative industry. And then we also have the Creative Vibrancy Index, and ideally, it's a research program that is basically trying to create an index for the creative industries within Africa. So this is how our work in education looks like. And we run programs from robotics and coding, as you can see. As we go to science and education, we have teacher training through our STEM cells. We have contextually relevant content. That is through our Elimu app. And the idea is that we have a community of practice surrounding teacher training, surrounding STEM education through our STEM cafe, surrounding tech innovation through Elimu. And how we are looking at it is that whatever we are doing is evidence-based, and it can provide solutions that are well-researched and applicable in the industry. I will pause there, and I will invite the startups that are presented there to just talk a bit about their products. And then after that, we will have a panel discussion around AI and how we have contextually relevant solutions in Kenya that are applying AI in their solutions. So we will invite the first startup, that is FunKE Science. The 3 startups that are presented here are part of the MasterCard Tech Fellowship Accelerator Program, and some of them have run in cohort 1 and cohort 2, and then Elimu is our solution that is homegrown within CC Hub. So let's invite Tracy Shiundu, the founder of FunKE Science.
I can talk forever. So let me then set my timer to help me. Can you all hear me? Fantastic. I'm setting my timer so that I don't jump over. All right. Nice. Could you make it bigger? Hello, everyone. My name is Tracy Shiundu, and I am the co-founder and CEO of FunKE Science. We have several pronunciations we've had. It could be Nigerian, Funke. It's not. It's still FunKE. There's also FunKE, which Lillian has said, no, it's FunKE Science. So it's wordplay between Fun and KE for Kenya, so Fun Kenyan Science, from us as Kenyan scientists to the rest of the world. And I can carry on. Okay, fantastic. So what we do is we do fun science learning for everybody, but primarily for children. And our main goal is embracing the challenge, because we understand STEM can be difficult, but if taken stepwise, can be manageable. And what we found is, okay, no worries. There's a break a bit. I think you've noticed we also like color. When you teach children, it must be very colorful and vibrant. Must be, must be. Fantastic. Do I test? We're good now, eh? Fantastic. So yes, and as we've done our work since 2016, we found that many students struggle with science and mathematics. Primarily in Kenya, I think the majority of students are below a C+ and below for getting science grades. So where are we going to get our scientists? Where are we going to get our future innovators? Who are we going to train to help move Africa to the next level, become a technological state, and of course, get in line with some of the goals by AU 2036. So for us, our main mission and vision is to spark lifelong learning. What? Yes, I go there. Oh, okay. Well, I've moved. I feel like a teacher now. Hold on, class. I am walking to the stage. Hey, thank you. I think even my 2 minutes are finished. I'll start again. Do I start again, or I can just continue? Fantastic. Do we all remember funky science, not funke or funke? We're together. Fantastic. So, our main mission and vision is to spark lifelong learning. We believe that learning must be done hands-on and kinesthetically so that every single step that the child is learning with, they're getting to encounter different STEM challenges that they can grow both locally and globally. And from us, we found an explosive uptake of a lot of our science experiments. This is the most popular one because children like things that blow up and explode. This is sticky, and I do not encourage it to be done in-house, but if we find time outside, I will do the experiment. And what we offer are STEM clubs in schools, science kits and science packs for home use, digital content, so we do videos, free videos on YouTube as well. So if you're just to get on YouTube right now and spell Funky Science, F-U-N-K-E, you'll find our videos there doing different sort of experiments, encouraging learning with young children. We also have workshops and events. Last year, we had STEM Africa Fest, where we had over 1,000 people coming in for the festival. It was the first time for us to do it, and it was a very interesting experience, getting to also understand what parents, teachers, and educators think about STEM. And the main thing we found was nobody really understands it. So we really need to continue speaking to them and speaking STEM to them as well. Our unique value prop is that we have science kits and science sessions that are for children who want to advance their scientific skills. And we make it both practical and affordable for them. We serve children from the age of 3 to 17. Yes, I said 3, because at the end of the day, STEM needs to start from when they're younger. When you start wiring the mind to understand that I can make a mistake, modify my thinking around this mistake, and then still get a solution, it'll still help. Then we work with teachers in both private and public schools, parents seeking extracurricular activity, NGOs and corporates focused on education and climate action. So far, we've worked with 20,000 kids. We've worked with 100 teachers, 50 school partnerships, and of course, multiple awards. I think Lillian has mentioned it well. We're part of the MasterCard Edtech Fellowship, round 1, cohort 1. And of course, if I don't hype myself, nobody would. The co-founder was a top 40 under 40, class of 2023. Woohoo, Tracy, go you. Yeah. Thank you. And so far, from a lot of the work we've done, it's given us validation that we're moving in the right direction. As you can see, there's a young learner, yes, playing with bubbles. Because at the end of the day, if you do not encourage also play with this learning, nothing will stick as we've come to learn. So we keep changing, keep adding new things, keep making it fun. Because, as I mentioned, STEM is seen as something that is difficult, but we want to make it manageable. Milestones so far. So I've cut off 2016. We can forget that one, but we'll start from 2019. Worked with different schools. 2020, COVID year, we tested doing YouTube videos. For the first time for some of us, it was very hectic being in front of a camera, but we learned, and we learned how to train children to want to do these experiments. And we nowadays do them even from the top of our head. 2021 was doing lots of work with different organizations and pitching to them. And then part of 2022, 2023 was still growing and getting more clients on board. And 2024, as you can see, we've worked with so many others, and we're waiting to see how big 2025 will be as we continue growing. The team, as you can see, myself, Tracy, the CEO, Dennis, Wesley, Peter, Nell, Debs, who's here, she's taking videos of me. Social media needs these things, so hey, so Deborah is also here with me. And for us, our main goal is inspiring the next generation of African scientists. So as you can see, here are some of the pictures. If they're not clear, please, as I've mentioned, Funky Science, you can actually check us anywhere. You'll see all these pictures of all the things that we do, all the partners we've worked with, all the sessions we've done, so that you can then understand and also value what the beauty and the color of STEM. And this is just also lastly the pictorial of STEM Africa Fest. As I mentioned, it was our labor of love, and it was, for us, the best sort of festival that we've done in the year. And this year we will still have one on the 1st of November, where we will have the same sort of exhibitions for the children and for adults and for parents, just to show them the beauty of STEM. So in essence, join me in inspiring the next generation of African scientists. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Can we give her a bigger a round of applause? Tracy is top 40 under 40, and we are proud of you. Good job. Next, we'll invite Angaza Elimu, and we'll have Vida representing Angaza Elimu to come and just talk about the work they're also doing, the innovative work. in this session, we'll have two different parts. We'll have a quick run through the solutions that we have, and then we'll go quickly to a panel discussion and interactive session where we'll just talk about AI and how that is impacting the work we're doing in innovation. So let's give a hand to Vida as she joins the stage.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. You sound like you didn't have a STEMtastic lunch. My name is Vida Brenda, a business development lead at Angaza Elimu. So I have one question for you, just thinking out loud. If you were a teacher and you had AI as your personal assistant in class, what is that one task you would give it? You would happily just hand over to it and say, do this for me. Okay? So as you think about it, I'll share more about what we do at Angaza Elimu. We use generative AI to advance structured pedagogical support to teachers. And the reason why is because foundational literacy and numeracy in Kenya and even in Africa is on decline levels. And according to research, 9 out of 10 learners and 8 out of 10 learners, that is for numeracy, and literacy 9 out of 10 do not meet the proficiency levels. So this is a very big challenge for us. If learners cannot be able to read, write, do basic mathematics by the age of 10. So how we want to kind of bridge this gap is by working closely with the teacher. We believe that for us to improve on FLN outcomes, you have to improve in instructions, because as much as we have AI or these other emerging technologies, we can never replace the teacher in class. So how can we improve instructions? So looking at different external things that affect the delivery, things like large classrooms, things like teachers spending more time in lesson planning rather than actual delivery. How can we be able to use AI to kind of either reduce the time spent preparing for the lessons and to assist a teacher in large classrooms to be able to have more personalized learning sessions? So we use the structured pedagogy method, which involves first training the teachers on high-impact teaching strategies and science of teaching principles. And then through a WhatsApp chat service that we've built, we are able to provide them with lesson guides, daily automated lesson guides, which means on their phones, they're able to get a guide that will help them conduct their lessons. And on our Kalamu e-learning platform, we are now able, at the end of the day, provide a teacher with knowledge of how the current, exact focus areas that they need to look at or pay attention to for the specific learners. We also believe in coaching and mentorship. So we have communities of practice whereby on a weekly, teachers are able to have peer learning sessions and all that. So before I share anything else, maybe you'd want to have an experience of how the bot works. You can just quickly scan the code. I'll give you 1 minute, no, 30 seconds, because now I have less than a minute. Just quickly scan the code. Are we there? If you're there, give me a thumbs up. Great. So why WhatsApp? And especially for learning. We are all used to having WhatsApp as a part of a social media tool, right? rarely people relate it to something you can use for like educational tool. So for us, we believe in WhatsApp because it is low friction, which means teachers don't really require like some sort of specialized training to use it. Because it's in our pocket and they use it every day, it is much easier for them to be able to adapt to it. And then in terms of data, it uses low data. It's a low data solution. And then WhatsApp is considered as a culturally embedded and appropriate platform that can also be used. And it meets the human universal demand for connectedness. So that's why we chose WhatsApp to be able to support teachers in class. So far, we have already impacted more than 5.7K teachers who daily are active on this platform, and it has helped them improve or save 25% of their lesson. And then we have connected to 523 public schools in Kenya, and we have more than 82K learners daily active on the platform, the Kalamu learning platform. And what we have seen with that so far, it has helped them improve in their FLN skills by 32%. So shout out to our partners, iHub, to begin with, because they're here in the room. And UNICEF, MasterCard, Google for Startups, Gates Foundation, and AWS that has been able to work with us to make this journey possible so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Vida, for that. Weekly, I usually get a notification on Monday morning, and it goes like, hello, Lilo. For this coming week, would you like to get lesson guides to really get the most out of learners? And I really appreciate that, because if I was a teacher, that would be my teaching companion, right? Yes, and it actually works. You should test it out and see if it's something, even if you want to work closely with your son or daughter's teacher and just find out what they're learning week on week basis. That's a tool that you want to use. Last but not least, I'll invite Janet Nyarinda. We work closely with Janet, and she works under the Elimu. She works to support the tool that we have under CC Hub, which is for foundational literacy and numeracy. And she'll talk more about what they do. Karibu sana, Janet. Can we give a hand clap to her?
Hi, everyone. I think I'm sounding too soft. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Janet Nyarinda. I work at iHub as Educational Program Associate. So as Lillian has introduced about Elimu, Elimu is a product of iHub. We refer to it as the baby of iHub. I don't know where the mother is and the father. I think the father is in Nigeria. I'm the mother of Elimu. So Elimu, yeah. Next. Yes, so we provide fun, accessible education for curious children of in Africa. Currently, we've been able to reach over 200,000 children in Kenya and Nigeria and any other country in Africa that you are able to access using the app. The app is available on Play Store and Google Store, so you can download it for use. So at Elimu, each of these words means something to us. So fun, because we are developing learning games for children, and for these children are able to learn through play without the current burdens of expectations. So it does not have any targets that a child is able to achieve by the end of each game. Accessible, meaning that for children, regardless of their location, their socioeconomic status, they are able to access it and play using the app. Education, so Elimu is a complementary platform for learning. meaning that the content that is on the app is what is taught in the classroom. So as a teacher, if you have learners who are struggling in one area, you can recommend Elimu to supplement what they are being taught. Or if you have a child who is struggling in one area, you can use it to recommend it to a parent to download so that a child is able to use that. Curious, meaning that we build on what the natural curiosity that children possess to guide us in developing the game. So building onto that, children are able to use their inquiry-based learning approach. That is what we use in developing the games, so that we ensure the games are interactive and engaging at the same time. The app, as I have said, is for use for children between the ages of 5 and 10. So in Kenyan context, that would be children from PP1 up to grade 4, or grade 3, sorry, yeah. So just like I have said, it's in Africa. So the content that is used is based and ensured that it is contextually relevant. And that would be in case use of names that are used. If it is animals, using animals that they are familiar with, so that when they are going through the app, they are relating with what they are learning. Thematic areas. So the app is developed on different thematic areas. It covers areas on learning games that children are able to play in mathematics. There is also interactive animation of content using inquiry-based learning to ensure that kids are learning new concepts. We also have simulation activities that children are able to go through as they interact with the games. And finally, we have the learning apps that is able to prepare children for exams, to revise, and also to read and write. There's also the section of stories, story, meaning we have quite a number of stories that children can access and read and prepare them for literature classes. I think that is it for Elimu. We don't have much on it. So the app is available on Play Store and Google Play. If you are able, you can download it, and it just covers a cost of $1 per month for you to be able to access. In addition to that, we have the free version. So if you are downloading it for use, you can access the free versions of it. Once exhausted, you are able to pay for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we clap for all our presenters? I'll even request all of them to just come in front and sit because we are about to start the panel session. Fun fact, my first job in Edtech was working under Elimu. And it was such a fun experience for me as I've even grown in my Edtech profile, and seeing it grow to what it is right now and understanding the impact it's having on learners not only in Kenya but in Nigeria as well is something to write home about. So I will invite my two colleagues, Pauline and Longavez, and they will lead us in the next session, which is a quick panel discussion with the two startups on how AI and locally contextually relevant solutions are bonded to see where innovation is going in EdTech. So welcome Pauline, welcome Longavez, and welcome our panelists.
All right, thank you so much, Lillian, Janet, and our flowers. So these are our flowers at iHub that we've been supporting. And my name is Pauline Kimathi. I'm part of the learning science team. So we work with these flowers of ours to ensure that their products are really pedagogically aligned. That is the content, and also we support them in product development. So like I said, my name is Pauline Kimathi, and I'm here with my other co-moderator, who is Longavez, and maybe you can say hi, and then we proceed.
Hello everyone, I'm Longavez, as Paulina said. So back to you, Pauline.
Okay, thank you so much. So for us to move to the next session, that is our panel discussion, just to hear what they've been building and how they've been using this tech to ensure that they support learning and the learners are well supported when it comes to learning outcomes. So I want us to do just a little bit of a small exercise. So first of all, I want you to close your eyes. Don't look at me, please. The room is so safe for everyone. No one will kidnap you. So close your eyes. Ouch. Sorry, the tablet also was trying to close the eyes. Okay, now I want to take you back to your primary school, that primary school that you were in. Someone is not closing their eyes. Okay, all right. So what do you see? So maybe you're seeing that dusty, probably black chalkboard, and then there's some desk, probably they're wooden, and then you can hear the sound of your teacher, your mathematics teacher, and there's a chant of a multiplication exercise that used to happen, and the teacher is saying 4 times 4, 2 times 2, 4, 3 times 3, 9. So open your eyes. So that is one scenario. So the next one, you'll just open your eyes. You look at me now. We try and compare the two. Now, this one, picture yourself in a different classroom. So the classroom doesn't have like the wooden desk that we described. Probably it's some fancy chairs and the students are seated on round tables. They're just facing each other. And then the next thing that you can see, there's a smart whiteboard that is displaying a 3D model of a plant that you can see. It's 3D, and you can see the parts on the screen. And then the other one is, and over the corner of your class, they're probably you are 12 years old, and they're just memorizing facts about farming relating to the plant they were seeing on the screen. And then there's also a small robotic that they are using to measure the soil moisture for the school garden. And then there's another student who is using AI-powered app to try and learn a little bit of Swahili words. Now, come back to reality. So those are two classes that I've given you an example to picture. So today, our panel discussion here, they're just here to just give you some insight about the second classroom that we are trying to migrate into. We're trying to come away from the old classroom with desk and a black chalkboard to a classroom which is more interactive with simulations, robotics, and that is what we're going to do today. So if you have any questions for our panelists today, please prepare your questions and we'll be taking them towards the end of this panel discussion. And now we kick on. I'll hand it over to Longavis, and then he's going to open the floor for us.
Good afternoon once again. So we have had some incredible stories about these 3 amazing products and what they do in terms of education. So my first question will be directed to all of them, and it's going to deal with AI and emerging technologies, of which I'd like to know how they are able to use the two, either AI or emerging technologies, to enhance learning or teaching within their solution. Can start with Janet.
I think, oh yeah, it's on. So with Elimu, as when it comes to developing the games, we haven't integrated AI. It's something that we are working on right now. But the use of technology is quite present in that as a child is playing a game, it increases in level of difficulty so that it is getting the teacher to know what level a child is, or a parent to know what level a child is at. And also, say a child is playing a game on addition, and he or she is given 3 attempts to do a given set of sums. And the performance at that level is what is going to guide the next set of questions that will be provided, such that if a child is seen to be struggling at the given level, then the level of difficulty is going to be decreased so that he or she is able to cover the next section. If the app is able to figure out that this child is doing well, then the next set of questions will be increased in level of difficulty. And that is played along in all the game apps that we have within the app, so that the levels and the interactive activities the child are doing are altered in a way that a child is able to catch up or be able to build down to the level that he or she is as at that time.
Yeah, for Angaza Elimu, apart from the teacher facing that I just talked about, the Kalamu e-learning, we have, I would split them into two. So one, Kalamu e-learning for learners, Kalamu e-learning for teachers, and an innovators program called Boni. So for the e-learning platform, how we've been able to use AI to kind of impact learning is the model we have built. As a learner is spending time on it, it's able to be, it's also learning about the learner, like their areas of strength, their areas of weakness. And based on that, we're able to provide recommendations to a teacher on specific topic or areas that they need to intervene on. So in the process, it's also providing that personalized learning to experience to the learners. And for the teachers, it is providing a specific target area that they need to intervene on. For the teacher facing, now with the structured pedagogy, we want, from the recommendations that are got, how can we be able to implement things like what to teach, how to teach, and how they can be able to make the classroom more engaging. So based on these reports we are feeding them from the learner side, they're able to make their classrooms more interactive. And then for the Buni program, Buni is a Swahili word which means innovations. The technology we use there is Internet of Things. So this is, I would say, more of a supplementary program for mostly JSS learners who are just identifying their pathways or areas of interest. So we use AI to nurture engineering talent. So through, again, teachers are always our best friends. So we want to identify at their level which are these talents that are within the classroom. So we train them, make them STEM ambassadors, and then from the classroom, they help us identify these learners. So we form what we call Internet of Things clubs. And then for these learners, we're able now to expose them to things to do with hardware engineering, software engineering, and throughout the process now, we just help them identify how are they going to be able to transit from one educational level to another through IoT. Thank you.
I hope, oh, fantastic, you can hear me. So at Funky Science, we are majorly very STEM oriented. So for us, what our AI, what we are building for is optimizing it for specifically experiments. So we have scenarios where we have classrooms where teachers say, I have, let me think of something. I have hot water, or I have water, I have a kettle, and I have an egg. What experiment can I teach the child with? So that's what we're using our AI called Funzo to sort of come up with a way that I have these 3 materials or these 5 materials. I'd like to teach my child a my children a science experiment. I'd like to teach my class this specific science experiment. So we're trying to make it that whatever materials you have within your space, you can actually use them to teach STEM. So the idea behind it is we're also feeding that same AI with experiments that we've previously tested, because there's no point of having an experiment and then probably doesn't work when you query it. So it's experiments that we've tested, and we have a repository of so many. Like, I think every day we're testing and enjoying ourselves as we learn with the children or learn even within our office about what these experiments will teach. And if I have these many products or these many materials in my house, what can I do to teach science experiments with? The whole idea behind this is because when we were building some of the experiments and some of the materials we're doing around just teaching science experiments only, if I speak about that, parents and teachers are shy a little, and I'll say that with a little bit of reservation, that they're a bit shy when it comes to, I have the apparatus for doing the experiment, I can't get the reagents for doing it. So we're trying to show you that even by using a simple acid, like say vinegar, instead of looking for sulfuric acid to teach a certain experiment. We're actually trying to build that within our AI so that at least when the teacher asks it a question, then they can be able to teach different sort of science, chemistry, physics experiments to the students. The other thing that we're still also building, and it's it's a funny tool, and I think when we were thinking about it, we didn't think anyone would need it, was around students, sort of similar to what you're saying, or sort of similar to what Kalamu was doing, is, I think you called it Buni, yeah, Brenda, yeah. So what Buni is doing, where the teacher is sort of looking at the talents of the student, but this one is the student feeds in like what they like and what they want to do, and it's sort of like a test that shows you what your future self would be, or what your future career would be. We've tested it with a few schools, and some of the careers that come up are very interesting. So astronauts, some of them were, I can't remember many of them off the top of my head, but some of them are very fun. Even some were being told to become marine biologists. And you see, like when you start sort of feeding in some of your likes as a young child and grow into some of those likes, then it helps. So we're building those two. We're still not very confident to release them so that we're sure we're giving you something, it's something that works. And that's how we're basically using AI. Other than the usual one everyone uses, yeah, querying it. What should I wear today? You know?
Okay, thank you so much, Tracy, Janet, and Vida. Like you can hear, AI is a thing that we're not going to run away from. And at iHub, we say we are working with these solutions to change the future of learning. And as we're in this room, the future of learning should be Africa indeed. So the next question I'm going to ask Angaza. So their product is focused on identifying early signs of foundational literacy and numeracy. And probably I may ask her to maybe tell us, beyond remediation and pace setting, how can they adopt AI beyond that so that it can act as a diagnostic tool that identifies these early signs of foundational literacy and numeracy for young kids that they're building for?
Okay. So you've talked about diagnostic. Come again.
Yes.
Come again.
So how do you use your AI diagnostic to identify the early signs of literacy and numeracy for the kids?
Okay. So for the Kalamu e-learning, which I talked about, the learner facing, when the learner is on the platform, it's kind of, I would say, tracks the mistakes they are doing across different activities. So it's like analyzing the cognitive process that the learner is, or whatever the learner is doing on the platform. So beyond just probably marking and letting them know if the answer is right or wrong, which is more of the outcome, within this cognitive process, we are able to identify probably misconceptions that are underlying, that we can be able to know, like, over time, this learner was not maybe just struggling with a sentence construction, but it is something beyond that. So we've trained the model to do two things: a diagnostic whereby it will just be learning on, it's like a baseline, where are they now? And as they continue doing whatever they are doing on the platform, at the end of it all, they also take an exit test. So it gives the model more information about the underlying FLN gaps for this learner. Yeah.
So when you actually introduced yourself, you talked about Kalamu using AI to personalize learning, use the term personalized learning. And anyone in this room who has taken any AI course, you know that when it comes to the ethical part, the first point that pops up is that AI is biased in terms of data that it has been fed, it has that chance. So when you're talking about building for Africa and African solutions for Africa, so I'd like to know how Kalamu is able to personalized learning, and how you are able to ensure that AI model effectively addresses learning gaps without reinforcing the gaps that are already there?
Yeah, that is a valid, I would say something concrete you have picked there. So I would say we're addressing it in 3 ways. So the first one is the recommendations that we are providing are aligned with science of teaching principles, as well as the we provide them to the teacher, we are aligning them with the lesson guides that they'll be using in class. And then the second thing is we've trained the model to focus on mastery, which means we don't, over time, the learner cannot be able to proceed to the next level without completing I would say the current competency in FLN. And then the third, we are heavily also relying on the feedback that is coming from the teacher. So these 3 things eliminate the biasness that the model will be able to provide, because again, there's a human intervention in between. So yeah.
Right, thank you. We've heard from Angaza Elimu. So at least we're going to shift the gear a little bit to Elimu and get to hear from them. Like they say they're building for Africa, and we'd like to know, we include N plus the audience over here, how are they building the culturally relevant content using gamification, and how accessible is this content for the learners in Africa?
So contextually relevant, first is to ensure examples that you're using. So in the context that this child is, because we're building for Africa. So ensure that these are things that are relatable to Africa. I'm a teacher, so my background, I remember when we were doing training was some things we would be asked, like, would you use examples like snow for an African child who's never been or has never seen snow? So its case example is that when we are developing these games, we ensure that whatever we are referring to, or all the activities that are being incorporated into the games, are contextually relevant, so that at the end of it, this learning is relatable. How this is achievable or attainable is making use of the local environment, and the local environment in this case for us would be the teachers. So getting feedback from teachers, from instructional designers who develop content, to guide us and provide us information on what is actually relevant to be used within the classroom setup. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Janet. And maybe something else that I could ask you from Ilimu, how accessible is this content?
The content is very much accessible. So for the content that we use within the app, we are able to get it from within our community. And like I initially stated, that our team is in Kenya, Nigeria, and our app is used all over Africa. So from that, we are able to gather feedback on what to incorporate in our app. For you to be able to access the app, it's available on Play Store and Google Store, and that is pretty much accessible for anyone who wants to use it. And also there is the free version of the games, so that means that you don't have to incur any cost. As long as you have a smartphone, then you are able to get it. Thank you.
Okay, that's interesting, because you talked about Elimu being more of a game, learning through games, so the aspect of gamification. And all of us, I'd like us to picture ourselves as kids right now, and probably you're a kid in a classroom, and learning is fun in that way, right? So my next question, Janet, is how are you able to balance the gamification aspect and the learning aspect? Because at the end of it all, learning has to take place, and you need to do it in a fun way. So how are you able to balance the two?
I think for any teacher, before you, as you're developing your your lesson or planning for your lesson, you always have your learning outcome. So for each game that we develop, we have the expected outcomes that we are looking to achieve at the end of it. And for that to be attainable, then that means that we build our fun around the objectives. So we look at the learning outcomes that are expected out of each learning area. And the game that we are developing guides the objectives of this lesson is what guides us in developing the game, so that we are building the fun around the objectives, not just making it fun without thinking of what is the expected outcome out of it. So the key thing is to notice that when it comes to developing the game, what is the objective that we are aiming to achieve at the end of it, and that is what is now guiding in the development of the game.
And maybe we have a developer in the room who would like to know, like, how are you able to measure learning progress within a gaming tool?
Progress is measured in quite a number of ways. We have rewards that a learner is able to attain at the end of it. So we have levels such that by the time they get into the last level, meaning they have attained a level, they have acquired the skills that they were required to acquire by the end of that game or by the end of that objective that was set.
All right, awesome. Let's move on to Funky Science, the science guys in the room. So I think from her presentation, you saw that they had like physical experiments that the learners were able to work with. And maybe we could like to hear from them, how are they using emerging technologies to ensure that they enhance these hands-on skills on STEM?
Good question, Pauline. So we have Funzo kits. So I guess everything we are now Funzo, but we now have the Funzo kits, which we use for teaching different aspects of science or different parts of science. So this, you could do different experiments, engineering activities, and the like. But then we have scenarios where we would like a different sort of experience for the children when they're learning. And what we use now in that scenario is VR technology. So we do have scenarios where we have experiments that are like sort of immersive, so you feel like you're within the lab and sort of doing the experiments with the VR technology. And also, of course, as I mentioned, with Funzo AI still, with whatever the teachers can use, which is still being developed. But practically right now is mainly linked to the kits. And then other than the kits and the Funzo kits doing the experiments is now with the virtual reality. We've done that for quite a number of our sessions with children. And it's been, I think it's very humbling for us as a team, seeing how when the children are very immersed in whatever they are learning and whenever they see and feel, we've had scenarios where children come out and say, yeah, I feel like I'm now a scientist. So, and there's little as 10, okay, that's not too little, but there's little as 10, 6, and after they finish going through the whole lab experience, they are more confident to want to continue doing a STEM course.
Okay, great. I think that's a very good approach to try and nurture these talents that you've identified in kids, because these are going like to spike in them the aspect of being engineers and solve other problems that the real world is looking for solutions. So I'll tie the next question to what you've said about virtual VR and AR. So that is related to the STEM Fest that you held last year. So it was very massive, but I remember it was physical. So maybe you do have some people in the audience who are maybe, they can't attend it physically, and they may be asking, how could we be part of this amazing event that you guys have? Are you planning to have it virtually and maybe try and improve some tech or something?
Pauline, you guys have pressure. I mentioned it was our first event. It was the first event that we did. And it was still very overwhelming for the love and support that we got from not Kenyans from everywhere. And I'm sure there are people who'd want to have it in different countries. And yes, that gives us also very good pressure, because keep mentioning it so that we can continue thinking. So I'd like to also mention a bit about STEM Fest. There are different STEM Fest activities in different countries, because primarily, just a brief backstory about this STEM Africa Fest. It was started by STEM Mets and Niger kids based in Nigeria. So we basically just are like their partners running the similar one. But yes, you made a very valid point. So if someone can't travel to Nigeria and they want to access STEM Africa Fest, if they want to come to Kenya and they want to access the Kenya edition, what can they do? So there are thoughts around like a digital online platform about having the fest there and maybe broadcasting it on YouTube Live, because last year we played around with that a bit and it's hectic. It's not very easy to do, of course, but we are working on making that experience better so that even if someone is not able to come for the STEM Africa Fest Kenya edition, we will try and also broadcast it on YouTube. Don't hold me in account for this one for 2nd of November.
The event. So before we take any questions from the audience who may be having any question, I'll ask my flowers again the final question, because whatever they're building, it's for learners, and within these learners, there's a teacher who is in the middle of this learning aspect. Because we've done a lot of research, and we find that there are teachers who have probably attitude towards technology, and when the teacher has this attitude, it is a little bit tricky for this teacher to introduce this tech to the learners. So we would like to hear from them who've been having the solutions, and they've gone to the classroom. What are teachers saying about what you guys have? I'll start with Janet.
So from a teacher's perspective, I'd say a big response is it is awesome. Awesome in the sense that it's breaking monotony in the classroom. At the beginning of the session, you had us close our eyes and picture ourselves in the classroom. And when you think back of our Kenyan classroom setup, typical classroom setup, especially for our age, I'd say, there was no use of technology. But now when you go to classes, I have friends who are teachers and they are using whiteboards. We didn't have that at our time. So the use of technology in the classroom, teachers are happy about it. And when you take it to them, they are like, it's breaking monotony. There are concepts that we are struggling with and you're wondering, how do I enhance this? Or how do I make a learner quite understand this? And when it's presented in a fun and interesting way, children are able to understand and internalize the given concepts. Also, it's helping teachers in terms of understanding the levels of learners. I said that initially with the Limu, the app, the games are developed in a way that they increase in level of difficulty, so that if a child is not passing at a certain level, then it's a guide for the teacher to know that I need to go back and redo this or figure out how I can reteach this. Within Elimu, we have the what we call leaderboards, where a teacher is able to track the levels, the different activities that a child is at. And with that, he or she is able to know which activities is a child enjoying, because those are the most frequented activities. And with that, it's a guide to know how else can I support this child so that they are able to do these other activities. We find children maybe dwelling more on the science activities and say bypassing maths. I don't know why I'm using maths. Bypassing maths, and that's a guide for the teacher to know which area the child is preferring. And that's a guide also because with the new CBC curriculum, where it's competency-based and with advancing levels, children are able to pick the subjects, then it guides the teacher to guide the child in the rightful path. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Janet. So that's amazing. So teachers, your work is made easier. If you have a teacher in the room, get Elimu. Let's hear from Angaza Elimu.
So for us, from the first contact with the platform, teachers are normally a bit skeptical. They're like, oh, this will make me lazy, or this may replace my work as a teacher. Because I mean, the platform is providing a guide to them to use in class. So they're like, what will be my role in the classroom? But as they continue engaging with them, they get more curious because they start seeing value out of it. They start noticing this is something that is saving me time. This is something that is helping me understand my learners better. This is something that is actually improving my life in school. So I don't get to like do a lot of marking and talk about lesson planning and all that. So as they interact more, they become more at ease, and they become like they probably just embrace it more. So for us, we are kind of also just learning about different behaviors of what makes a good teacher use or to embrace digital technology. So are they maybe intrinsic? Are they things that are motivating them internally? Or is it because they are required to use it in the first place? So I wouldn't say that all of them are like, yeah, some of them are at the level whereby they can even mentor other teachers and tell them this is a good thing, you can use it. And for those, I can say they're at 20%. And then we have the 60% who are very comfortable, it's easy to use and all that. And then we still have the 20% that you need to do like some good work with. And that is where now we use the first 20% to probably give testimonials and tell them technology will not really replace your work. We've used it, and yeah, it's a good
All right,
thing.
thank you, Vinda. I see Lillian is here, so it's time is up. We can hear quickly from Tracy, and then we'll exit your stage.
Yeah.
Cool.
So how we work with teachers?
Yes,
Okay,
the feedback.
so since I've been given seconds. Funky Science primarily works with teachers through two things. The main one is teacher training courses. So we demystify different STEM or science activities that they're supposed to be doing in their class. And then we work closely with these teachers or schools how to use locally available materials to teach different aspects of STEM. The other thing that we do is that in schools where they have science clubs, we leave the material there. So like, let's say we're all of us here and then 20 of us are only in the science club. We will leave the material that we're doing this specific science experiment with. So then after the experiment, the teacher can actually take the material they're using. I'll give an example. We made maybe rain gauges or wind vanes, simple things to us, but they're very good learning material for the teachers. And the teacher can actually go back with that to their classroom and still teach the students the same things. Of course, our funky scientists will be like, I know what it is, but at least the rest of the students can actually still experience what it is like to build or to use something in a chemistry lab or to do an engineering activity.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lillian, please.
Can we give a hand clap to them? Unfortunately, we're not able to take any questions because of time, but if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to anyone. Yeah? Great. So unfortunately, we'll not be able to take any questions because of time, but we feel free to reach to any of the panelists in front of us and ask them any specific questions on their product. Also, there is a team from iHub. They can just lift their hands over there. So if you have any questions, my colleagues also seated there. They can tell you more what we do, and also if you want to book a session to have conversations with us, feel free to talk to any of our team members and they'll provide support in that. Also in the evening, we have the Speaks Foundation plenary dinner after this, and it starts at 5. And also we have Connecting with Nature in Ololua on Friday. So please sign up as of tomorrow morning for the Ololua engagement. And for today, please don't be in a rush to go home. There is some food that's going to be served. So thank you very much. And can we clap for them as they take a step down? Thank you for being part of our session and have a lovely afternoon.
Okay, so hi everyone. Just a slight clarification. The Speaks Foundation plenary is happening at 4 p.m., a few minutes, and it's happening here. And then we're going to have the dinner after in the tent. So please stay and have fun.
our colleagues with the Specs Foundation and the Respect Project. It's going to be really exciting about their presentation, but I have to tell you, this conference would not have happened without the support of the Specs Foundation. And so what about a round of applause? And our relationship goes in the past and in the future with this gentleman, Jim Plomoden, because Jim approached me, I think it was probably 2 years ago, year and a half ago, and got really excited through his introduction through Mike Dawson with Ustad Mobile, you'll be hearing from. Thank you, Mike. And said, we want to be part of the M Education Alliance. And not only that, we're going to support the M Education Alliance. And because of their support, we were able to have our global conference last year, this conference this year, and our global conference in Washington, D.C. So another round of applause. Thank you for Jim. And the second layer of interest is that they came to us with a fascinating opportunity to think about how do we transform the access to content. It's a challenge that we've been talking about in this conference, about how do you access in low resource environments high quality educational content, and the barriers that impede us, and the work for individuals like Mike Dawson, who's been working on this for a while. So not only did they come in the spirit of being a collaborator and partner, they actually came with the vision about how they can transform education and make it accessible in low resource settings to learners all around the world. So Jim, I'm really excited that in addition to this, the dinner this evening will be a good chance for us to celebrate and lots of questions. But Jim, to turn it over to you to kick it off, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Tony. And thank you, everybody, for coming. I know it's late in the afternoon, and that tends to be a kind of a low point. So I'll do my best to get energetic and to pass that energy on to you. Now, I've been sick recently, had a medical emergency started last week. So that's like the worst possible time to have a medical emergency. But I'm mostly better now, so if you see me flagging a bit, that's why. And please cut me just a little slack. With that in mind, we are a platinum sponsor of this event, and so we're very happy to see you all here. We know you're all very busy people with lots of other things to do, so we appreciate your sacrificing some of your valuable time to come hear about what it is we're doing. And on that note, forgive my bad eyes, by the end of this session, just 60 minutes from now, we hope that you will join us in believing that by 2030, just 5 years from now, every African K-12 student will learn from the world's best digital interactive courseware developed in Africa by Africans who then export that courseware to the world. Now, that's the goal of AUDA NEPAD's recently announced Africa Edtech 2030 Vision and Plan. Africa's students learning from the world's best courseware developed in Africa by Africans and exported to the world just 5 years from today. Now, that's a pretty aggressive goal. All right. It's an ambitious goal, however, it is grounded in reality. AUDA NEPAD has developed the vision and also a plan for accomplishing that vision. This, I think, is what has often been missing. Not just the vision, but an actionable plan. And we really appreciate AUDA NEPAD's work to make that possible. To discuss the vision and plan, allow me to introduce Barbara Glover, Program Manager of AUDA NEPAD.
Thank you, Jim. I'm glad to be here, and thank you all for coming. I see it's a full room. That's exciting at this time of the day. Not to take much of your time, how many of you were here for my presentation on yesterday? Okay, so you have a good idea of the vision and plan, but just for the benefit of those who were not here, we are the development arm of the African Union, and our goal is to implement what we call Agenda 2063, which is the 50-year blueprint for where we want to see Africa by the year 2063. And one of the key aspirations within Agenda 2063 is our education sector, looking at how we can strengthen education sectors across the continent. And since we're here to serve you, we believe that this strategy would be able to support that much more efficiently. Okay. So the Edtech vision and plan, for those of you who've checked, yesterday when I made a presentation, I showed you, I gave us a QR code where you're able to scan and have access to it. I've received quite positive feedback already on the framework and where we should be heading as a continent. For those who are here too, I hope that you would have the time to. It's on the NEPAD website. And our primary goal is to eliminate the barriers that impact EdTech. We want to be able to ensure that policy, commercial, and technological barriers are no longer a challenge when it comes to the adoption of educational technologies across the continent. We have two main policy barriers that we have identified. I mean, in the discussions that have been going on this week, we have noted a number of key policy barriers. There have been concerns in the room, for instance, on change in government and the impact that it has on sustainability of EdTech platforms. And so we are looking at defining a new policy framework where we have a standard-based approach to education technologies, such that a child in rural Rwanda would have a certain level of standard when it comes to the EdTech tools that they are using compared to a child in rural village in Tunisia or in Egypt or in Ghana. We want to ensure that level of standard-based approach. And then we also want to look at it from a vendor-neutral approach. I mean, we've had over 100 sessions in this symposium, and you realize that there's a wide array of EdTech solutions across board. And so we want to ensure that whatever it is that is being utilized by countries based on their preferences are guided by a certain framework. You want to ensure that it's a vendor-neutral approach that we are utilizing in terms of EdTech on the continent. Secondly, we want to lower the technological barriers when it comes to education technologies, whether it's to increase offline access, whether it's to make sure that the average phone, basic phone that is used by the average person can access some of those technologies or not. And so we are calling for an investment in digital public infrastructure across our 55 AU member states. Later in the session, we'll have the Speaks Foundation introduce to you formally version 1 of what we call Respect. For those of you who have been to the booth, I'm sure you've had a good understanding of what Respect is. If you've not, don't worry, we are going to have an extended explanation on that. We are also looking at a new business model for EdTech, and that is guided by this vision and plan that we are looking at for our member states. How do you want to define your EdTech ecosystem within your various ministries as well, so that we can lower the commercial barriers that come with EdTech adoption across the continent. We are encouraging you to join the conversation. This is our primary message to you today as the African Union Development Agency. The adoption of these tools, we believe, will solve very important problems. The lack of rich data that we need to utilize to be able to harness technologies to improve educational outcomes across the continent, and also for students who are under unusual circumstances to have access to the needed learning tools. We're also calling on you, our member states, our representatives, our honorable ministers seated in front, the delegates from the various ministries, the innovators across the room. We as the African Union are always here to serve you, so we encourage you to take active part. We're going to send out the copies of the draft policy and vision plan to the various embassies, and it will be disseminated in the various countries. We encourage you to provide us with feedback on how we can ensure that this vision and plan addresses your various needs across the continent. We aim to have an official adoption of this Edtech Vision and Plan at the next February Heads of State and Government Summit in Addis Ababa. So that will be February 2026. So we are giving ourselves the next 5 to 6 months to really define what that vision and plan will be like, so that when we launch it, it will not be that another body has just launched a vision and plan. We would all feel a part of it and ensure that we are delivering for the Africa that we want. With that being said, thank you so much for your attention. Let us work together to make this vision a reality for all Africans.
Good job, Barbara. Thank you, Barbara, for that call to action and for all of AUDA NEPAD's hard work on this vision and plan and policy framework over the last year or two. It's been quite a while. And with that, I'd like to introduce Mr. John Kamotho, who will be familiar to many of you, of the Trinity Education Technology Associates, TETA, to discuss the Kamotho project. The project was funded by the SPIX Foundation and managed by AUDA NEPAD, led by the AUDA NEPAD's, led to the African Edtech Vision and Plan, and to the associated Edtech Policy Framework. So to discuss those in more detail, here is John.
Thank you, Jim, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a good afternoon and a follow-up of what we were discussing yesterday. And for everyone else, I'm John Kamotho. I have been in this field of Edtech for the last 42 years. And I have seen Edtech flourish and Edtech do something for us, and Edtech fail to give us the promise that it promises. Just before I talk about the Kamotho project and the other items, I want to appreciate a teacher I met, and when I come to your countries, allow me to go to the classrooms. There's a place called Kibera here in Kenya where I met a teacher who was teaching environmental studies and wondered what to do, but went online with the phone, got some images, and circulated that phone among the 45 learners in the classroom to see something, and it communicated, it taught what the teacher wanted. Indeed, when we look at Edtech and how it has taken us through, and yesterday, as I was giving the examples of the issues that we go through, we noted that there has been a number of barriers that has come through, because our vision is clear. It was presented here, and now it is also here, that we really want Edtech to reach each and every learner in a very accessible way without any challenges, and to deliver quality education. That vision being in place now from the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, and the policy framework. Before we did that, we did a check on what are the issues surrounding this. And we talked to over 15 African countries, and a number of you are here. Others we did validation, and we found system issues, technical issues that we are making Edtech not give us the promise. If I just go through a bit of them, is one of them was fragmentation or fragmented policies. We all had our policies. They were going in one direction and another, and we wished that we could have them aligned and go in the same direction so that we can be able to reap the benefits of Edtech. Besides that, now, today, we are talking about a policy framework that is going to help us through from the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD. The other major challenge we found was data desert. Many of the education leaders and policy makers wanted to know how data from Edtech can help them in making decisions. But there was a data desert. They couldn't get it. Whether you are looking at the number of learners looking at it, but from where and what are they doing with it? Then we had a fatigue of the apps and solutions that were being used, because you had to migrate from one to another. You get an app, a solution that has a time limit. Another one is so complicated to get into. Another one is taking so many data bundles, and that was another barrier that was making this not happen. Connectivity and localization, we talked about, and the leaders talked about locally available content that is responding to our local context, content that is giving us the languages of catchment areas, and content that is really made for us and for us to use. And that localization was another barrier. Finally, and not the last one, was commercial validity. And both the education leaders and the developers had the same thing in common, that it takes so long to check if a certain content is aligned to certain specifications of the country, yet it takes so long to acquire it, and when it is acquired, the funds that the developer gets are not even enough to make the next one. Yet, most of us here in this continent are saying education should be provided for free, correct? So we end up going for loans and what, yet we are not getting there. So the commercial viability became another barrier. We also had a barrier of connectivity, because today we will see that, and a number of leaders we talked to, they said there's a huge divide between the urban centers and the rural centers. Which one are more, the rural centers or the urban centers? Who do we really want to serve? They are those people in the rural centers. So connectivity became an issue. And then we were asking, how do we sort this one out so that we can see it? So all those benefits that we see coming through, we noted that the ecosystem has certain benefits. We have a lot of youth who are digitally capable of giving us what we want. We have the goodwill to be able to make what we want in terms of quality content go, but then we were lacking one thing. Today, we are saying we are sorted out as far as we can see the many barriers we have talked about being there, and we can be able to move forward as one. Thank you so much.
Thank you, John, not just for all the hard work that went into the Komotho project, but also for the 40 years of effort that you've put into EdTech in your career. I really appreciate that. Now it is my pleasure to officially launch Respect, version 1, and to do a demo will be led by Mike Dawson, who is the acting CTO of the SPIX Foundation and the CEO of Ustad Mobile, for which he's been working in low resource environments for couple of decades at least. Mike, take it away.
Thank you, Jim. All right, so I am a developer, and now I have to run the demonstration live, so you can imagine what my heart rate is going to be like. Okay. Give it one moment. Excellent. All righty. Yeah. Hang on. All right, here we go. All right, so we're live, we are running. We haven't crashed yet in 10 seconds. Okay, very good. We are live. So here is practically what Respect looks like for a user. How did that happen? Yeah. Yeah, I could have just said, hey, we'll just do a video. No, we're doing the real deal here. We're not faking things. All right. All right. Let's try that again. We're back. All right, let's see how far we go until it wants to disconnect. All righty, so what does Respect practically look like? Respect, as you can see, brings together different EdTech apps. This is not just web content wrappers in a box. These are real EdTech apps, both web content, interactive content, and any Android app can be made compatible. So I can browse different apps, so I can say, okay, let's go and see here. I can see lessons in a different app. I can browse. I can see in one place, teachers can find content lessons for different topics, different languages, can look at things and find things by curriculum, criteria, and all the rest from any compatible app. So I can say, hey kids, this week I want you using this app. Next week, you're going to use the other app for the homework. Using a single account, no need to create additional usernames, no extra usernames and passwords, no getting all the kids to join 5 different apps. And all of that is built in a way that is privacy first and built to protect data sovereignty so that all personal information can stay in the country itself. So that is compliant with all regulatory frameworks. Right, but now one key use case we enable here, I'll just switch to being a teacher. Hang on. Right, let's become the teacher. All right, so let's find a lesson here. Okay. So I'm going to learn the letter A. And in case you can't tell by my accent, maybe I need to learn better English. All right. So I want to assign this to my class. So I'll click the Assign button. I'll select the class I want to assign it to. Okay, let's call it homework. I'll just say it's important. And the deadline is today. Why not? All right. Okay, so I've assigned that to the class. So let's go and go back to being a student. Okay. So I can see, here's my homework in the list. And I have the button, so it tells me I have to actually go and do my homework. So we're going to click that, and that's going to bring me to the Respect compatible app. In this case, to Chimple. Okay, and, whoops. Okay, I'm not that good at knowing the letter A. But there you go. So you can actually go directly, thank you. You can actually, in one account with one system, use multiple compatible EdTech apps, as John Kimofa was saying, in a vendor-neutral, standards-based way. Thank you, and I'll pass it back to Jim.
All right, thank you, Mike. Now, in a way, that's a very unimpressive demo. All it took was the teacher to say, here are the apps that are available. I'm going to choose a lesson from one of those apps, assign it to my class. What you didn't see was then messages went out to just SMS-type notifications going to the parents' phones of the students in the class saying that that homework is now assigned to your child, so please make your child or make your phone available to that child, right? The child borrows the phone, uses the phone to do the application, the homework. That data on the completion of the application goes to the Ministry of Education for personalized learning, structured pedagogy, etc. And the teacher gets the results back and everything moves forward. If the student was offline, all right, well, then the information from the completion of the lesson stays on the phone until they are online at the school or whatever, and then the information gets uploaded to the ministry, to the teacher's grade book, etc. You didn't see any of that. All of that was happening beneath the covers, behind the scenes, right? We're making it easy for developers and for teachers and for ministers of education to use Edtech, right? Making it easy. Our goal is to have the application be as easy to use as Facebook. We've heard a lot about digital literacy and how it's important for teacher training. But teachers know how to use Facebook, right? If we can make Respect as easy to use as Facebook, then the amount of teacher training necessary is extremely small. And we can do extremely small teacher training, right? That's not expensive. So it's funny that the demo is so simple, it hides the fact that all of this complicated technical stuff is happening behind the scenes. But that's the way it should be. We do the hard work so that you don't have to. We do the hard work to make it easy for you. Whether you're a minister of education, a teacher, a parent, a developer of Edtech apps, we make it easy for you. All right, now that I had that off my shoulders, let me go ahead with the next part. All right, at its core, Respect is a platform that provides technical services to Respect-compatible Edtech apps. Those services include, for example, single sign-on, so that the student, the teacher, whomever, signs on one time to the Respect system, and then they get access to all of these different Respect-compatible apps, dozens, perhaps hundreds of Respect-compatible apps, without having to have separate passwords and log-on information for each one. Mike mentioned that. It's really important. Shared rostering. When the parents or the teacher says, I want to assign this to my third grade math class, who exactly is in that third grade math class? All right, that's rather an important piece of information. And there's an international standard called One Roster that we follow to do that, just like we follow the international standard XAPI to do data transfer and data sharing on educational information. And I'm not going to go into any more technical detail than that, because the vast majority of you are not software developers, and you don't want to hear it. And it's fine with me. So, but I do want to mention two other technology layers, services that are available in the platform. One is an early implementation of a feature we call easy text localization. Now, to make text localization easy, you have to do a lot of work in the application itself, so that when some third party, a high school math teacher, translates that application into his local language, he can just drop that translation into the app's localization folder and have everything just work. Right? That only can happen if the app developer has prepared the application for localization, and that's not easy. And that's why we have a very slim initial version that works with one set of tools, one tool chain. We're going to expand that over the course of the next year to make it so that easy text localization really is easy using all the tools you've got. Second feature is easy curriculum mapping. One of the other big barriers to moving a piece of courseware from one jurisdiction to another is that they all have different curriculum standards. And you need to be able to map the lessons from a given piece of courseware to the curriculum standards of that jurisdiction and vice versa. Well, this turns out not to be a super hard technical problem. It's very much like compiling software to various different chips, which again, I'm not going to go into the details. We don't have that working yet, but we expect to have it working in version 2 or at most version 3. So between easy text localization and later easy video localization, which Netflix and Amazon already do, and easy curriculum mapping, we can reduce the technical barriers to scaling EdTech across jurisdictions a lot. All right, so, yep, and that's that. And then I go to this again. I'm sorry for seeming so unpracticed on this. That's what I would have been doing if I wasn't in the hospital this last week. All right, so I want to talk about the 3 scenarios for which Respect was defined. There's the teacher-only scenario, which is super common in Africa, where the teacher has a smartphone, but the kids don't have one even in their household. So we need to really empower the teacher through that smartphone with teacher training apps and professional development apps and apps that help the teacher teach math and science and literacy and so forth, even though the students don't have smartphones themselves. We can do a lot to empower the teacher, and we're really focused on that. And if you have apps that are teacher training or professional development apps, we really want to hear from you so that we can get those onto Respect as soon as possible, because that's a really important scenario, especially when you're trying to minimize the digital divide. The second scenario is the one you saw demoed, where the teacher sends a text message to the student's household phone, where the student then borrows that phone, does the lesson, etc. Very common situation across Africa and other low resource areas, including Detroit, I might mention. The third is lots of devices in schools. There are many schools that have device labs. It's a computer lab or a tablet lab or something like that that's made available to the students a few days a week or more often than that. And some have tablets available on a one-to-one basis with the students. We support all of that. And in fact, the goal is to have the same application scale smoothly across all three scenarios so that the app developer only writes the code once, and it works offline, it works online, it works when it's intermittently online, which is much harder. It works when only the teacher is using it, when it's a homework situation, when it's an in-class, all three scenarios. Because if you have to write the code over and over again for all these different scenarios, it's too expensive, it doesn't work. All right, those are the three scenarios. Yes, next. All right, last but not least, from my perspective, is the business model. Like I said, developing these apps over and over again is just like super expensive. And therefore, an app developer gets a grant, develops an app, tries to push it out into the marketplace. The sales cycles take forever trying to sell something to the government. Really slow. By the time you get permission, your version is 2 years old, right? Yep. And so you're already behind. We need to fix the business model. And we've come up with a business model that we think is going to work. The business model combines two things. First, it's the YouTube of EdTech apps. The YouTube of EdTech apps. What does that mean? Well, when you go to YouTube, you don't pay anybody. The content's there. You just choose what you use. And YouTube pays the content developers based on how many different people have looked at their content. And so the developer gets paid, but the content is free to the user. Free to the user, but the developer no less gets paid. That's the goal. So that ministers of education pay exactly $0 for their courseware, right? Best courseware in the world costs $0. No expensive licensing fees, no whatever. You choose it and use it. Whatever application you choose to use, it's free to you, it's free to the students, it's free to the schools, it's free to the parents, it's free to everybody. Choose it and use it, okay? So how do we pay the developers? How do we pay the localizers? And the answer is we take sponsorships. Companies pay us money, ministries of education pay us money, the Gates Foundation pays us money, whomever. I'm speaking hypothetically here, of course. If there's anybody in the Gates Foundation here in the room, I'd be happy to talk to you afterwards. All right? They pay us money. We keep something like 20, 25%. The rest goes to the developers of the EdTech apps based on how often they're used. Now, we'd like to change that to how impactful they are, right? How much student benefit comes from the app. But in the short run, it has to be based on usage because that's what we can measure. Okay? And same with localizers. If there's a third grade math app that isn't available in some community's language, but there's a math teacher in that village who speaks that language, he should be able to localize it to that language and get paid to do so based on the usage of that localization. That's where the easy text localization comes in. We still only have an early implementation of it, but that's where we're going. So again, YouTube for EdTech apps. We pay based on usage. That means that the app developer doesn't have to go talk to you as an individual minister of education and convince you to use his app. You choose what app you want based on your criteria. You just start using it, you choose it and use it, and the developer gets paid based on the increased usage that comes from your choosing to use his app. No other deal has to be made. We think that that will significantly reduce the friction in the industry and provide a business model that enables EdTech developers and localizers to have the best apps spread across Africa. But how do we know what the best apps are? Well, remember, we said that data is going to the Ministry of Education every time a student interacts with the courseware. They take a lesson, they get a result, that information goes to the Ministry of Education or the responsible authority in that jurisdiction. Right? With AUDA NEPAD, we helped them work together to develop the policy framework, one element of which is that we encourage ministries of education to federate, to share their data up to a continental level, exactly the same way the Ministry of Health shares health data up to the continental level to deal with health crises. Well, if we're having a learning crisis, we ought to federate that data to help address the learning crisis in the same way. So that means we've got, AUDA NEPAD has a database of interactions between students and courseware across the whole continent. Using that, we can pay developers based on which ones are used the most. We can rank EdTech courseware, all the third grade math apps, for example, on which ones are used most and which ones have the most impact based on student assessments. All right? So you can look at the database of applications that are available for third grade math and choose the ones that work best for you. And if you need additional localizations, that's easy, and whoever localizes it will get paid to do so. Right? So we're trying to align the commercial interests of the developers and the localizers with the ministries of education who don't want to pay for this if they don't have to, which makes perfectly good sense to me. It also means that you spend a lot less time doing randomized controlled trials because you've got what's in effect constant A/B testing, this versus that, all the time. Essentially, there's a constant competition running, a standard free market competition running between the app developers to see who's going to be the most popular, right? Rather than running little individual randomized controlled trials, the whole system is a trial. All right, I'm going a little off topic there. Yep, I think I need to advance the slides. Ninon, you took the slide advancer. All right, I will just go there. Okay, so now we've got inclusivity through localization and curriculum standards and targeting the lowest end devices. Interoperability. Am I supposed to be talking about this as Mike? Right. So, yeah, I already said all that. Okay, yeah. All right. So we're here. Thank you. All right. And then I apologize profusely for this, which brings us to, now we understand that ministers of education already have education management information systems. Maybe it's Open EMIS, maybe it's DHIS2-Ed, maybe it's a homegrown EMIS. It's our job at Respect to make it easy for ministers of education to integrate their existing EMIS with Respect or vice versa. It's not your job, it's our job. It's our job to make it easy for you to adopt Respect. So we commit to producing interoperability bridges between Respect and whatever open EMI or whatever EMIS system you're already using, whether it's the open EMIS system from UNESCO or DHIS2-Ed, the fastest growing EMIS in Africa, or a homegrown EMIS system. Now we've started by targeting DHSI2, the worst marketing name in the business, And to tell us about DHIS2-Ed, here is Knut Stering, the program coordinator of the University of Oslo. Knut, are you here? All right. Thank you, sir. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Jim. So yes, DHIS2 Ed is built on the DHIS2 platform, which is an open source platform originating from the health sector, but it's quite a generic platform. So it is being used for all kinds of health data all over Africa and in many other countries as well. You can see the blue ones in this map. And it really is supporting countries all across Africa to track the health information of millions of people. So we were asked, can DHIS2 track education information too? And thus we started on a project to add the ability to track education information. And the result is what we call DHIS2 Ed. Doesn't flow off the tongue, I realize, but DHIS2 Ed, which is now the fastest growing EMIS in Africa. So we are very excited to have embarked on this collaboration with Respect, because we think it complements DHIS2 Ed perfectly. So as you've seen, Respect will gather very fine-grained information from all these educational apps in the field, whereas DHIS2 Ed consolidates that data into a form that's accessible and actionable at all levels for decision makers, from school level up to the ministerial level. And we think that together, Respect and DHIS2 Ed are much more powerful than either is alone. So the integration of Respect and DHIS2 Ed is, as Jim mentioned, through an interoperability bridge. And to discuss that bridge, here is Alfredo Muchanga, who is the Chief Technology Officer at Saudigitus.
Thanks, Knut, and good afternoon, everyone. We at Saudigitus, we've been working with DHIS2 for long years, and we also have implemented several integrations between DHIS2 and other systems. And one of the biggest problems that we found is about data standards. But now, on this work with the Respect initiative, it was not a big issue, because Respect is using an international standard that's called XAPI format. So this format is very well documented and also has a good community that supports the procedures and how things are implemented in this process. So because of that, it was very easy to implement this bridge between DHIS2 and Respect app. The next step is to work on bridges for other systems. The next one is Open EMIS, but also, as was mentioned here, the Respect team is available to support the development of the bridges from the different countries in order to be able to link the data with our Respect initiative. And of course, we'll be very happy to share our experience and participate on this process. Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks, Alfredo. One additional point is that through this decades of work in the health sector, one of the unique advantages of DHIS2 Ed is that there's a network of technical experts on the ground called the Health Information Systems Partner Network, which we then abbreviate to HISP. And to discuss this HISP network and its role in Respect, let me pass it now to Monica Amuha, please.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Knut, and good afternoon to you all. Yes, so talking about the HISP network, we have over 15 HISP partners spread across Africa, including Kenya. We have HISP Kenya here. So if there isn't any HISP partner in your country, there should be at least one next door. So what is the HISP partner network? So this has been there for the last 30 years, and we've been providing localized technology, training, and long-term technical services to really the African ministries of health, so that these ministries really can make it easy for them to incorporate, to adopt the DHIS2 software, to integrate that software into their operations, and most importantly, also train their staff on how to use this software that has been collecting health information data. So, and now with the DHIS2 Ed, what we are doing is that the HISP network is expanding its focus beyond health, and it's now going into the education domain. And this collaboration with the Respect, we believe, is a very big boost to this effort. And so what next? Moving forward, really, what are we going to do as the HISP partners? So in the next few months, we are going to have Speaks Foundation train some selected HISP network partners on how to provide these same localized technical services to ministries of education. So how to set up the Respect system, how to integrate these Respect systems into their ministry operations, but also beyond that, how can they maintain these systems? And also, more importantly, how can they train the users in the ministries, in the schools, on how to use these systems? So with that, we really think that this is going to really go a long way, and we believe that Speaks Foundation, like Jim said, is really making it easy for the Ministry of Education to get the local technical support that they need in order to embrace the AUDA NIPAD's education vision. Thank you very much. Jim?
Thank you, Monica, and Knut and Alfredo, for that introduction to DHIS2-Ed and the integration between it and Respect. And let me emphasize again, DHIS2-Ed is the fastest growing EMIS in Africa. Now, to close the session, I'd like to invite John Kamotho to the stage once again. John?
Thank you, Jim. We are thinking about the whole of Africa. And we are thinking about the challenges that are facing us, that today we are saying there's a way of overcoming those barriers. But let me just take ourselves back to during COVID. And at that time, we really trying to pick on various solutions. And at that point, policy, actually practice went ahead of policy. But today, we are saying, respect what is being presented to us here as a digital public infrastructure is grounded on IAU, Edtech vision and plan, is grounded also on a policy framework, and therefore it is in the right groundings and it is sustainable. Before I close this session, we close the session together. Let me just remind ourselves of one point that I would like us to take home. This point is drawn from a paper that was written just a few months ago, but this year, recently, and this paper is available in the website of AUITU, the International Telecommunication Union, and it is entitled, am I there? Right. It is entitled Building a Case for Digital Public Infrastructure for Education. It's therefore talking about building a case. The case is not there, but it is building it. And when you look at the issues that are brought in that paper, towards building this case and making it possible, if you again go through our vision and plan, Edtech vision and plan, if you go through our policy framework, and then if you go through what we have gone in terms of respect, then you are going to realize that we actually do have it. We are not building a case here. As Africa, we have it. And I want to second this building on the many youth, including the ones who have come here, that we have that are waiting, being innovative and creative in this digital sphere. They can localize, they can build solutions that are relevant context to ourselves that are aligned to our education. If they do so, and they are doing it now, then as the case is being built for other countries, for other continents, we here, we are already ahead. If it takes 2 years or so to build this case, by that time, we'll be seeing our vision to life. Our vision in Edtech, seconded by the policy framework for standards-based and vendor-neutral Edtech in Africa, will be realizing itself, and based on the quality that is brought about by the support that is coming to the Edtech developers, we will be so much ahead, because where we are today, if you look at the solutions that are coming to Africa from Africans, just to mention a few, what we are seeing in the hubs is so much ahead, and we will be able not to talk about benchmarking or doing anything, but we will be able to take steps from where we are, so ahead, going ahead, to actually be exporters of education technology. As they build the case, they will actually come so that we can support them with a case already done. We are ahead. We are not copying anyone. We have our vision, we have our policy framework, and we have our youth, and we are working on local content that is relevant to us. Am I speaking to ourselves? If you agree with me, just lift your hand. So truly we are agreeing we are ahead. Let us not be told by anybody that we are behind. And if we agree we are ahead, we will do the way we do in Marathon and other places. We remain ahead. Just let's ask ourselves again, what is respect doing for us? Now that it is launched, now that we have been shown here as a digital public infrastructure, as what we can call a YouTube resource coming to us, we are consuming, and the developers are getting sorted out by the system, yet it is allowing us to do localization. We have sorted out the issues of connectivity by saying offline and online. We have been able to overcome the technical issues that are surrounding this and taken care of the developers, making sure that everything that was holding us back is actually sorted out. That is great. And the question is, where are you in this journey? We have had this journey, and we know very well that here in this continent, all of us who live in this continent say that a child does not belong to the father and the mother, but belongs to the community. So this community and this journey started a while, has been having some people who you will allow me to recognize at this point, so that at least we can see ourselves who have embraced this and who are in this community, and then be able to also say everyone is invited in this community. Allow me to start with our vision carrier and evangelist, Jim Pramandon. You have been with this journey on us. Let's clap for him. Thank you. Please remain standing. let's also recognize Anthony Broom and Effie Akinyi. You can see I have started bringing in our youth there. This team helped us as we were doing the digital course we are studying, asking several countries in Africa, where are you, what is your vision, and what are the barriers? And in absentia, let me also recognize my colleague researcher in this study, Peter Joyce, who is not with us today, but did a good job. We walked through the low and medium income countries in the world, checking on the three aspects. And the study is the one that helped us to move forward. And let me recognize Mike Dawson. That is the brain behind the code, making it possible, making the specifications that we are coming up with to overcome the technology issues in Edtech possible. He told us here that he has so many years, decades of code, and having worked in the world for so long, he is also the CEO of Ustad Mobile. Allow me to also appreciate and call upon Dr. Barbara and Maria Stella. These are people from AUDA NEPANT who have committedly worked on this journey and will continue to ensure that the vision, the policy framework circulates within all our member state countries, the 55 of them, and the feedback that you will give is incorporated and taken on board by this team to ensure that that vision is properly and squarely realized. Please remain standing. My colleagues in the policy framework development, the Kimodo project team, Dr. Poncelet, Dr. Dan, thank you so much. Those are colleagues we worked with, even with NEPANT, to ensure that these documents are in place and we have been able to walk through over 15 African countries. Because of what it costs, we were also timely getting you in the conferences that you attend. How good and how careful we are to ensure that education reaches us at reasonably good expenses or low expenses. Nino Nelson, please. Many of you know our Director for Outreach and Engagements, and you'll continue seeing her because of the partnerships that we are building. Allow me to also appreciate and recognize the following ministries of education who agreed to be early adapters, who started early with us to try and see, is it really possible? To be an early adapter takes courage, isn't it? Kenya. Please, the team from Kenya be upstanding, including the staff from Mr. Mastia and other organizations that we have been working with. Thank you. Liberia. We had to take a journey to Liberia because the Liberia ministry said, we want to talk. We are Africans, we belong to the verbal culture. We want to see each other and talk to each other. So we had to journey there. Thank you, the ministry. They already have a technical working group that is multi-sector, helping and seeing that this one goes through. The next country that we want to see is Ghana. Yes. Ghana, in a big way, has already started their planning. They have identified the schools and the teachers. They have gone ahead to set the date of September, and we do appreciate them. Thank you. In absentia, please remain standing because we want to see how many of us will be standing at the end of it. Rwanda, in absentia, yes, they embraced this and we want to appreciate it. That they are there, they have already set up the collaboration mechanisms and they are ready to get started. Indeed, their first collaboration will be in August. Thank you so much. Moving forward, we also want to recognize and appreciate the developers who decided that their apps, because Respect does not develop, but it wants the solutions to be made Respect compatible. You can call it respectification or whichever terminology you'll come up with, but let the apps, the solutions, meet the specifications that we talked about of offline first, open access, all that. So for that, we want to recognize Virtual Essence. Please be upstanding. We also want to recognize DAO's Learning. Chimpo team. The same journey we want to see Tejarin, yes. Tejarin team. Thank you. And all these Curious Learning, please. So you are up here for agreeing to be the first one to make your solutions Respect compatible. We do appreciate. And you can see the team here is appreciating because they can start seeing your product in Respect. The DHIS2 team, please, for agreeing that we can work together to make your network countries be among the first one to take this through. Yes, we have a team of consultants that help us to understand the journey and to tell us where we are going wrong, especially where we need to improve. Edgar Kasenene, I know he was here with us on Monday, but he also had to go and serve somewhere else, but he's with us. Nell Butcher, he helps us in the thinking. Again, we want to appreciate him, although he is not here. Ted, where are you? I think you are with us. Good, thank you. There he is. And we want to appreciate those consultants, including the Team Africa Practice. They tell us how to communicate. And we appreciate, because without being guided, you can't know it all. And Africa Practice, we appreciate you, and we'll continue seeing that. There are several other people who have said, we are in. And because of saying you are in, we want to appreciate you. The team from Eswatini. Please, when we call the team, stand with your minister, because you are here with your minister and you are here with your team lead. The Gambia. Initially, I was only saying Gambia, but upon standing the entire team, Namibia, you came to us this morning and you said, we are together in this, we want to appreciate. Our team from Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. Thank you so much. And Cape Verde. Thank you, Cape Verde. We want to also recognize Burundi. One of our East African countries, they have said we are in. Then we have Sierra Leone. Thank you so much. We do appreciate you. And we have the great team from South Africa, which is also the headquarters of NEPANT. Thank you so much. And we have Mozambique. They said language is not a barrier. We are all together. Portuguese is recognized as an Africa Union language. So they are here and they said they are in. All these people standing are the first community of respect. If you are seated and you want to belong to this community, then you are also welcome and you can be upstanding. You can be upstanding if you want to belong to this community. What do you want? Okay. Thank you. Our director of engagement tells me that this morning, Cameroon signed on. We do appreciate you, Cameroon. If you were not here, it is a typo, but we do appreciate you, and thank you so much. Now, this community with us says, we go on, and since we are all standing, then we are saying to AUDNA Pand, it is continental. It is no longer first wave, second wave, it is continental. And thank you for joining us on this. Let's clap for all of us. And kindly be seated. Thank you for being humble enough to agree to stand and allowed me that moment. The next thing that we want to do is that as we say we are going to do this and make a commitment, that team that was studying, including myself, John, will be reading this process, and you can hold us responsible to make sure that respect flourishes if you want it. Because we don't want to force it on anyone, but we are ready and willing to go along with you. And again, remember, open access. We are not asking you for any budget. We are saying, let's make Edtech work the same way other digital public infrastructures work without challenging and costing the end user. Is that possible? We are saying it is. Have we grounded it on policy? Yes, we have grounded it on policy. And therefore, we are ready to go. With that, and on behalf of Speaks Foundation and our CEO, allow me to invite all of us for a reception this evening, because we are starting a journey. And when we are starting a journey in Africa, we energize ourselves so that we can move on this journey. During that time, take time to network, because we will now be friends. And in this digital arena, we will walk the journey together without any borders. We will kill the diversities, because education is for us all. And the policy tells us standards-based, vendor neutral. Correct? Obeying all protocols that we have signed on data and everything else, we respect them. And thank you so much for this session. I appreciate, for me, it is dreams coming true. The ones you say, thank you, God, for making me see this moment. If it works for you, you can put your hands together. Okay. I'm told here the game is good. The vote of thanks already given, and we can proceed to the reception. It will be at the big tent. Will it be at the big tent? Yes. However, as we move out, we will go outside there and take a huge group photo that all of us will take away with to help us remember this particular occasion. And one time you'll see respect helping so many people, and you'll tell them, I was there. You can either be the hero being sung, or you can be the unsung hero. True? So many times we have done things and we see people benefiting and we say, thank you, God, I am the unsung hero. So as we go out, we'll take a photo, a group photo together to show the delegates that we are here for this session. And for purpose of respect, thank you so much, all of you. Be blessed, and always remember we are together as one. Done, eh?
Yeah, good job.
Okay.
Good job.
Okay.
So it is an agreement, a full house agreement.
It's a full house. Well. Yes.
Hi. Ikitabu, how are you?
I'm fine.
I'm wondering,
How is it?